Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti Kelas, Pasti TV. Beli.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela. Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya, lu nggak sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya habis
Rizky Runanda. Kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari Superfans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Dandia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G. Why?
Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G. Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details. Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli beli hihi.
Beli 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 beli.
Beli beli pasti ori.
Beli beli.
Pasti ori. Beli beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli beli.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mani gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin gitu.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Dandia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why? Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why? Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details. Awesome details. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi bestie dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out. Beli-beli.
Beli-beli.
Beli-beli pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Pasti ori. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli. Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi. Kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ofar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G. Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why? Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details. Awesome details. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Kobarkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli-beli, hihi.
Beli-beli.
Beli-beli pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Pasti ori. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli. Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ofar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G. Why?
Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why? Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details. Awesome details. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru X Dual Action versus Parfum.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We
live from MPL Arena. MPL Season 10 presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Axe, Head and Shoulders, and Super App partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
The season of surprises continues. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL ID Season 10 for Week 5, day number 2, with your casters on the English desk today, Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi. It's another day with 3 crazy matchups.
Yeah, 3 groundbreaking matches, and 2 is always better than 1. So if we thought yesterday was a treat, we're gonna get triple the treat here today.
For sure. These matches today, some people will think that, okay, it's not as interesting, but you never know, man. This is why this season has been so concerning to some people. There is no security, there is no stability. Every single game has been crazy, has been awesome.
Awesome. Great word to describe it, because awesome is for everyone, and you guys can get your hands on awesome right now. The Samsung Galaxy A33 presents the pleasure of playing games with 8 GB of RAM, 256 GB of memory, Super AMOLED screen, a 120Hz refresh rate as well, so it's just all good. And guess what? Say goodbye to any sort of lag, because with the 5G connection, we've got you covered. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys can now get your cash back on the Samsung Galaxy A33 5G, 900,000 IDR worth of cashbacks.
Wow, that is a steal a deal. So don't forget to check that out right now, as we are also going to check something out, which is going to be the standings here, Mirko.
Yeah, with the standings here presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series, we're looking at a whole lot of differences, and Eterna, your team here at the top, number 1 after taking down EVOS, and EVOS have dropped to the 3rd position from 1st place.
Yeah, unfortunately, they had to suffer a loss yesterday, which brought Aura Fire up. But of course, these things can change with the matches ahead of us, as well as the match tomorrow. So a lot of things on the line, especially for Alter Ego, as well as Geek Fam, who up until now needs to secure that playoff position.
Right, Geek Fam in particular, they have been having a lot of troubles, and they are still in it for now. They have to try and get a lot of victories, a lot of success if they want to actually match the rest of the teams and actually make it to the playoff stage. Alter Ego, though, they have had trials of their own, but they seem to have found their groove, and today we can finally get some confirmation on whether or not they have actually figured out how they want to play the game and what kind of strategy they want to apply, especially in the second half of the season.
Getting a win here is going to be very important for Alter Ego. As it stands right now, they are 5th place, but they have 1 more game at hand compared to RRQ and EVOS, who are sitting right above them at 4th and 3rd. Alter Ego can take RRQ's position, forcing RRQ to go back to that 5th place spot. As you can see, the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders. The players are ready. They're walking down the tunnel with their what? Ahmad is playing in today's lineup. But the main man we're going to be talking about is Udil in the mid lane, born to be Julian. The man that has literally been playing Julian almost every single time it's up because of how efficient it is on the hands of Julian himself. Udil's name in real life is Julian. He's playing the Julian, and he's probably the best Julian we have seen in MPL ID. With his crazy efficiency, Arashi's mentioned this before as well, but we haven't really seen a whole lot of success from the mid lane Julians, except for this man right here. With an 85.7% win rate after picking it up 7 times, he's only lost once on that Julian. 70.97% kill participation means he's super active on the map. Not only is he a killer, but he also assists his team, enabling the team to function like crazy. Be careful, because we're gonna go for crazy rotations in the team. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3-faced masks as Udil slowly makes his way up on stage. Alter Ego.
The team that keeps on giving, staying true to their form with a little dash of more discipline. Alter Ego here bringing their A-game in a leg 2 against Geek Fam. And what I find very interesting is the fact that Nino is not going to be playing in that gold lane, but rather Ahmad stepping in.
This is a change we've been waiting on for a long time. When will Ahmad actually make an appearance? today we're finally going to see how he performs in the current situation, because he has not been in the roster for quite a long time, and a lot of people have been saying he is the secret weapon, the hidden potential that Alter Ego has been saving for the second stage of the season.
Optimistically, we can think that, but in a different light, we can also question whether or not Alter Ego will have the chemistry down to the wire, especially with Ahmad stepping in. They do have a little bit of differences in terms of their gameplay, but on the flip side, they are going head-to-head here with Geek Fam, who has yet to pursue that playoff position. A lot of questions on the line, a lot of risks as well on the line, as well as challenges.
There has been plenty of criticism about Geek Fam and being a bit too one-dimensional. Whenever Beloyski gets rolling, whenever the team finds success in the early game, on the back of the crazy engages that Beloyski can provide for them, they can find success and get control and look dominant. But unless that happens, they just start falling short.
For Geek Fam, there's one man that has been shining above the rest, I believe, in Week 4. It's Elzura, the stabilizer of Geek Fam. With the Selena, he was just so lethal in the games last week, but also just on the normal mages, such as the Yves. He's always there, the consistent member. Sure, Beloyski looks for the engages, but without the proper follow-up, they will not be able to actually capitalize on anything. As you can see from Elzura, he's always positioned really, really well, hiding from everybody, waiting for that right moment to pop that real-world manipulation. He's always just that efficient mid laner, so it's very, very similar to his opponent, Udil. But his remarkable hero is the Valentina. He's picked it up 5 times. He hasn't found a whole lot of success with it, but his kill participation is higher than Udil, which means he is more active on the map. He is, however, not able to capture the same amount of assists as Udil, so maybe he's more active, but he's not getting the same amount of impact in those rotations. But they want to show the world that Geek Fam are still in it to make it to playoffs. Welcome, Geek Fam!
The team who unexpectedly broke their lose streak in Leg 1, looking to continue making their mark here in Leg 2 to get that playoff spot. I think we've mentioned this time and time again. Geek Fam, they're not in a good position right now. And this is already going into Leg 2, so if we thought the risk and the pressure was high before, it's getting worse, especially now that we're entering week number 5, only 3 weeks left.
When you talk about a comeback story, an underdog story, Geek Fam really comes to mind. They have been having a lot of trouble and they're still at the bottom of the standings, but they have a lot more support and they look a lot better than they did in the last season. So they have shown that they can make improvements. Now the question is, can they make those improvements fast enough in order to actually match up to the rest of the teams, because otherwise they're going to get left behind.
Yeah, definitely changes have to be made with how we feel that some of the players have been underperforming as well. But when we're taking a look at Geek Fam and Alter Ego Esports, their team head-to-head here by Head and Shoulders, we do see a few differences here, Rashi.
The kill and assist overwhelmingly towards the side of Alter Ego Esports. They are the more dominant team. They have the higher first objective rate as well. But Geek Fam, they have the higher first lord rate and the higher first total rate. So again, in the early game, that is where they can match the aggression, the engages from Alter Ego. History has said that Alter Ego are the ones coming out on top every time they've been clashed in the past 5 games. So Geek Fam, today's challenge is to try and break that streak and actually come out on top against Alter Ego. The case of victory by Axe, though, is for Geek Fam, is to beware with Alter Ego's pick-off strats, because with Leo Murphy at the helm, if they can go for that aggressive pick-off strategy, it's going to be very difficult for them to try and match up against that aggression. With the gold lane being so critical right now, that matchup right now, especially because Ahmad is in the picture, needs to be washed out a lot by Geek Fam, ensuring that they actually put a lot of focus and resources towards that lane. Doing rotations actively from the early game will ensure that his impact will not only be in his lane, but will be translated to advantages in the jungle, in the mid lane, as well as possibly in the gold lane as well, if everything goes according to plan.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, right now, looking at it, Alter Ego and Geek Fam, they kind of have similar win conditions, right? With Beloyski and Leo Murphy, both of them really need to go and play those playmaking heroes, just as you can see here.
Alright, here's a victory by Axe for Alter Ego instead. Now, the contest Julian and Beatrix, because these two heroes have been used to maximum efficiency by Alter Ego, and getting Slayboy to snowball that is important for Sunny Boy to have, right? If he falls behind, he is the secondary carry. Aside from the gold lane, they can make those insane plays happen if he is given the right opportunities. Be solid and be disciplined in the mid to late game. That has been the question for Alter Ego, but they have shown that they are able to do so in the previous few matches in week number 4. So if they can shut down Kadira's movement and the farming pattern for Kadira in the early game, they can also shut down Geek Fam and deny any kind of comeback potential in that late game.
I agree, especially that 4th point. That's gonna be the main question here for Alter Ego. Sure, for the past few matches, they have shown that they can be a little bit more disciplined than they usually are, which eventually gives them the game, but can they be consistent is going to be the question.
And another question is, how are they going to draft? Because for both Geek Fam and Alter Ego, well, for every single team, I believe, in Season 10, the draft has mattered a lot. I think the impact that the draft has on the game has risen since the last season. Now it's at 60% for the drafts and 40% on the execution, Arashi. As we are entering the first game's draft, Geek Fam have opted to go for a Valentina Julian ban. Alter Ego still respecting Janna QT with the ban towards the Akai.
And on that note, actually, what I wanted to mention was the fact that the last time that we saw Geek Fam going against Bigetron Alpha the other day was the fact that their draft was questionable. I think it's great that they're going for these experimental picks using 2 unconventional heroes in that mid lane, but once again, they need to be able to prioritize the important things when it comes down to the rotations in that early game, because Geek Fam like to play the early, they like to go for those aggressive plays, and without that, it gets them a bit too behind when it comes down to it. But now we can see Alter Ego already banning out that Beatrix, who, if I'm not mistaken, is still sitting at that 100%. So a lot of respect already by Alter Ego, as Geek Fam will respond with a Natalia ban.
Natalia respect ban for the side Geek Fam. And as Rico mentioned, the drafting phase is so much more important now, because when teams get so high level, when the execution becomes very, very close between all these teams, then every single advantage they can get will matter that much more. So the drafting phase is absolutely critical in deciding how the games are going to go.
And the 1-1's been left open, Arashi. Speaking of critical, Chadera's signature pick, the hero that gave RRQ so many problems in that first leg when they met, is going to be picked up instantly. But we also have a comment from Rekt. Speaking of the Geek's Indonesian players, they still have a mental block because they're from Geek. That's why the other teams easily come back against Geek.
Ooh. So hinting at a mental situation here from Rekt. Again, we've mentioned how the mental aspect is almost as important as the actual execution, the physical aspect on stage in the games. But right now with the 1-1 already secured by Geek Fam, for Alter Ego, we have to see what they want to do, because they can prioritize the mid lane, trying to enable Udil, getting secure heroes for Udil, or they can go and secure something for Ahmad instead, because this man, he is well known, and he has a reputation behind him.
Okay, so an early Phobius pick here, and this is interesting, right? Because Geek Fam can always pick up that Esmeralda, which is exactly what they do now. But the Bakito being picked up is great, but on the flip side, Fanny is also secured by Geek Fam. So this leaves open Alter Ego to pick up someone like the Julian, perhaps as a power pick for Udil. But if they do that, are they going to be lacking in terms of that CC?
This is also the debut for Janna QT on that Fanny here in MPL ID Season 10. Alter Ego, they already have a counter hero towards the 1-1 and the Fanny. That Phobius is going to be massive here. If they go for another hero that can counter the Fanny, perhaps a dash cancel, like a Kufra, maybe even Ruby, definitely would work in this situation. Alter Ego with the last pick.
Last pick will be that Lunox. So already very unorthodox picks for the side of Alter Ego. They have a lot of magical damage right now, and you have to question where exactly is the Phobius going to go. Flex pick still available, but we saw a quote earlier from Luke that he wants to go against Alter Ego, he wants to win, and so that aspect is making Geek Fam a lot more passionate, a lot more on fire to try and prove that Alter Ego, they can take him out.
This head-to-head that we see here on the screen as well, Beloyski versus Leo Murphy, it actually reminds me that the Franco is still open if Alter Ego wants to pick it up for themselves. So coming into the second phase, I wonder if Geek Fam is going to be banning that away. as Alter Ego Esports now with the first ban here in second phase, they're going to eliminate the high ground potential that the Eve can have, realizing that the Lunox and the Paquito might struggle going against the CC and the slow that the real-world manipulation can deal.
Alter Ego is definitely going for a more dive-orientated team composition, and having a Yeeve on the opposing team will be very annoying to deal with, despite having a lot of crowd control. So they wisely try and ban out the Yeeve, but there are still a lot of high ground options available for Geek Fam, depending on what they try, how they want to play the game themselves, because they have a very healthy amount of dive themselves. I think for both teams, what is important is securing a good source of crowd control, because when both teams clash against each other, the crowd control will be decisive in determining who actually comes out on top.
The Southeast Asian champion Nats, though, Arashi, has something to say about this Alter Ego lineup, saying it's very powerful with Pai and Celiboy in it. Obviously now with Ahmad joining in the fray, this is the Season 6 Alter Ego that everyone feared back in the day. And there's also a fun fact when we're talking about Alter Ego. Lunox is a flex pick. Usually when we see a Lunox, it will only go to the mid lane. But with Ahmad here, I do believe that the Lunox can be played in the gold lane as well. Lunox is also one of Udil's signature heroes since the Kage era, back when he was in ONIC MPL ID Season 3. He was an absolute menace. Again, just as a reminder, that ONIC team did not drop a single match in the entire season.
We have seen Udil being a very adept Lunox player. Given the right circumstances, tanks and squishy members alike are not safe from his burst damage, so going with the Paquito as well, there's a lot of burst and a lot of pickup potential from Alter Ego, and with that Ruby pick, they have a chance to stop 1-1 and stop Fanny, and if they get stunned, that is a lot of damage coming their way, but the response from Geek Fam, Grok as well as a Selena.
Remember though, on that note about the Lunox is going to be able to melt down the Esmeralda as well as the Grok. So in a nutshell, it feels like the composition that Geek Fam has brought here in game number 1 feels a little bit countered by Alter Ego. The Selena is going to be the last pick, and I just don't see how it kind of blends together. Are they going for pickoffs perhaps, or are they going for the counter engage because of the draft that Alter Ego is bringing, which is super aggressive and it can work with the Grok, but it doesn't feel like it synergizes well.
Yeah, early game pressure is what Geek Fam are looking for, basically with the picks and obviously with the Fanny as well. But Alter Ego, they pick up the Bauman, so it's going to be Ahmad on the Phobius and Udil is going to be the one on the Lunox. Contrast for both of the teams right now, as you can see, because Alter Ego, it does seem like they are waiting for that power spike to hit, especially on Lunox. Meanwhile, Geek Fam, they want to get the ball rolling from the get-go. With the Selena, the Grok, and the Fanny, that's a whole lot of pressure in the early game.
I feel like Geek Fam has a lot of intel, scouting potential with the Abyssal Traps, with Grok being able to scout with relative safety due to his passive. But honestly, when it comes to burst damage and pickup potential, Alter Ego has a lot better chance. And the audience prediction by TikTok from the social media platforms does show that Alter Ego, there's a lot more favor from the audience for their team.
This is surprising. I mean, for the past few matches that we've seen Geek Fam play, they seem to have won the favor of the audience, but in this team, and in this particular lineup against Alter Ego, it doesn't feel this way. So both compositions have been set in stone here, Mirko. Bring us into the tunnel for game number 1.
Let's jump in the portal to the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here. Geek Fam on the blue side, Alter Ego on the red. Perfectly as well. Celiboy is on the orange buff and Jana is on the purple buff. So both of them are trying to go for the same route, towards that bottom side and towards the first neutral objective.
We have to remember though, because Geek Fam has drafted very early, Alter Ego Esports, they can't play as aggressive that they're usually accustomed to. Sure, they have the Bauman to be able to contest those neutral objectives, but remember, someone like Lunox needs a little bit more time to scale, and here we go.
Very good Abyssal Arrow onto Leo Murphy, forcing a lot of HP to be taken away from his HP bar. That's a little win already for Geek Fam. Another Abyssal Arrow though, forcing Leo Murphy to back up, but whoa, we got a crazy mix of predictions here for Geek Fam and Alter Ego. Count prediction by Axe. A turnout, Arashi. You guys opted for Alter Ego.
We did indeed. I think the Alter Ego, yeah, they're losing in the crowd control and in the scouting department, but if Geek Fam makes one single mistake, they have a lot more burst damage, and they have shown that they can outmaneuver teams. But in the top side right now, it seems that Ahmad gets taken out. That's a first blood for Elzura.
Oh my, first blood here by the Samsung Galaxy A series. So they are still playing towards their winning conditions here for the side of Geek Fam, trying to utilize to the utmost capacity of their early aggressive comp that they've brought. Alter Ego Esports, they just need to be a little bit more patient. This is the reason why I thought that the draft coming in from Alter Ego Esports was a little bit better. In the long run, mid to late, perhaps they will have the opportunity to counter the heroes from the side of Geek Fam. But if Geek Fam can snowball here from the early game, it's going to be difficult, realizing that they don't have the high ground that Geek Fam potentially has.
And this is why I actually opted for Geek Fam. It's because of that early game pressure that they have. Notice how in both Gold and XP, it's going to be Geek Fam who win it out in the laning phase. With the help of Elzura, that just places more killing pressure onto the members of Alter Ego. With that though, look at the wall from Beloyski. Perfectly placed by Beloyski to actually force the turtle back and to reset it instantly. So that's buying a little bit more time. And look at what that time is able to give to Geek Fam. Fanny already up top in the orange buff. Taking that orange buff away, trading it in, knowing that they can't really contest a Balman in the jungle when it comes to neutral objective control. Turtles lane presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, by Alter Ego, but Geek Fam still are grasping onto that gold lead.
Honestly, I think it's just a very clean performance from both teams right now. Geek Fam, they're trying to use the Abyssal Arrow to their favor, but Alter Ego, they have a winning lane in that bot side where they can actually use that leverage to try and make plays happen, because it is Pi, as in a Paquito, right? Going up against an Esmeralda, he can have a lot more impact in the game in that early phase, and that might be enough for the game to swing in the tide for Alter Ego.
You're right. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have a technical pause here. They are still troubleshooting to make sure that we can give you the best possible performance from both of these teams. Fair play is our utmost priority. And now we have a little bit more time to go through why you personally, Miracle, why did you think that Geek Fam had a better draft, other than the fact that they are winning those two lanes, as well as that early game pressure?
I really just, when it comes down to Alter Ego's composition, it does feel kind of one-dimensional. If they don't get that dive properly, if Geek Fam are able to actually kite away for a bit, those abilities are going to be burnt pretty easily from Alter Ego, right? Once you use the Demonic Force, just wait for it to go on cooldown, and it's done. That's the Phobia's threat dealt with. They also already have an Esmeralda that can just stick to, wow, as I say it, you can just stick to the Phobias. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, the Paquito Pi was probably very low against the Esmeralda, and Jana QT was able to capitalize with his high and dry emblem, instantly picking that kill up for himself. Geek Fam leading 2-0 as we jump into the game, 30 minutes in. Arashi, emblems.
Well, for emblems, Demon Slayer on the hands of Selly Boy, that will allow him to actually contest the objectives, the neutral objectives a lot earlier. But Jana, he goes for the high and dry as well, so he actually goes for a lot more dueling potential. But we'll have to see if Alter Ego even separates enough for him to actually make use of that emblem. Depending on how they play it out, Geek Fam can use macro play to force Alter Ego into those situations instead. Right now though, Elzura is doing a lot of good jobs, a lot of good ganks, being able to roam around the map, because in the mid side, Beloyski is really assisting him in the wave clear department. That is one of the main weaknesses of a Selena, and Geek Fam is amending it very, very well.
Yeah, and they're also they're doing it very well. They're responding to that play very well from Alter Ego. They try to go for the purple buff. Geek Fam instantly position themselves aggressively. Esmeralda as well, rotating towards that purple buff so that they can actually enable that purple buff take. But in the bottom side, it does feel like Pi really can't get any minutes in the game, as he's going to get taken down for the second time this series, this game, 4 minutes in.
Geek Fam, they seem to know the strengths of Alter Ego Esports. One thing that we've mentioned before is Leo Murphy used to be the initiator. Now he feels like a bit more cover for someone like Udil as well as Selly Boy, who likes to play those aggressive roles. But usually Pi is the one initiating the fights, and Geek Fam are doing a great job of shutting him down. Look at the placement right now. Look at the members of the side of Geek Fam. They're pressuring him so hard and even zoning him away.
Yeah, bottom side, Jana forced to back off. Luke can back off as well. Both of the members disengaging pretty well, and they got a lot of good damage onto that tier 1 turret. So I do think it's still worth it for Geek Fam. Alter Ego winning in a neutral objective game, but with that 1,000 gold lead, Arashi, it does seem like Geek Fam are able to get more items in the early stage.
Ujana already has a bit of heptasy, so a lot of more burst damage. Speaking of that though, on the top side, this 2v1 engagement by Ahmad against Kadira and Elzura.
Yeah, the crossbow attack, and this is the reason why I said it multiple times. Phobius, when you put him in lane with the 1-1, isn't a counter towards that 1-1. Leo Murphy gonna get chunked to a half HP. Saliboy has the ultimate lethal counter popped in, but it's actually gonna be Jana who actually secures the purple buff away. Leo Murphy trying to run away, flickering out. Another mistake coming in from Alter Ego as Geek Fam push their lead now 5-0.
2,300 gold lead as well, and there was one point where Geek Fam, each of their members were ahead in terms of that EXP and level as well. So now Alter Ego Esports, they're kind of caught in a weird situation. They want to be able to stave off the pressure, but so far they haven't been able to. You could see that even the damage coming in from Lunox is not there just yet as Geek Fam look for another gank here in the bottom lane.
Pi able to dodge away from the wild charge for the knockout strike, but the damage comes in from Jana, who's very fast on those cables. Good play by Pi though. He's able to get out and clear the waves. That was very, very close. Literally using the mechanics to get out by 1 HP.
Geek Fam is taking full advantage of that mid lane pressure, and Alter Ego, they're having trouble keeping up. But now, mid side, there's again another big dive from Geek Fam.
Leo Murphy able to defend for now, able to disengage with that I'm offended, but Jana comes in once again, picking up his 4th kill in the game. His Fanny has been so efficient, man. His roams, the rotations on the map have been quick, but it's all in the right time.
And very aggressive as well, seeing as that's the choice of emblem that he took. High and dry on a Fanny right now, as they are going to be able to get this neutral objective uncontested. Man, Elzura is really good with the Selena. Every time Alter Ego Esports want to go in, open up vision even, it's just it gets denied away.
Well, again and again, we see that Alter Ego are prioritizing the turtle and neutral objectives, but as a result, Geek Fam, they're getting a healthy amount of lead in all 3 lanes. They're also winning in the pressure department, and with the only turret being left being the mid turret, Geek Fam have a lot of options in how they want to invade towards the jungle of Alter Ego Esports. And soon, I think Saliboy is going to start feeling the pressure coming in, because Geek Fam, they're not going to start. They're not going to stop the pressure now that they're in this situation.
Alter Ego definitely need the new axe effect here, because currently Geek Fam are outsmelling them because they're outplaying them as well. The better you smell, the better you play. Meanwhile, bottom side, Pi taking a whole lot of damage from Jana and Luke, but it's all just to zone him away from the minion waves down below, making him lose XP, forcing him to go mid, and another Abyssal Arrow connects on towards Udil. Elzura has been phenomenal. Jana jumping in onto 2 members with the cables, going to be able to jump out right now. Missing a few, Saliboy jumps in with the Retribution, slowing him down, but it's not enough to take him down. Jana, oh my goodness gracious! Jumps back in, forces the Brilliance to come off, and in that top side, Ahmad, you're not going to be able to do much here. You have the Demonic Force, but with the crossbow attack, with Chadera staying in place, that Demonic Force will not be able to be propped up. Alter Ego getting destroyed in the first game of the series.
Wow, already 5,000 gold ahead here in the 9th minute, and it's keeping on rising right now. It's going to be Leo Murphy here caught once again, as the I'm Offended is going to be able to buy a little bit more time, but other than that, still, everything reflects that Geek Fam has been dominating this game.
Alter Ego need to respect Geek Fam a bit more, because we've seen that Alter Ego, a lot of their members have been trying to make plays happen 1v2 with a numbers disadvantage, especially against a composition so aggressive in the early game. You cannot allow Geek Fam to get any kind of edge in these early stages, because they're gonna maintain control.
You're right. I mean, so far, Alter Ego Esports, they haven't really found an answer to the aggression that Geek Fam has brought to the table. We saw that the Divine Blade was already secured by Udil, but without the proper setup, it's going to be difficult to deal out the damage. Noticing that Lunox has a really short range, so even if they want to rely on her for that damage, it's going to be difficult.
Elzura as well, finding another Abyssal Arrow onto Saliboy. And while we're on the point of Saliboy, dude, all right, Elzura, I said it, right? When Elzura was highlighted, I wanted to talk about his Selena, but what was highlighted was his Yve. Anyways, though, Saliboy definitely not on his comfort hero. We've seen the Bauman once. He lost that game, Arashi.
Right. I mean, Sully Boy, his identity is playing those assassins, and we have seen that he is able to secure a lot of neutral objectives, but when it comes down to it, he is not able to make any of the flashier plays, and as a result, he just isn't reaching his full potential, and he is very low right now.
So many resources by Geek Fam spent onto Sully Boy, and there's nothing Alter Ego can really do. They can't even force a punish at this point. They're losing turrets left and right. All tier 2 is almost taken down here. Just the mid lane tier 2 left to take down for Geek Fam. The siege has been phenomenal as another Abyssal Arrow comes down. Voloisky with the wild charge and a crossbow tank comes through. Ahmad taken down. It's a double kill. Picked up by Chadera. It's absolute dominance, 9-0. I've never seen Alter Ego dominate like this, and look at Jana absolutely demolishing that back line with his cables. Leo Murphy still able to buy some time as Luke jumps in deep into that base. Jana looking for the base right now with the rest of the team as well. Jana might be able to give the kill away, but it's a 10-0 first game. 1-0. What the heck?
How many minutes was that? It's gotta be less than 15.
I think
that was so quick.
I think it's about 13 to 14 minutes, and Geek Fam, we talked about how they have to play discipline. They can't let the opposing team get a comeback, and that is exactly what they did. They didn't allow Alter Ego any moment, any opportunities, and Alter Ego, they tried their best to try and find something, but especially because Leo Murphy is on a hero that's less aggressive, like a Ruby, they just were unable to find anything.
Obliterated, that's the right word. Destroyed, demolished. Add more words into the vocabulary because I don't know what Geek Fam did to Alter Ego. Remember, this Alter Ego was able to force ONIC ID to 3 games.
That was insane. I guess Geek Fam have realized a few things that Alter Ego Esports likes to bring. The way that they play. They like to play around Pi. Pi was shut down. Voloisky was able to get a lot of initiations with that Grok. I mean, that last wall and the wall charge as well was so beautifully placed. It took 2 members down from the side of Alter Ego. And because they drafted a little late, it was very difficult to stave off the pressure that Geek Fam had in that early game where they just snowballed. Jana QT's Fanny, Geek wins 10-0 in game 1. So in his debut, Jana QT was pretty good on that Fanny.
It is pretty good, man. I mean, you can't argue with the results. He's able to burst down the members again and again, and he was relatively safe. There wasn't a moment in the game where he almost gets taken out or, he got lucky, essentially. He just played calm, calculated, and honestly, I just feel like they're a few steps ahead of Alter Ego. Alter Ego is constantly stuck trying to react to Geek Fam's plays, and they're always one step behind. They lose objectives, they take fights with a man disadvantage. Geek Fam just had full control, and they were more strategic in their approach towards the team, as aggressive as Alter Ego.
I think this game is just the proper game to actually look at when it comes to drafting, right? Geek Fam, not only did they draft a good composition, but they also drafted towards comfort. Grok to Voloisky, even though we haven't seen the Grok a lot in MPL ID Season 10. But for the opposite team, for Alter Ego, it was the complete opposite, Arashi and Aeterna. We saw no comfort heroes. Ahmad on a Phoveus, I've never seen that. It's very rare that we get to see that. He usually plays Yuzong when it does go for the fighters. Sully Boy on a non-assassin hero, on a utility jungler. Sully Boy. They prioritized prio heroes, meta heroes over comfort, and they got 0 kills.
Exactly, I think they were trying to adapt too much, and we talk about comfort heroes here for Alter Ego. Udil is on the Lunox and Pi is on the Paquito, but in the grand scheme of things, when Udil takes time to actually scale up into the late game, when Pi is constantly ganked and shut down due to the pressure from the rest of the other lanes, the other positions, it's just a completely different story. Sully Boy and Leo Murphy, I think, are the main members that were kind of lost because Alter Ego were getting the objectives, but what were they giving up in exchange for that? That is the main question. Geek Fam was trading those early objectives that you can argue maybe don't matter as much and using that to actually get more lane dominance. And with that lane dominance, they have more pressure, and eventually, the pressure just turns into those neutral objectives anyway. So Geek Fam seems to have a more fluid, a more intuitive game plan that seems to work really well in the beginning of the game all the way to the late game.
It's just strange to see. Because, again, Alter Ego, they're the team that you expect to actually dominate that early game. Geek Fam, though, with this composition, that's why I went for Geek Fam in the town prediction. Yep, just all winning lanes across the board. Alter Ego don't really have any response to it, and you can see Chidera just had a fun time up there in the gold lane. I've said this many times, Rashi, but I'm going to emphasize it even more. Phoveus does not counter the 1-1 in a pure 1v1 in lane. If the Phoveus scales differently in the XP lane, going up against a different hero, once he meets the 1-1, when he has level 4, yes, he can. He can counter the 1-1. But if you place the Phoveus from level 1 to 3 against the 1-1, what are you going to do?
I honestly think that there was a possibility that with a bit of ganks, right, Ahmad can actually dominate that gold lane. We saw several close calls for Kadira going up against Ahmad, even 1v2. But overall, it was all still part of Geek Fam's calculations, knowing that they have the main advantage, knowing that Baloyski is there to tip the scales in favor of Kadira. They just execute on that, and he is going to be the MVP for game number 1 by the Samsung Galaxy A series. And if you look at the post-game stats earlier, Alter Ego had 0 damage done to turrets, man. That is pretty sad.
Yeah, 904 GPM on the side of Kadira as well. As for now, we're going to take a look at the MVP highlights, which is basically what Mirko mentioned, right? This is the laning phase that happened, and you can see that Kadira just really popped off.
Right, he actually does a lot of damage, and he's able to outplay using the crossbow of Tang again and again, but it doesn't seem like he's ever in any threat. This is the fight earlier where Alter Ego goes into the jungle after losing pressure at the turtle, so it's just very uncharacteristic. And we saw several times Kadira getting low, but Ahmad is constantly fighting these battles 1v2, and he cannot do that because Geek Fam, everything is just going according to their calculations. And then towards the end, with that pressure, Baloyski is able to find Alter Ego, catch them off guard with that knock-up, and then afterwards, knowing that they have a lot more early game, they don't want to risk it, they don't want to waste any time, they just take that game away from Alter Ego. That will be the end of it.
And that last call by the team, they really stayed solid. Everyone went for the base together with 1 minion. That's why I thought Janna might have miscalculated, might give away the first kill to Alter Ego. But no, it was all calculated, just like in the drafts. And man, this Geek Fam is scary. It's a very scary Geek Fam. It's a Geek Fam that I think we haven't seen since the first game of the season against RRQ.
And it becomes scary for Bigetron as well.
Very.
In standings.
If Bigetron lose against Rebellion, and if Geek Fam wins at 2-0, BTR might be 8th place.
They will.
Well, that will be a very disappointing prospect for Bigetron for sure. But right now, it's not over yet. We're going to go for game number 2. Speaking of 2s, Mirko.
Speaking of 2s, go and get yourself the dual action body spray right now. With the better you smell, the better you play. Just like how Geek Fam were able to outplay, outsmell, and outfresh the enemy team with the 48 hours of freshness. It's just GG. You don't need to take showers, Eterna.
No, I don't like showering, so I'm going to use the axe, I guess.
There you go.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Eterna does not like showers.
She does not like showers, but what she does like is axe.
Axe.
You know who else likes axe?
Who?
Bauman. He has an axe. And
I knew you were going to go there.
He also brought the war axe, right? Well, did he get the war axe this time? I actually think he just went for the bloodlust axe, yeah?
The Bauman.
The Bauman.
I don't think he had a bloodlust axe.
He doesn't like axes. Let me ask you a question, though. For game number 2, what do they need to change?
Alter Ego?
Yeah.
I think they need a proper game plan. Like, if they wanted to use their only strong side, right, high on the Paquito, they need to play for the Paquito a lot more, because if they just wait around, right, they use Leo Murphy to try and help Udil out in the mid lane, but as a result, the ganks coming in from Elzura were just so decimating towards the side lanes of Alter Ego. So if they want to do that, they have to make sure they play according to the game plan, respect Geek Fam as well, not go for the the high plays, the crazy plays, and understand that they are a serious contender. Here's a game recap from the previous game. If you guys missed it, Kadira was the impact player on the 1-1, MVP with 0 deaths. Udil is the impact player on the side of Alter Ego, but even then, he was unable to actually get any meaningful plays off due to how disciplined Geek Fam was able to play. Uncharacteristically for Geek Fam, again, it's a clash between two teams that are very similar. They both like playing for the early game, and they lack discipline. But right now, Geek Fam has shown that they can beat Alter Ego in that department. Alter Ego will have to try and show them that they are equal, if not better, in game number 2.
Yeah, we can see here Geek Fam's match history. They've lost every single matchup against the other teams, other than that win against Rebellion. So, man, like the improvement is insane.
Yeah, it's been
right?
very visible.
And they don't exactly have the momentum, but they're able to win against a team as strong as Alter Ego Esports, and that says something. This is going to be interesting. Will Alter Ego Esports be able to take it to 1-1 and force a game 3? Or will Geek Fam just win this 2-0? With the way that we see the drafts are going, it seems like Geek Fam, they've kind of repaired their mistakes from their last game against Bigetron.
Oh, they have. Yeah, they learned so much from that game, right? Again, Arashi, we spoke a whole lot about mid-control in the Geek Fam versus BTR game, and the fact that Geek Fam lost the game in the first game, in this third game, I believe it was just completely because of the drafts. They did not draft for mid-control because they went for the Selena mid without a roamer that can clear the waves. This time they've learned, and Ruben, he is feeding everything that he's learned into the players with that JBL Quantum, just making them all sponges because they absorb.
Exactly. There's probably a direct correlation between how well the coaches can communicate with their players and how well they seem to improve, right? So JBL Quantum, man, you need that to make sure that everything is crisp, clean, because miscommunication, that's the last thing you need at such a high-stakes game.
Yo,
You know what?
Yeah?
You know what?
What?
It poses the question, is Ahmad's effect good for Alter Ego? I mean, bringing him in, replacing Nino?
Yeah, Nino was kind of the core member of Alter Ego. He's the main man, but this man is the target man. He has the highest total death in MPL ID, but that's Beloyski's style. It's been so long, I can't remember, right? He's always had a lot of deaths in every single game because that's how he plays as a roamer. He doesn't care about that KD. He will die just to ensure that his team gets enabled, gets the farm, gets everything going on for them.
Well, that's the sacrificial mindset that can actually be very beneficial, right? As long as it's controlled, because some people, they feel like, okay, as long as there's some benefit to it, it's fine. Not always, you know, having a fine balance between knowing when it's okay to trade your life for the greater good and actually, you know, falling back. I think that's what makes a player stand out that much more. So Beloyski is having a great game so far, but of course, it's only the beginning. There's still game number 2, and Alter Ego, they are not done just yet.
But on that note, we do feel like it can be positive, but it can also backfire for Geek Fam in particular. Even if Beloyski makes a huge play, he dies for it. The problem was before is sometimes the other members can't follow up fast. And therefore, what his vision cannot be executed into the game. And I think that is what happened in their previous matchups. But in this game, we saw that their synergy clicked.
Oh, yeah.
And hopefully it stays clicked, stays consistent that way.
The drafts need to enable that style of play, and we're gonna get into the drafts right here. Alter Ego still opting to go for that red side second pick. A very questionable move, perhaps, Arashi. What do you think about it? Because from the first half of the regular season, we have seen that teams have found more success on the red side, but so far this season, well, this half, it's been the blue side with the higher win rate.
Well, there's a lot more heroes we mentioned are so critical, so important that they need to be first picked or banned essentially. But for Alter Ego, I guess they are intending to pick up more prior heroes because there is a lot of it available. So I think it's not a bad idea. But again, what they pick I don't know, as a result, in response to the first pick from Geek Fam, needs to actually complement what they want to do. It's going to be the V-Trix first pick for Geek Fam. That's already a very scary prospect for Alter Ego to deal with.
Because it was difficult, right? They were put in a position where they had to choose between either the Beatrix or the 1-1. And apparently they do respect the 1-1 more, and perhaps they do believe that they still are able to counter this Beatrix. And now the Fanny is open. The Franco is open.
The Cho as well, I guess.
Valentina?
Valentina. There's a lot of heroes that are opened up here by both of the teams. But again, just if we're looking at it based on statistics, Arashi, Geek Fam have got the bag already, right? Beatrix, 100% win rate for week 4 and week 5. Alter Ego let go of the Fanny. Ooh, that's scary, man. Jana was able to do so much on that Fanny. They opted to go for the Paquito and the Valentina. giving over the opportunity to Geek Fam to pick up Fanny once again. Without a doubt, they go for it with, oh my god, oh, it's getting so scary. Franco picked up signature pick for Beloyski. And just, Neil Murphy puts it properly here in the comment. The season Geek Fam is very strong because of the Beloyski effect. Right now, Beloyski's on Franco, so he's going to have that effect on him right now. Alter Ego, they gotta be very careful.
And you have to wonder, what exactly are they going to try and pick up here? Because, again, the Fanny has already been picked up. What can they get in response? Franco is one of the big counters, but that won't be it. We saw that Alter Ego, they do a lot better when Leo Murphy can actually be active. He can actually make plays for his team and get those pickoffs. But what is even left for him to do? He can go for the Cho maybe, but that's still a risky prospect against a team so burst heavy with a lot of pickup potential like Geek Fam right now.
I honestly think that the Cho might be the way to go, but Alter Ego Esports, they're gonna prioritize Ahmad's hero pool first here in the first phase with that Brody pick. So it is and able to win, perhaps, has a chance 1v1 against Lefani with the stun that he has, but other than that, it's still going to be super difficult going against that Beatrix in lane.
Yeah, the draft are very similar. I don't know, I can't pinpoint which team did this as well. Picking up the Brody against the Beatrix. I think it was yesterday. BTR, yeah. Brody against the Beatrix. Didn't
How
really
does it
work.
do?
Huh? Oh, well, in lane it should do well, but in the grand scheme of things, when it comes down to the late game, Brody just gets outscaled. So 2-0, BTR lost 2 of the games where they picked up the Brody up against the Beatrix. Alter Ego, though, this time they respect the Selena. And we did see Selly Boy and Jana pop up just now, Rashi. I think for these two junglers in particular, we do not want to see them on utility junglers. Give them those assassins because that's where they find their comfort.
Exactly, comfort is the name of the game right here. And speaking of that though, I'm not sure if banning Selena makes too much sense because we mentioned that one of the reasons why it was so successful is the Grok able to supplement the wave clear issues that Selena has. But now with the Franco in the picture, having both a Selena and a Franco doesn't sound too intuitive, at least in my opinion. So is that maybe a bit too rash of a ban from the side of Alter Ego? We'll just have to see. They have the Brody that has an edge in crowd control and utility against Beatrix, but what can they do with that is the main concern, right? After getting stunned, a stun on Jana or maybe onto Kadera on the Beatrix, what can they do to actually secure the kill?
Man, Geek Fam now, that is the question here, Rashi. I'm a little confused. Geek Fam has done a preemptive ban here, understanding that the Esmeralda is still up and available to grab as a possibility for Alter Ego, and they directly banned the Dairoth away. Wait a minute.
You know why? They're trying to bait the Esmeralda pick for Alter Ego to take. They do not want Alter Ego to secure a mid laner yet because Geek Fam or Elzura, his hero pool is very shallow this season so far. We've only seen him on the Valentina, Yve, Selena, and Lilia. That's it. So right now, Valentina picked up, Yve, Selena banned. They do not want Alter Ego to pick up the Lilia. That's one of his only other comfort hero right now. Alter Ego, are they going to take the bait? They pick up the Esme, leaving open the Lilia for Geek Fam.
Ooh, well, I mean, Alter Ego has the Valentina in their roster as well.
Oh, but whoa!
That's Fredrin, my guy.
It's Fredrin! First Fredrin in MPL ID. Oh my god! Oh, Wawa must be smiling. He must be laughing. He must be full of joy because he's been playing this hero a lot. And I don't know why he likes it that much. I've seen Fredrin in my games. I don't really like him.
Well, you don't like how the hero operates, but Omwawa swears by it. He says it's the best, it's one of the best heroes you can use if you want to go for a very united play. That's how he always puts it, you know, in the backstage whenever you're talking about Fredrin. So we can see that Geek Fam, they seem to be wanting to go for that roaming death squad, and Alter Ego, they don't have any crowd control to try and stop that. Falling Star Moon maybe, but that doesn't seem nearly enough. The Cho will come in, and so already you see a lot more possibilities for the side of Alter Ego, but will that be enough? Because there's so many issues that Alter Ego need to try and solve from the side of Geek Fam.
I have a question though, Arashi. How does Fredrin fare in a 1v1 lane against Esmeralda? Because if Geek Fam thought that it would be weak, they wouldn't have baited that Esmeralda pick though.
he's a dueling hero, so he actually does pretty well in lane. Against the Esmeralda, as long as he is able to hit his abilities though. That's the thing. Fredrin is a very skill-reliant hero. You need to land your abilities to actually, you know, pose a threat towards the Esmeralda, and that's why it becomes such a skill matchup. Esmeralda can dodge away. The amount of mobility she has is going to make it a bad time for Fredrin. I keep on thinking Vendini. Fredrin, Vendini, but ladies and gentlemen, let's jump into the Land of Dawn, the first Fredrin in MPL Indonesia Season 10. I can't wait to see what he can bring into the Land of Dawn, because teams have opted to actually, you know, ignore this hero for the longest time since he was able to be picked up last week, or no, week 3.
Yeah, that's a question. I'm wondering how it's going to perform. I have a lot of questions, especially the laning phase as well, because I want to know, is Geek Fam stronger in those side lanes? Because that's something that Alter Ego Esports was struggling before. We do know that Alter Ego Esports is one of those teams that have really strong side lanes, and if those side lanes are shut down, it doesn't seem like they're able to perform the way that we're usually accustomed to seeing. Now, Geek Fam, with the early game-centric draft, are they able to utilize this properly? You can see that Leo Murphy already is trying to prevent that from happening, but so far, Alter Ego Esports, they're not playing as aggressive as we're accustomed to seeing.
Well, now it's a different situation completely, because Alter Ego, they can match Geek Fam in the mid lane clearing department, so they have a lot more options to go for those big roams. Ooh. They also do have Sally Boy as a Paquito in the jungle, so their mid lane jungle roam combo is actually a lot stronger, and it provides a lot of burst. So Boloyski needs to be very, very careful in when and where he goes for those hooks.
It's crazy, right? There's a lot of comfort picks here for Geek Fam. And for Alter Ego, they're going to be quite... Whoa, what's going on here? There's going to be a pause coming in through. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to wait a bit. There is most probably a technical issue, but the fans are still here supporting their team.
Yeah.
The Vendini, the Fredrin.
See? It's not just me.
Since you mentioned Vendini, it got stuck in my head. The Fredrin pick, though, who would have thought? Out of all the teams, right, trying to pick it up, honestly, I think it's very interesting to see that, you know, the team that's not doing particularly well, they're the ones experimenting and coming up with these weird compositions, and it's exciting. It's cool to see that they have the confidence needed to try and make something like this happen.
I think that's the beauty of what, honestly, Jana QT has brought to the table as well, other than all the other members. I think Geek Fam this time around, they're more dynamic. They have unique hero pools, and that's the awesome thing to see. But we do have an audience commenting here from you guys through TikTok. Rizal Ahmed 44. Let Maman play. I believe today we can win 2-0.
Oh, that aged like milk. Unfortunate. Well, they can still win, but not 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0 is already an impossible situation, unfortunately. But Alter Ego, they have shown they have comeback potential, and now they're going up against a composition that looks, in a way, experimental, because we have not seen a lot of success, or we haven't seen at all Fredrin in the MPL so far.
Yeah, we're jumping back into it, ladies and gentlemen. Luke has actually popped in his sprint here, maybe because he got ganked by Udil early on, but let's take a look. Whoa, Omwawa! He's opted to go for Alter Ego, even though he loves the Fredrin. Time prediction by Axe, though. Beloyski going for the hook, connecting it onto Selly Boy, using the flicker to get out as Luke comes in with the Brave Assault, knocking Udil up, but Udil's just chasing him down with a bloody hunt. Stolen. He picks up a kill. First blood picked up by Udil as he now runs away. Alter Ego there to back him up. Falling down, connecting onto Luke. It's going to be Elzura picking up a 1-for-2 trade in the board. Alter Ego still leading. Geek Fam forced to back up.
With the ban advantage now, Alter Ego Esports, they're going to focus on the objectives. They're going to stay disciplined, and they're going to take this next turtle. Uncontested, as it seems. Jana QT is still busy in the orange buff. So they are going to be doing there's a little difference here between game number 1 and game number 2. Alter Ego Esports, they do have the advantage in terms of rotation so far, but that's still on the foot of Geek Fam. If Geek Fam can make a play, then it might be a little bit more different in terms of that map control.
Wow, I mean, Alter Ego, we already mentioned they have more wave clear, and they have a lot more fighting tools in the early game, and they put that to good use. Beloyski, when he's jumped on, the hook doesn't really doesn't really pull anyone out of position too bad. And despite the best attempt from Geek Fam, Alter Ego come out on top, but they're trying to equalize right here under the turret. Oh,
Jana with the web strings. He's able to get out. Oh my goodness. Beautiful play there by Jana. He's definitely comfortable on this hero, and he's opted to go for the same. High and dry, like game one. If it ain't broke, do not fix it, Arashi.
Saliboy and Ahmad are going for the killing spree instead. Very interesting choices here, and I think we have to see how that works out. But right now, it's a pick off from Geek Fam.
Yeah, see ya, Ahmad. Really, you're not gonna get away from a Beatrix Franco once you get hooked in. That's a whole lot of bursts from the Beatrix, and that's why this combination is just so scary. Meanwhile, though, Leo Murphy with the Dragon Flicker, bringing Beloyski back to Udil. Still having the Flicker, getting out. Leo Murphy coming back in with the G-Kundo. Saliboy jumps in with a jab, enabling that kill. Elzura popping the black shoes, trying to get away, but Leo Murphy's there to capture him as Udil comes in with a Terrify. Elzura still able to dash out, to walk out of that one, but Saliboy is capitalizing in the enemy jungle, already taking a whole lot of that jungle creep. Meanwhile, though, we do see a trade happening down below. Pi had to recall. Maybe was he taken down?
He was taken
down again. Jana just really hates Pi for some reason. They might be able to take down that bottom side turret, but they back off just in time. Meanwhile, what happened there? Saliboy was able to pick up a kill against Franco. Beloyski in the jungle. They might actually be able to steal this purple buff away. And yeah, Saliboy picks it up. Elzura trying to steal it away, but Retribution comes in. Saliboy won't have the Retri, however, for that turtle.
They're basically mirroring their movements. Geek Fam, they know that Alter Ego Esports likes to play on the foot of Pi, and therefore Pi is the one that gets taken down. But on the flip side, Alter Ego Esports, they're going very aggressive onto Beloyski as well. So they're eliminating the possibility of these two members to make plays, and they have to maneuver around without them. We can see now Alter Ego Esports, the first ones to the turtle, but Jana QT already aggressive plays once again onto Pi.
Alter Ego Esports, they're playing it really smart. I feel like they kind of caught wind of Geek Fam, how they like to actually shut down Pi in the early game. So knowing that there's a lot of attention on Pi, they have been playing very aggressively on the other sides of the map. Geek Fam, though, they've been able to actually get influence on the bottom side as well as the top side. But here comes Leo Murphy baiting out the Black Shoes.
G-Kundo with the Dragon deleted instantly by Udil and Saliboy. Jabbed to death. Beloyski is looking for compensation. He doesn't find that iron hook, though. Again, Geek Fam on the back. But Luke is going to be able to actually secure the first objective of the game. Not the neutral objective, just the objective. Geek Fam securing the first turret. As now we are going to take a look at the items. Alter Ego in the lead.
Anti-strike for Saliboy, so he has a lot of damage. He is 4-1, so there's a lot of burst, but that's a pick-off from the side of Geek Fam.
No!
Another flicker used by Ahmad!
Oh, that's a tilter right there. You know, when you're that low, you use the flicker to get out and you still die. Elzura. Ooh, that calculation. Clutch there, as Saliboy is going to be able to knock up Beloyski. Now Jana comes into the fray, shutting him down. Leo Murphy with Way the Dragon brings Beloyski out, but Jadera picks up the killing spree, reversing the gold lead, taking it back. Geek Fam equalizing in the gold department. Luke gonna be able to knock Udil up. Jana is here as well, jumping onto Udil, has the cutthroat, and my goodness, Udil gonna get taken down. Another brave assault comes in to knock Pi up. It's a disaster for Alter Ego.
Man, that gold lead instantly shifted now to the hands of Geek Fam, who are leading with 1,000 gold. And to top it off, Jana QT, he's been playing so aggressive, and he also has the Malefic Roar now, so the damage is going to go up tenfold. And there's a reason, right, that other than Jana QT on this Fanny, the Beloyski, the Franco, as well as the Beatrix pick has been so feared since last season. You can see the burst potential and the way that they're able to just find one moment to turn it back and capitalize on the situation.
And the bloody hunt into any kind of ultimate coming in from the Beatrix combo was just so good right there. And Saliboy, he just gets taken out initially, and Alter Ego tries to recover and tries to get a bit more value back in, but then Geek Fam just punished them, and now they're going for Udil. But Alter Ego, they have a plan. Might not work out though.
Oh, it does with the Wesker damage. It surely does. That was a trade. Both roamers taken down. That's gonna be the render shot connecting once to Saliboy, but Ahmad comes in, taking a kill back to their hands onto Elzura. Jana with no purple buff is on this turtle. Saliboy is nowhere to be seen to really go for the contest. A free turtle goes to the hands of Jana QT. As Pi tried to go for a cheeky little steal, this turtle slain was presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Man, already you can see both of the towers from the side of Alter Ego Esports, top as well as bottom, have been taken down. So with this in mind, Geek Fam, they're going to have a better time when it comes down to those rotations as well as that map pressure. As you can see here, Luke still going to be able to clear really quick here with a 1,300 gold lead. So far, Alter Ego Esports, they're on the back foot.
Geek Fam, they seem to be having a lot more advantage, as you mentioned, Eterna. But the difference is from the first game is that they're trying to maintain discipline, but Alter Ego, they have a lot more tools available to try and make plays happen. So when Alter Ego's like this, you can't count them out.
Oh, I don't know if that was the good engage there. Look at the bottom side. Luke with a brave assault, locking Ahmad in place. Meanwhile, Jana picks up an unstoppable as they collapse onto Pi, who's going to be taunted. And that's the damage coming through. Pi somehow still able to dash out of that one, but Geek Fam, what an amazing bait by Elzura with the black shoes, forcing a lot of resources to be spent on him, and Geek Fam instantly capitalized on it.
It's unfortunate, and that's the amazing thing about the Lilia. You're able to bait so many resources, like you mentioned, and even then, you buy a lot of time, and 3 members from the side of Alter Ego Esports were taken down because they went all in for that. So I think maybe perhaps information is lacking from Alter Ego. If you want to go for Elzura, you need to have the information that the ultimate was already used.
Oh,
just like that.
Wow.
Overextending. Way too overextended by Geek Fam. They got what they needed to, but they stayed there. And it costed Jana, well, not Jana, Elzura his life.
But that's exactly what they need, right? They need to know that black shoes were taken, was already used, and therefore they can go in for those types of engages and those pickoffs onto someone like Elzura. But Kadera!
Wow.
Man, the damage! Leo Murphy instantly gets taken down.
Welcome to Beatrix's world. We're just living in it, man.
You're just living in it indeed. For Alter Ego, though,
look at him.
I don't know. They need to be a bit more crafty with how they want to engage. Because before they engage onto Elzura, it seems that they were posting up, trying to make wait for a play, and it's very obvious to Geek Fam. So they have to try and make the plays more, I don't know, faster, quicker, and less intuitive, less visible for the side of Geek Fam, and that is how they can usually get the advantage.
And it's crazy already, right? I mean, I'm getting tired of mentioning it, Eterna, but the Beatrix is broken. Like, come on, man. It was instantly first pick. I don't know, at this point, what do you need to let go? Maybe secure first pick? Go for the blue side, right? I mean, we have seen Ahmad on that Beatrix back in Season 8, and he was phenomenal at the Beatrix. He was one of the first few players who actually learned how to use the Renner early on when Beatrix was released. But here we go, Boloyski with the conceal once again, going into the bushes for the hooks. Unable to connect just yet, but Pi isolated. They don't want to go for it. They don't want to go for Pi. Sir Pi is too intimidating to gank.
Yeah, they don't want to get distracted by him either, so they're going to leave them alone, and they're going to focus on the mid side. Boloyski goes in for a hook, but unfortunately it does not connect because of the flicker that was utilized by the members from the side of Alter Ego Esports. They are going to force a recall. Geek Fam, they don't want to overcompensate just yet here, but Alter Ego, they might be looking for a pick onto Luke.
Oh, he's a fast friend. Oh, whoa! Leo Murphy still able to find a Jikundo flicker, bringing Luke back all the way, but Luke in a 1v4. He's going to go for Udil. He's going to be able to knock him up and actually outplay the situation with Jana coming to collapse. They're going on to Luke. Luke still surviving into the back lines. What the heck? Luke, he's still alive. He's going to be able to bait the entire team. Luke, oh my God. Geek Fam might be able to end it right here.
Man, already leading with 6,000 gold here, Mirko and Arashi. They're looking to push all of the 3 lanes, and they're going in, collapsing all at the same time. This might be a problem, as Celiboy and Kai, they're not in the picture just yet.
Jana already with the cables very aggressively, going to that bottom side. Chadera with the Wesker, sieging it down. 2 base turrets taken out. Boloyski looking for the hook. Udil comes in, terrifying Luke, but they are able to back off. My God, Arashi. Luke, Fredrin.
How good is Fredrin, especially when Luke is playing him? At this point, we haven't seen a lot of Fredrin, but he was able to withstand, for the most part, all the damage coming into Alter Ego. They were the ones who initiated that play, and you can say that Leo Murphy was a bit too overzealous with the Way of the Dragon, but afterwards, everyone was beating on him, and he was able to actually come out on top. You can make an argument that Alter Ego is behind and they don't have enough damage, but still, that's a very impressive performance from Luke on the Fredrin.
Yeah, Boloyski at this point, they're just having fun, baiting the buff as well, buying a little bit more time, just really making Alter Ego Esports more frustrated than they already are, as Geek Fam now look towards the Lord that has already spawned here in the Land of Dawn.
Let's play a fun game. How long will it take Geek Fam to clear this Lord up with the Wesker? Oh, you don't need to play. It's gone. It's gone. Never mind. Can't even time it.
At the same time, right now, Elzura, he also has an anti-cuirass, so if any kind of burst pickoff attempt is happening from the side of Alter Ego, Udil will be the main person that they look to for the damage, and Elzura, he might just be able to buy enough time right now. That's the issue for Alter Ego. They are good at playing the pickoff gameplay, but when they keep going for these pickoffs, Luke is able to survive that. Elzura is able to go back with the black shoes. And so they have been stuck using a lot of utility and spending a lot of time for very little return before Jana Cutie comes in and just turns it around.
Man, Miracle, is this going to be the game of upsets as Geek Fam? They're looking to close this game here with one straight push.
Udil trying to defend. Leo Murphy jumps in with the G-Kundo. Luke going to go for the Brave Assault, knocking Udil up. Leo Murphy still able to kite back. Luke jumping in again onto Ahmad, taunting both Selly Boy and Ahmad for Jana Cutie to dash in. Udil taken down. Leo Murphy as well. Ahmad cannot withstand the damage. They're all godlike. It's a double kill and also a 2-0 clean sweep from Geek Fam. Utterly destroying Alter Ego, taking revenge for the first leg match. Oh man, I want to see Geek Fam in playoffs.
What did they do in that week that they were off?
You know what they did? They gave Jana the opportunity to play Assassins. Finally, this is the Hades I was waiting for. This was the Jana I was waiting for.
I mean, again, this is just what we've come to expect from Geek Fam. Initially, we thought that with the imports coming in, with the new revamped roster, they can play very, very aggressively. And now we're seeing it when both Beloy as well as Jenna is on the aggressive playmaking heroes. They can wreak havoc in the early game, and they have shown again that they have grown in the discipline department. So now they are a threat both in the early game as well as all the way till the late game.
Guys, can I remind you something?
Yeah, what?
I want to remind all of you on the caster on the caster desk as well as in the audience that this is the first time that Geek Fam has won a game, and this is 2-0 against Alter Ego. This is denying history right now.
Yeah. They're taking history, they're learning from it, and they're saying, we're gonna write the new one here. Obviously, Luke, the man that is giving the thumbs up, but in the back, Jana QT. Hey man, that fanny was pretty galling.
Galling, man. I think every single member from Geek Fam actually performed there. Beloy, with the insane plays happening, when it happens, right? It's just amazing. Elzura outpouring damage with the Lilia, getting pickoffs with the Selena. Luke outlasting the full complete package from Alter Ego. Every single one of them are just making plays happening. Kadera outplaying, doing burst damage, positioning well on the gold lane. It seems like a new breath of fresh air for Geek Fam finally.
I'm just so happy. Like when you feel once again that things are getting predictable, it just doesn't.
Yeah, speaking of happy, I don't think the fans you're seeing on screen are that happy with that performance. The Alter Ego fans here, 2-0. That was a stomp.
It was.
Leg 2 Geek Fam revamp seems more aggressive than before. Not only are they aggressive, the discipline's there. The Filipino discipline. It's a good mix, Arashi.
We also mentioned a lot about having an improper game plan that doesn't really fit in well. The early game, the mid game, and the late game seems to be in disconnect usually from Geek Fam. But now that is no longer the case. They seem to know what exactly they want to do all the way until the end of the game. So it's just a great improvement, and it's so visible. It's not even that subtle.
It's not. And even by the draft, like you mentioned earlier, it's kind of weird. I don't know what. Do you think that this could have been different if Nino was playing instead?
I think both of these games, I do think Alter Ego were outdrafted. Not gonna lie. That's why I went for Geek Fam both games, and I don't know. I just had that feeling right as we went into the draft, right as we closed the draft. It was just crazy, right? Like the draft just complement each other really well. The synergy as well just hit. If you were to ask me to predict the game before the draft, I would say Alter Ego. But after the drafts, I would say Geek Fam.
Well, that is the power that a good draft can give you. So we have to see what exactly was going on in the minds of Geek Fam? How exactly were they able to improve so much in such a short period of time? Soon, we'll take a look at the interview coming in from our host, Vidio Mongstar.
Just throw it out over to Mongstar with an interview, hopefully with Jana.
Yeay, Bude Clara Mongstar udah bersama dengan salah satu player dari tim Geek Fam yang udah Bude keker dari tadi karena kekerannya begitu yahoo, Kadera.
Halo.
Congratulations, 2-0 pembukaan leg kedua yang begitu indah. Gimana ngelawan Alter Ego tadi?
Lawannya
Mic-nya deketan.
biasa aja sih.
Oh, biasa aja. Bentar, ini biasanya karena kalian itu udah mempersiapkan sedemikian rupa atau kalian kaget dengan performa Alter Ego hari ini?
Dua-duanya sih bisa dibilang. Kami udah mempersiapkan latihan yang lumayan bisa dibilang tryhard dan juga melihat gameplay Alter Ego, ternyata ya itu kami bisa menang 2-0.
Oh wow, bentar. Terus tau gak sih, ini lagi ada acara apa sih di MPL bagi-bagi telur ya? Hah? Lagi pada suka makan telur?
Kayaknya sih iya.
Kayaknya sih ya. Dan bahkan di game pertama kalian gak kasih point kill sama sekali. Apa yang terjadi? Kalian begitu ganas.
Mungkin strateginya Alter Ego sudah kami
baca.
Jadi sudah kami buat tidak kill Alter Ego.
Puas gak sih bikin mereka gak nge-kill?
Puas banget sih, karena kan Mongzi ngomong god laner saya kan biasa aja tuh.
Luar biasa ya, ini pembuktian.
Iya, pembuktian.
Kadera itu luar biasa. Iya, Bude sih luar biasa. Kamu perform 2 game ini begitu memukau. Dan pertanyaannya, mungkin kita flashback sedikit ya. Di leg yang pertama, Kadera, what happened? Sebenarnya dari kacamatamu ya, sampai Geek Fam harus di posisi paling bontot.
Mungkin karena
penyesuaian
karena time kan. Ada beberapa player dari Geek Fam kan baru kan di MPL, jadinya first time gitu di leg pertama dilihat. Bukan dilihat sih, maksudnya penyesuaian lah.
Groginya,
ya,
terus juga di panggung, belum lagi komunikasi dengan dua bahasa yang berbeda. Tapi di leg yang kedua kayaknya udah teratasi ya Kadera ya?
Sudah teratasi.
Sudah teratasi dan pada akhirnya kalian bisa ngedapetin 2-0 dan harapannya untuk Kadera, untuk tim-tim lainnya nih kan bakal kalian lawan. Ada nggak sih harapan-harapan untuk timmu sendiri?
Semoga Geek Fam bisa win streak lah di leg kedua ini.
Bisa win streak. Oke, akan kita semangati bersama untuk tim Geek Fam, akan kita lihat bersama-sama juga. Good luck, have fun untuk Kadera. Yang mau kamu sampaikan?
Buat fans Geek Fam tetap dukung kami.
Wah, terus buat yang ada di rumah, mungkin buat kamu kan dari luar kota juga kan, anak rantau kayak Bude nih, boleh pakai bahasamu juga boleh. Boleh pakai bahasa Madura, boleh.
Yang Madura sih dukung kok langkong.
Yay! Artinya pokoknya dukung Kadera terus, mau Kadera gimana pun dan Geek Fam dukung, betul? Betul. Oke, kalau gitu thank you banget Kadera dan juga Geek Fam. Congratulations, kita bakal balikin kepada para caster, silahkan.
Thank you so much for the interview. A wholesome one with the Rookie Monster and Bude Mongstar. Kadera was an absolute beast in both of the games, but I think this game, we're going to focus on the man who has 8 kills, 0 deaths, and 5 assists.
It is going to be Jana QT, man. We did mention that he is a little more aggressive. He has the killing spree as well. He has the high and dry as well. And he's going for those very aggressive 1v1s as much as possible when it's even available for him from the side of Alter Ego. He goes for the Hunter Strike and then the Heptasis, and then with the Malefic Roar, any kind of, temporary armor, physical defense items that Alter Ego will be building will just get completely nullified. So he's ensuring that in the mid game, his power spike is going to be very decisive, and that is exactly what he went for. 8-0 in 5, all the way till the end. It doesn't seem like anyone from the side of Alter Ego is even able to withstand his damage. We can see that Steady Boy, he has a Dreadnought armor, You can see Pi, he has 2 or even 3 armor items even, but his damage overall is still going to be enough and no one can actually deal with him. That is a big part of how Geek Fam is able to actually have so much pressure. And once you have enough items to deal with the pressure from Janna QT, you have to worry about Elzura on that Lilia. So overall, that's just a great combination of game plan from Geek Fam. But the rich guy and the carry is still Kadera on that Beatrix, man. The trend still continues. He wasn't the main star of this game, but he was still doing a lot of damage. He was still getting a lot of GPM. The Beatrix pick is showing that it's very, very strong.
Are we gonna see a back-to-back MVP for Kadera?
I think this game...
Do you think it's gonna be Janna QT instead?
Might be
I think it's, I don't know, right? Like, because everyone did their job properly.
You're right.
Janna did his job, Luke definitely did his job. Jadera taking turrets and also putting on the damage.
Yeah, and also Elzura on that note, actually.
Even
He
Malloy.
went full utility. He went straight for the Ice Queen wand as well as Enchantment Talisman, and if you saw, he also built anti-cuirass, so he wasn't able to get taken down, and he was able to provide that really consistent energy of damage. But okay, here we go. MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series. It's gonna be Janna QT on the Fanny debut this time around.
He's shushing the doubters, Arashi.
He's silencing the doubters indeed. This is the MVP highlight by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Look at that, all the way in the early game, we saw that Alter Ego, they were playing it very, very aggressively, and early on, with the more aggressive composition, they're able to get a bit of an edge. But afterwards, the mobility, the burst damage, and the hand speed from Janna is just too much. Here, Alter Ego goes in for a very aggressive dive, but afterwards, they get surrounded, they get comboed, and they lost Sally Boy so early in that fight, they can't really do anything afterwards. And here, despite the engage from Leo Murphy, Janna just comes in towards the rest of the members and essentially splits Alter Ego into 2 divisions. And of course, you can't forget this exact moment where Luke is able to withstand all the damage. And look at that, Janna doing all that burst damage against Pi and Leo Murphy. Those are not squishy characters. Those are tank heroes on the side of Alter Ego, and they didn't stand a chance. Afterwards, with the edge, with the Lord in their hands, they just keep going for that aggressive playstyle. They get the pickoffs with Baloyski, with the Iron Hook, and then afterwards, they just go for the decisive end. And who would have thought that it's a 2-0 against Alter Ego?
Nobody.
Yeah, I mean, 17% of the audience, technically they predicted it, right? 17%. So to everyone who put in the guess coins for Geek Fam, I don't know what the odds look like, but it was probably pretty good. You guys are gonna eat well in terms of that guess coin. But man, yeah, what an upset already in the first match. We still have 2 more matches in the day, and that just goes to show how strong is this new Geek Fam? How strong is the assassin or the aggressive new redefined version of Geek Fam? Remember, Alter Ego, they're not like a bot. Well, technically now they are kind of a bottom team because Geek Fam just put them there, but they have been competing pretty well against the top 3.
Yeah,
they beat EVOS. They beat EVOS.
Yeah, but still mid on standing.
They are still in the middle, Arashi, but Geek Fam, they're going for that middle spot. They're trying to take it away from Alter Ego. We're going to take a hear, though, as to what they said in the mic checks, the highlights by TikTok.
I'm going for... I think safe mid. Below.
Balmon, grid.
Alright, makakapatayin ka ng Kobe. I can join.
I got blue, Toro deck!
Toro deck! Kobe no flicker. Ay, now line.
I get bottom.
Nice.
Hey, careful top. Hey, guys, mid, guys.
Ay, ulti.
Pareha ko, boy, guys.
I open! Nice, boy. Low knock, respect low knock. Clear whip. Can end.
We can end, guys.
Go, pakita.
Lock.
Tower lock. Can, nice. Ah! Careful. Hold the throw. I press this throw.
Die. Nice.
I got.
Nice one, Baloyski! Nice one, boy. Look up, guys.
Go mid. I got.
Go mid.
Die.
Class, boy! Let's kill back.
I have fight.
On the way.
On the way.
Oh, second skill, guys.
On the way, guys.
Nice, boy!
Can push Tantra. Can hold the mid. Yeah.
Why?
Tantra, mid push mid.
Brody. Let's go.
I'm surprised. Come.
We got mid.
Tantra come. Yeah, I'm joining.
Ngapain dyan?
I got Ruby, I got Valentina. Esme. Dan! Esme. Ngapain,
Jana has picked up some Indonesian words. He is using it. He is utilizing it properly here. Mental game, definitely strong. He's yelling, "What are you doing?" in Indonesian, constantly up against Alter Ego, a team that are notorious for also yelling and screaming.
And I'm quite surprised because there have been so many back discussions that Geek Fam, because of the lose streak that they've actually accumulated in Leg 1, that they kind of lost their ambition and their drive. But oh my god, that mic check. Completely the opposite. You can feel the confidence really seeping in, and hopefully this will be able to give them the momentum that they need.
That is exactly what we want to see, right? Geek Fam just rising from the ashes and somehow showing up to be one of the stronger contenders, possibly making it to the playoff stage. I mean, with how they're playing right now, it seems possible.
How they're playing right now, they have a better chance to make it to playoffs than BTR.
I mean, it depends on the next game.
It depends on consistency as well, because remember, we still have 3 more weeks. 3 more weeks. I'm still kind of confused because, again, every game, it feels so close, so high stakes. Alter Ego with this, it's pretty high stakes for them because now they're not safe either.
They're, with this defeat, they're lower in the standings for sure, and in terms of scores as well. So no one stays on top, no one exactly stays on the bottom either. So you're continuously guessing, and as you said, there are still 3 more weeks, and with this season playing out the way it is, we really have no idea how things are gonna play out. So we're gonna take a look at the key to success though for Geek Fam in that particular game. I think we're gonna try and figure out what exactly is it that actually leads them to be so dominant against a team that supposedly should be dominant as Alter Ego.
That's why.
Crazy.
That's what makes me so baffled, honestly. As of yet, we can see that both teams have similar gameplay, both very aggressive, but what exactly was the defining factor for Geek Fam?
Well, of course, their early game aggression, we have expected it, but it seems a lot more calculative, a lot cleaner than their previous performances. That is number 1. But afterwards, how they're playing, how they're able to actually kite away from Alter Ego in game number 1, they avoid all the engagements they don't think they have an edge in. And afterwards, in game number 2, they have the Lilia, they have the Fredrin, and they abuse the fact that Alter Ego like to go for those pickoffs. They count on Leo Murphy making those huge aggressive plays with the flicker, with the Jeet Kune Do Way of the Dragon combo, and then afterwards, they punish that aggression by using the Black Shoes, by using the Fredrin to absorb all the damage and just counter it completely. I think that's a very smart way to deal with Alter Ego.
Yeah, and one thing you mentioned, Eterna, was that the Lilia prioritized anti-Cuirass after the Ice Queen won and Enchanted Talisman. That just shows that the Lilia was picked up again when they baited the Esmeralda pick. They really wanted that Lilia because it kind of countered how Alter Ego plays, where Alter Ego, they just wanted to grab kills left and right for the side of Geek Fam. They counter it. They grab objectives, and you guys can grab food. While we are gonna go on break later on, you guys can go ahead and use the promo code grb.to/MPL. Scan the QR code below, Arashi, on the right of your screen. My left, your right. Eterna,
My left.
Your left.
You sure?
They're right.
Yeah, that one.
But
I'm getting hungry. I'm sorry. I think I need to order Grab after this.
Oh, you can do it with your Samsung phone
You're
while
right.
you're listening to music on your JBL Quantum headset while sitting on your Secret Lab chair with Axe.
Head and Shoulders.
Yeah, I was getting there, but...
Oh! Why you gotta blame me like that?
The disconnect.
No worries, though. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been insane. 2-0. Again, this is what we expected from Geek Fam, especially after their first game in the in MPL ID, Arashi.
Right, against
Their
RRQ.
shocker against RRQ really set expectations for the rest of the season. And so far, based on week 2 to week 4, we haven't seen the same Geek Fam. Now, though, I really hope they can stay in form. That's the only thing. If they can stay in form, they might be contenders to actually win as well.
I think initially people are saying, oh, they're just making all these plays off the back of Beloyski, right? Beloyski is a good player. He can make those engages happen and Geek Fam just capitalize. And then once teams realize that, they go on Beloyski instead and they shut down the engage. But now, with Elzura on the Selena, with all these other possibilities, with Jana Cutie on a Fanny that can just come in out of nowhere, there's a lot more threats to think about, and that allows Beloyski to just shine that much brighter.
there are dimensions, there are different
That's it.
scenarios that you need to think about, and Geek Fam have thought about it. Now, it's time for Rebellion and BTR to think about that too, because with Geek Fam improving this fast, both these teams will need a victory to stop the momentum from Geek Fam and to stay put, stay in that comfort position. The battle for 6th, the battle for playoffs still continue in week 5, day number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi. We're going to take a break before we give you match number 2.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin, dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu, liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana, terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max nggak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue Dandia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why? Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why? Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details. Awesome details. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli,
Beli-beli.
beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli
Pasti ori.
Beli-beli. Download sekarang.
Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Beli-beli, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari superfans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G. Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why? Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details. Awesome details. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli,
Beli-beli.
beli-beli pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EPOS.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G. Why?
Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why? Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details. Awesome details. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa. Hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap. Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu. Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli beli
Beli beli beli beli.
beli beli pasti ori.
Beli beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
saya Anggi. Kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ofar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
This is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli.
Beli-beli.
Beli-beli pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya Ipos.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out.
Beli-beli.
Beli-beli.
Beli-beli pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Pasti ori. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli. Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Anggi. Kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari superfans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
This is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Kobarkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli, hihi.
Beli-beli.
Beli-beli pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Pasti ori. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli. Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya Ipos.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi bestie dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli, hihi.
Beli
Pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Pasti ori. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya, lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Nah, ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mani gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Anggi. Kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari superfans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi bestie dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli.
Beli-beli.
Beli-beli pasti Odi.
Beli-beli.
Pasti Odi. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli. Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih, Mas. Terima kasih, Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ofar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede. Ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli.
Beli-beli.
Beli-beli pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Pasti ori. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli. Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu. Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ofar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli.
Beli-beli.
Beli-beli pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Pasti ori. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli. Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mani gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ofar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua. We all this.
Live from MPL Arena, MPL Season 10 presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Axe, Head and Shoulders, and Super App partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
The battle for the playoffs starts now again, ladies and gentlemen, especially for both of the teams in match number 2 of MPL ID Season 10, Week 5, Day number 2. Bigetron Alpha takes on the Blue Bulls. Rebellion Zion still on the desk, English desk, with Miracle, Eterna, and Arashi. All of us have heads, all of us have shoulders, and we also have very, very beautiful hair because of Head and Shoulders that help us wipe out all the dandruff and wipe out all the itchy, everything that's bad about your hair. Wipe it out instantly with Head and Shoulders, and you guys can get the limited edition one right now with Tigrill, Eudora, Mia. Ooh. Get yours now at any mini market or e-commerce store because we're gonna get straight into the official team lineups.
Yeah, it seems like it is going to be not Repo playing, but Sorizo coming back into the fray here for the side of Bigetron Alpha. And on the side of Rebellion, it's gonna be Heis, Wijanarko, Fearless, Dyran, as well as Suelo. So very interesting right now. We will not be seeing Repo. But from the side of Rebellion Zion, I mean, right now they're sitting at that 6th place. But the problem is, on the standings, things are getting very close. So it only takes a few more games for them to lose and the others to win for them to lose that playoff position.
Especially with time running out for all the teams involved in the current Season 10 of MPL Indonesia, games are going to get even more and more important. And Rebellion, we have seen great improvements from them, but we have seen great improvements from their competition as well, so they need to step it up.
Confidence in the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders. Today, though, we're taking a different approach. Not the players, but Coach Chico, the Giant Slayer. The man that's behind all of the crazy drafts that we have seen Rebellion pull off, especially this one right here. Crafted to perfection, able to get the upset against the defending champions, and it's all about enabling highs. For Coach Chico himself, So far, the draft in the first leg has been somewhat inconsistent. Coming into the end of the first leg, though, we did see a new, redefined version of Rebellion Zion that focuses on enabling highs on the Beatrix, the remarkable hero for this team. Even though right now it's still standing at a 44% win rate, you can see that Coach Chico has a lot of heroes in his arsenal to place into the hands of his teams. And right now, they need to break their lose streak. Coming into the stage, Coach Chico with his team, Rebellion Zion.
The Blue Bulls make their way on the stage here, the dark horse of MPL ID Season 10. I mean, they've come a long way since week number 1, being able to cause so many upsets, winning against the teams that are the strongest here in MPL ID Season 10. But however, there is something that we can highlight in leg 2. It doesn't seem like they found their correct footing just yet, but hopefully in this matchup against Bigetron Alpha, they'll make it, they'll find it in order to pave their way back into the playoff position.
Especially if you're talking about upsets, about surprising developments. Right now, Rebellion's on top and Bigetron are the underdogs in this situation. They are the ones who will have to try and find something special and execute something extraordinary to ensure that they get one leg up over Rebellion Zion. Because again, this is a battle for the slot in the playoff.
Speaking of, the red robots are looking ready. Analyst Starless gave Max a hug, a handshake as well, giving him a confidence boost right before he steps up onto the stage. That's what you want, that's what you need from your CEO.
Yeah, exactly. And if we look on screen here, the match history, it doesn't seem like it's in their favor so far. Momentum definitely not in their hands, but they're looking to make that all change here against Rebellion as they're stepping their way into the tunnel camp by Head and Shoulders.
Well, if we have Coach Chico for Rebellion, we also have Brandini with the Red Revolution. From the Philippines, he's come here to make an impact on BTR. So far, we have seen a mixed result from BTR based on the draft and their performances. But when they do get that early game control, they usually are able to snowball it with Marky. That's the thing, that's the key right now. Marky and just the gold lane in general has been the main factor in the wins that has come through from BTR. Even the unique picks coming in, like the Popo and Koopa that has been placed in the roam position, in the mage, on the mid lane position. It's all been unique picks for BTR, but maybe they need to tone down the creativity and move back to that solid playstyle that he has. With the 35 hero pool, he has much bigger of a hero pool compared to Coach Chico. We'll see if that gets utilized here. They have to be careful, they have to be wary of the Blue Bulls. Bigetron Alpha making their way up on stage.
The red robots as well as we know them. Momentum not yet in their favor so far, especially after their 2-0 loss against RRQ Hoshi yesterday. It is imperative for them to step up here in leg number 2 if they want to make it into the playoffs. Right now, they are sitting at 7th and I think perhaps 8th place after Geek Fam won that 2-0 in match number 1 of today.
Well, 7th or 8th right now, it matters, but at this point, they need to get to gun for the victory regardless, because if they go further down in the standings, it's going to be that much harder for them to recover. They are in a precarious situation, and we have seen that they have great potential. It's just not coming into place just as the coaches intended. So maybe in this game, with the improvements from yesterday's performance, they can finally pull out something magnificent.
That's the question here. What can they pull out? I mean, yesterday in their game against RRQ Hoshi, initially they were leading. They had the early game, but for some reason, it only took 1 minute for RRQ Hoshi to wipe them out.
Again, that's the big question for both of these teams, because so far in the season, they kind of have a similar playstyle. Getting a lead early on, but not able to capitalize on the lead that they've gotten in the early stage, snowballing it to the middle stages of the game. But here, we do see that there is Coach Chico and Brandini right there, trying to give their team information and obviously the lessons that they've learned through the drafts, through the losses with the incredible headphones, the JBL Quantum, helping them lead their team to victory.
Speaking of Bigetron though, we have seen that they, as you mentioned, can take control in the early game, but then afterwards, in the middle of the game, they just seem to lack a bit of a roadmap on where they want to go. We take a look here at the team head-to-head by Head and Shoulders. Bigetron Alpha kill, death, and assist all higher than Rebellion, that can be good and bad at the same time because the death is still higher, but where it really shines is the difference in objective rate as well as the First Lord and the First Turtle. Bigetron has been better with the rotations and they are so much better at securing an early advantage before going for these objectives afterwards. It really seems like their only issue is having a clear goal, a clear purpose when it comes to that mid-game to late-game situation, because that is where their opponents who are on the back foot have a chance to try and spin it on them.
Yeah, Bigetron Alpha, they may not have the momentum, but the odds are definitely in their favor, as is their history. For the past 5 times that Bigetron as well as Rebellion have met head-to-head, Rebellion Zion have only managed to win a single match.
Rebellion, obviously a team that are pretty new to the MPL scene, obviously joining in Season 8. So the fact that they have been able to take down BTR is pretty impressive. But there you go, Arashi. You are also seeing on your screen just now the keys to victory for BTR. Obviously, we mentioned this so many times, but the drafts are going to be important, especially for BTR, because I can't help but feel that the losses that they have, taken have been mostly because of the drafts.
I feel like the keys of victory will include, for sure, not our community on teamfight, because Bigetron, they're so good at managing distance and backing away from unfavorable altercations against their opponents. Beware of Rebellion side laners rotations. We've seen great potential from a lot of different teams, but especially with Rebellion, with how aggressive they can be in the laning phase, they want to be a bit more careful, because Sorizo, he can shine, but he needs to get ahead in that lane. And of course, follow up on Key's initiation. We have seen crazy plays coming in from the man himself, Key, the literal key to victory from Bigetron Alpha. If they can follow up, Rebellion Zion, they're in for a treat. But for them, the keys to victory also include prioritizing Paquito and Beatrix, having strong laners in the side lanes, as we see a contrast from Bigetron's keys to victory. Chico setting up surprise picks, where there's still a lot of potential for Chico to reveal aces in the, a hidden ace for his team. And of course, respect the Atlas from Key. We have seen that in the most dire of situations, Key on an engaged hero, not necessarily only the Atlas, can turn things around with one huge moment, one huge team fight.
I'm gonna add another keys to victory here, Arashi. Let me know if you agree or not. For the side of Rebellion Zion, I think one of their keys to victory is to also secure a power pick for highs. He's only been able to play the Beatrix as well as a Claude to fruition, but other than that, he hasn't had the same impact as he could. So we're also going to take a look at the audience prediction by TikTok. What do you guys think? 65% voted for Bigetron this time around. It is understandable with the way that things have been happening in the past, but man, everything really is up in the air right now, especially Season 10.
Yeah, in terms of history, it's understandable. Bigetron Alpha have been able to capture more victories than Rebellion Zion just in this matchup alone. BTR have always been a solid team in the MPL. I think this season has been their worst performance to date. But here, again, we are going to take a look at Bigetron Alpha's match history and their matches to come. Because, look, they need to get as many victories as they can. And Rebellion, Geek Fam, those are the main 2 targets to get full points on. Look at the others, Aura, Alter Ego, ONIC, and EVOS. These are all of the teams that they've lost against in that first leg.
It really is a very difficult situation when you're this behind. Every single victory they can get will count. And of course, as you mentioned, if they can actually get decisive victories against Rebellion or against Geek Fam, that just puts them closer and closer to overtaking for that 6th spot.
We're going to jump, though, Arashi, into the draft for game number 1 of match 2. As Rebellion have chosen the blue side, BTR, red side, just like the color of their teams.
Oh, interesting. And now we can see that Bigetron Alpha have opted to take the Yve off the board. Now this is interesting because now, once again, it is going to leave those priority picks on the board. The Beatrix still up until now, I think,
100%.
It's still 100%.
Yeah, since
even after
week 4.
first match.
Even after first match, Chidera was able to get a victory in game number 2 of that first match up against Alter Ego with the Beatrix. So right now, Beatrix, I believe, is definitely one of, if not the most prio heroes in the game. Rebellion, though, they're taking a different route. They're forcing the Beatrix to be banned out by BTR. Remember, when it comes down to the signature pick, Rebellion has picked up the Beatrix the most out of any other team, and BTR, they know it. They're finally adapting to the Beatrix meta, technically. With the Beatrix ban here, you are going to see most probably the same standard bans. Valentina, Faramis, still up for grabs. Rebellion, I'm expecting them to ban one of those.
Getting one of those mages out of the game will be important. It would benefit them a bit because if we look at Bigetron, how they like to fight, if they want to buy some time with the Cult Altar, that can be very beneficial. So they ban out the Valentina, and on Bigetron, they can pick between banning out the Faramis, or they can go for a more unorthodox ban. If they want to limit Dairon's power hero in that lane, they can go for the Paquito. They can ban the Esmeralda as well. Options are on the table, but Faramis will be the one that Bigetron Alpha goes for.
Okay, so the Faramis is the last choice here, Arashi. For the side of Rebellion Zion, you think Paquito?
I do think Paquito. Dairon has found most success on that Paquito. It makes sense as well with their style of play to take the Paquito away from BTR. Because yesterday, in both games that they lost, they also secured the Paquito, BTR. So their game play and their game plan has been centered around that Paquito. If Rebellion just take it away, BTR might be forced onto heroes they're not comfortable with.
And talking about centered around Rebellion Zion here, there is a short list of achievements coming from Wijanarko here. 5th place in MDL Season 4, 11th place in MPL I 2021, and he was also Team of the Week roamer during week number 3. But as you predicted here, we do see a Paquito being picked up here for the side of Rebellion Zion, but Bigetron very quick with the response. They will be able to take that Esmeralda as well as that Julian pick as well.
When you're talking about the Julian, you gotta wonder, is this gonna be a tanky Julian? Is this gonna be a full damage Julian? We mentioned this a bit in the Alter Ego match, but not a lot of players have been able to make the full damage Julian work that efficiently. Going for a bit more tankiness and then going for that big engage seems to be the way to go. We have here a comment though from Bigetron Alpha. Indonesia's gold laner is very aggressive when they're good, and they're good when they're by one. So 1v1ing. This is a quote from Marky. So he respects the potential of getting into aggressive fights, aggressive trades in the early stages in that gold lane.
Ooh, we're seeing a change already in the pattern of drafts coming in from Rebellion Zion. Usually, on the first leg, in every single matchup, they secure the XP lane first, then they transition it over to a gold lane pick. Usually the Beatrix or a Claude. We've also seen the Beatrix first pick, so heavy emphasis on those two side laners. But here, we're seeing the Lunox. That can be flexed for Rebellion. We've seen highs on that. But BTR, they go for the Diggy. Right now, the Diggy doesn't really have that much of an impact when it comes down to the game because Rebellion don't really have that hard lockdown hero just yet, right? Maybe they're just preventing that from coming through. But BTR, with the first pick and the last pick of the second phase, they might be able to dictate the draft based on the bans coming in the second phase.
Ban Claude.
Ban Claude, that could be an option. And at the same time, we have seen the combination of a Popol and Koopa and a Diggy that is still available to shut down that gold lane completely and then go for that heavy pick-off strategy. We have a head-to-head here between Fearless and Max, and honestly, it does seem like Fearless is performing a lot better when it comes to solo performance, but Max, he likes to enable his team, and he is occasionally okay with just making more selfless plays in favor of his team getting an advantage. That is why we say that Bigetron, they are good at working together, more so than most other teams.
So now the Balman has and is the choice of ban here from the side of Bigetron. So they're eliminating any jungle who has the potential to be in that OP position. Obviously the Akai and the Balman out of the table. Perhaps the Julian is going to be placed in that jungle position, but still very flex here for the side of Bigetron. Rebellion Zion, however, will respond with a Popol and Koopa ban.
Yeah, very smart. Aside from the Beatrix, in week 5, Popol is also standing at a 100% win rate. Again, winning lanes have just such a massive impact on the game in this meta currently, especially as the tournament meta progresses, right? Early on in the season, it was just all Akais coming through, Faramis, Valentina, but with the Beatrix, now you're seeing it banned more often, and Popol is following that route as well. Both of the gold laners not seen just yet. I do believe that this Lunox, if BTR banned a Claude, Lunox gold.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Because those are the only 4 heroes that he's played, right? and all of them have been banned or picked. 1-1, Beatrix, Popol, not Popol actually, Claude, and then the Lunox. But Chorizo, talking about flexible picks from Rebellion, that's something usual about the draft. We will trust everything on the coach. So even after a few of the losses that they've taken, they're still trusting the coach, Coach Rendini, full confidence.
That is absolutely what you need to do, man. Like, if there's no there's no trust between the coach and the players, there's gonna be a bit of a disconnect, and that is the last thing you want when you're competing at such a high level. There needs to be a certain synergy between not just the players, but the coach as well. As Mirko mentioned though, the gold lane has been so important, and getting early strong laners have been so good because teams are getting more and more disciplined. So if they can get the game rolling, get the ball rolling all the way since the early game, they are less likely to just let that go in a mistake. So getting strong early games seems to be the way to go for a lot of teams these days. And Bigetron right now, they have the chance to go for the Claude if they want to, or they can go for something that's gonna surprise us all.
Oh, I mean, we have seen a few Brunos pop up, and Irithel as well. Signature picks, honestly, for Marky at this point. We might even see the Brody again. He played Brody 2 games in a row yesterday. They go for a Melissa, though. Melissa. This is also a hero that's been still sitting at 100% win rate. So, very good win rate, but has only been played 3 times, Eterna. It's very situational. They pick it here instead of the last pick. Why?
That's a good question here. I mean, for sure, the Melissa is able to battle it out in that lane because she has that additional range. So perhaps they want to work around that. They do see the Matilda and the Paquito, so they are going to negate the kill pressure that both of these heroes can have when it comes down to the ganking in that gold lane. But other than that, it's going to be a little bit difficult. But now that the Fanny has been picked up, actually, what's the ultimate is going to be able to
Cutthroat, yeah.
Erase the kill pressure from the Fanny.
Yeah. The Cutthroat, this is, I don't know, Rebellion picking a Fanny right after you see a Melissa is definitely questionable, Arashi. Melissa cancels out all those steel cables. Sure, you deal damage with the Cutthroat still. Once you get in range, you can use it, but that's about it. If you can't burst the Melissa down with just one ability, which I'm pretty sure you won't be able to, especially when the Melissa gets that win in nature, the Fanny just is not really going to be able to deal that much damage towards the members of BTR. Now they have a chance to pick up just a Sicilian. Sicilian would work great here, especially with the peel provided by the Melissa, but they instead go for the Ling, putting the Julian in the mid lane once again. And the drafts have been set.
Right, I was about to say that this might be why they go for the gold laner first. Having the Julian will allow them to actually flex it to the mid lane. That is what they go for right here. So now with that being said, Bigetron have such a safe, secure backline situation. But as we mentioned, early game presence is so important right now, and Rebellion, they have that.
BTR picking up the Ling in the final pick. Again, this is a very mixed draft, I believe, right? You have a proper front-to-back composition with the Melissa, but you also want to dive. It's very mixed, kind of multi-dimensional, but it might just have the opposite effect.
Well, for Bigetron, again, if they're not expanding too much in the early game, they'll be fine because their roamer key is on the Diggy, and that's not exactly a very dynamic hero you want to try and actually get a victory unless he wants to poke and be a nuisance in the gold lane.
2 different game plans coming head to head. The clash between the blue bulls and the red robots. We're jumping into the land of Dawn for Rebellion Zion versus Bigetron Alpha.
Now, we can see already here that Max is going to be playing the Ling, so he will be able to have a little bit more kill pressure than the Fanny, realizing that the gold laner is a little bit more vulnerable, understanding that Clint can be taken down, and it's a little bit more difficult as compared to Marky, who's on the Melissa. But so far, we can see once again Wijanarko being such a nuisance in that lane, trying to pressure Max out of that Ling pick, trying to deal and try to buy more time.
Yeah, he was already able to actually steal a creep away. Again, he's just trying to bait out that retribution from Max to give Fanny more room to play, maybe even go for a steal here early on, but Chorizo's going to deny that. Maybe not though. Fearless comes in, he actually steals it away! Purple buff taken, secured. Max missed that opportunity. Fearless already ahead, and this is massive. As a Fanny, we are going to take a look at the town prediction by Axe, though. It's favoring BTR. All of us on the English desk opting for BTR.
Omwawa on the Indonesian desk as well with the same opinion. So I think it's because they have a lot more probabilities to actually secure the game. And if you look at the side of Rebellion Zion, yeah, they have an aggressive composition and they can dive very well and have good burst. But what will enable that? Because later on, even if they try and press their advantage, Key can negate all that with the time journey, and that will allow Bigetron Alpha to scale or at least buy us a bit more time until they get into that late game, unless Fearless can say something about that.
Oh, he's already forcing a flicker out of Key. Fun fact, I've actually played with Fearless in Ranked, and he played the Fanny.
Huh.
So I do know how he likes to play it, at least in my game, right? He was kind of a utility-based Fanny in my game. Maybe he was testing things out. This time it doesn't feel like he wants to go for that utility build. Again, he's opted for the high and dry, so it should be more of a killer-style Fanny right here as they get control for the first turtle.
We'll see already a setup here coming in from Rebellion. We are going to see if Matt will be able to steal this away. I mean, from history, he has been able to, and here he goes.
Let's see, Max one level below. It's going to be Fearless jumping in onto the turtle with the help of Sway Low. Max, amazing retribution, securing it. Now the Tempest Blaze, knocking Fearless up, going for the kill. Sorizo picks up first blood, going on to Sway Low now with the sprint popped in. Brilliant's going to be popped as well. Sorizo able to get away for now, but Enhanced Chain connects onto Dyron, forcing a flicker out. Sorizo looking for the dive. One more hit is all they need. Alarm bomb being placed by Key. Dyron cannot recall. They're trying to sandwich him down, but Vidio places the guiding wind, bringing him out to safety.
Oh, okay. I thought Key was going to go for it, but okay, well played here from the side of Rebellion Zion. They were able to get out, and Bigetron Alpha, they didn't want to commit onto it as well. Don't want to make any blunders here in the early game, as now we can take a look at the emblems here, Ashi.
Demon Slayer by Max for sure was critical in securing the turtle in that previous engagement. For the side of Fearless, though, he does have that killing, that high and dry, so he needs to be a bit more aggressive. But at this point, consider Bigetron, they're doing very well in avoiding the early skirmishes as much as possible. And when they go for those fights, they make sure that they have some control, and they are the ones who initially engage first. When you take the initiative, you have inherent advantage, even just a bit.
It sucks though, because even if Rebellion Zion want to go for heavy CC plays, perhaps utilizing the ultimate coming in from Wijanarko, that could just be rendered useless, and that's basically one of the main things that they can use. And so with that in mind, what exactly can they play around with? Are they going to have to focus on pickoffs instead of going for those 5v5 fights?
In fact, if they engage carelessly, there is a possibility that Moreno can actually go for the counter-engage. But Marky here is making play happen.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mentioned in the draft. Marky, beautiful, beautiful positioning. Highs though. Ooh, if he had one more, that first ability could have taken Marky out. But Vidio looking for the space to go for it. Reverse time, bringing him back. Moreno coming in with an enhanced chain. Like I mentioned though, that's why I questioned the Fanny pick up against a Melissa. You're gonna be, that's what happens. You deal damage with the cutthroat, but that's it. Your cables, say bye-bye to your mobility in team fights.
That can be actually considered a huge counter for Fanny, who, the counter does a lot of damage, but for the most part, the cables are what it's usually used for, is the main source of damage for that Fanny. So having the Melissa cancel that out is a option that a lot of teams have not explored, and Moreno here actually goes for it.
Yeah, enhanced sword there, just jumping in, trying to bait some of the abilities from Rebellion, but both of them disengage. Fearless going back, clearing out. Moreno comes in with the enhanced chain, finding Sway Low. Max is going to be able to dive Sway Low under the turret. Has the Tempest of Blades, will not pop it. The new axe effect keeping Max fresh in game number 1.
2 retributions, 2 of them successful. Right now, Max once again being very clutch with that retribution, and so far what we've seen from both of these teams is that it has reflected onto their team head-to-head. We saw that Bigetron Alpha were able to get more kills, more objectives, and it's being seen here with the way that they're playing right now. 3,000 gold lead almost as Sorizo goes very aggressive onto Swalo.
Fearless too, jumping in, time journey popped in, Key maneuvering beautifully out with the walls played in. Fearless so far on this killer Fanny hasn't really been able to do much. Maybe it comes down to that, Arashi. Maybe when he was playing with me on the utility Fanny, that's what he's comfortable doing. Now on the high and dry Fanny, it does seem like maybe either he's countered, which can be true because of the Melissa, or he's just not finding that comfort.
It's just very difficult for him right now because there's not a lot of easy targets for him to burst down. Usually, the Golden is very susceptible to these aggressive Fanny plays, but since Marky is on that Melissa, we've already discussed how the kit of Melissa just counters Fearless completely. Everyone else, they can get out, they can escape, and of course, Key is still there to just ruin things if they force an engagement.
Well, say goodbye to Fearless.
Ooh.
He may be Fearless, but Max is going to be able to take him down. 0-3-0. Bigetron Alpha pushing the pace. And Max, he got the Wind Talker. He already has the Demon Slayer, so he's going to clear waves even faster in the mid lane. Moreno, characteristic from yesterday, we did see this happen multiple times, overextending and getting punished.
Right now, Suelo already has a Clock of Destiny, so he's not exactly at his power spike, but the fact that Moreno was easy to give him a kill isn't exactly the greatest thing as well, because he's going to be one of the main sources of damage when it scales into that mid towards late game.
Not to mention, if Moreno gets too far behind, then they lose the threat coming in from him, because he is one of the main sources of burst magical damage on the team. Everything else is for the most part physical. Max now goes in aggressively, but as you can see, the mobility advantage allows Bigetron to be a lot more dominant, and they can pick and choose whichever engagement they want to go for. If it's not beneficial for them, they're happy just kiting away, and worst comes to shove, if Rebellion Zion engages with a flicker, they can just use the time journey and peace out.
Because, like, to be honest here, Arashi as well as Mirko, who can Fearless even target on their team? It's so difficult. If he wants to go in for those plays, he went full in with the emblem as well. He hasn't been able to get anything out of it. 0-3-0, one level behind Max as well. It's just so difficult to watch.
We've seen Fanny being able to do a lot of damage, even to fighters and tanks, but they require a bit of snowballing, a bit of an advantage, and so far Fearless have not been able to do that. Max, on the other hand, has shown his domination.
Wait, how? Tempest Blades up top, High's gonna get caught, and Max finds the Tempest Blades with the help of Marquis to pick up that kill. Wijanarko low up top, they are gonna go for that tier 2. Dyron trying to grab something. But I think right now, you guys can go and grab food with the discount. Suelo jumps in with the chaos onto Marquis, but that's the glory of the time journey. Dyron stepping in, jabbing Marquis to death as he goes in for another knockout strike. BTR still able to disengage, using that top side kill to trade in that tier 1. Again, very, very smart plays, even when BTR make blunders.
Later on, the mobility advantage as well isn't there for Fearless, as Max is able to chase him around the map. He's still going in!
Max has the Temper of the Blades. He timed it wrong, though. Wijanarko will be able to find the Circling Eagle, bringing Highs back, shutting him down. BTR, we've seen this many times, Arashi. They get too comfortable in the lead, and they start losing by overextending.
They have to watch themselves and not do plays like that, because it's not necessary. Right now, Moreno is going for the burst damage, and they will be able to shut down Fearless completely, denying the purple buff from him. As Rebellion Zion, they go for more.
Oh, Marquis popping the go away. Dyron jabbing in through over towards the side of Moreno, but they're not able to find anything for now. Bigetron Alpha shoot away from Rebellion Zion's purple buff.
Luckily, Moreno is on a hero who has a really good escape kit in his arsenal, so he wasn't caught out in that previous particular installment, and he was able to get out and even get a kill onto Fearless. Right now, we can see that Bigetron is first on the board. For Rebellion Zion, they might want to contest this, but Wijanarko is receiving a lot amount of damage.
You'll be forced to back away. Right now, Bigetron Alpha, they have a lot of DPS to work with. Marquis, I recall, already has a Scarlet Phantom, so the attack speed, the criticals will be coming in. They will secure that Lord without any issue. Maybe Dyron can trade for something at the top side, but at this point, the mobility, the rotations coming in from Bigetron Alpha is just a bit too scary. And now as we take a look at the items, you can see that Marquis, he has the Wind of Nature as well, already built up with the Wind Talker. So he has a lot of DPS, a lot of wave clear, more importantly, and he has a lot of security in case Fearless, Highs, or Dyron make that decisive play. It will be on the hands of Suelo to try and counter Marquis, but as we can see, he only has a Clock of Destiny, not nearly enough damage.
Oh no, Fearless, he got caught. That was a beautiful enhanced chain. Moreno, my goodness. The potential of this young player really stepping up here in this game. BTR, again, they're just suffocating Rebellion Zion. They're finding the picks. Fearless 0-6-1. My God.
3 levels below Max right now. Bigetron Alpha 6,000 gold lead as their towers are dropping like flies at this point. Bigetron Alpha looking for the engage to maybe end this game here in the 11th minute.
Yeah, with the Lord, I don't think they will be able to do it just here. They don't have enough siege potential, especially considering that Rebellion have a whole lot of high ground pressure and wave clear. Clint and also Sway Low. I'm pretty interested though. I'm pretty intrigued by how Sway Low is dealing so much damage, right? Because when you take a look at the items, Arashi,
only Clock of Destiny.
Only Clock of Destiny right now, and he's doing that much. Rebellion, they have to wait for that power spike before they can actually go for a crazy engage. And right now, Circling Eagle popped in, Vidio goes in, Fearless. A lot of cables, but no damage. BTR, 6.6k ahead, taking down every single tier 2 and backing up.
I mean, do you not think that the emblem has a say in perhaps the damage that is being outputted here, Rashi?
I think it more is so the kit of Lunox. It does, I think it has to do with the percentage health damage and the Lord being such a beefy target for the Lunox. I think that is one of the main issues when, one of the main things that teams abuse when they use the Lunox to try and burst down the Lord as much as possible. Take a look at Bigetron Alpha though. Sorizo on Esmeralda, 5 times picks, 20% win rate, not a very pleasing statistic, but he is performing really well right now. And Bigetron Alpha, they have the pressure to work around with, they have the mobility, they have the intelligence coming in from the traps from the Diggy, so they have a lot to work with right here. Rebellion will have to try and face check into precarious areas, and they don't even have a reliable engage.
Rebellion Zion, despite the 7,000 gold deficit, they are still trying to push those waves. We can see the rotations of both of the laners here in the bottom as well as that top side. And I guess the only thing that the Fanny can do at this stage is go in for those split pushes and not look for these engagers.
Even if he goes for the split push, you're up against an Esmeralda. You're a 0-6-1 Fanny up against an Esme. You're not really going to have a fun time. In the gold lane as well, Marky, he's able to get a significant lead against Highs. With the Melissa, more range. And with that, that's Moreno jumping in with an enhanced chain, chunking Dyren low. Sorizo zoning the other members away. Dyren looking for a miracle steal. Doesn't have the space to do it. Fearless jumps in, but for nothing. Lord Slain secured by BTR, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Marky just built a Rose Gold Meteor right here, so we have seen that this man tends to build a lot more defensively. He is very content leaving a lot of damage away from his inventory build, but still going for a lot more defensive options. And here we see it again. Going for the Rose Gold will ensure that Suelo or Regionarco, if he go for that do or die play onto him, he will still have that extra bit of security against both physical and at this point magical damage as well. Rebellion Zion, without any clear engage, any real burst tool to try and get a pick off, they are struggling to find solutions against Bigetron Alpha.
I mean, right now we can see that Fearless has opted to change his build. He's going for more defensive. He bought the anti-Cuirass. He's trying to clear those waves and he's trying to alleviate the pressure that Bigetron Alpha is putting onto them right now. You can see the Lord already marching here in that top side. You can see Key Moreno already looking for an engage as Moreno actually misses.
It has worked though. Rebellion Zion were able to actually stop the waves from coming together, stopping it one by one on the bottom side in the mid lane as well. So only one wave came at a time. Top side, then bottom side. No, top side, then mid lane first. Marky though, what? Way too aggressive. Circling Eagle popped in, but it's all a bait as Key has the time journey, bringing him back. Max with a Temple of the Blaze, jumping in, knocking Fearless up, picking up a kill, securing a double kill for Moreno. He's looking for more, takes a turret shot. No minions to look for any more base turrets. They're going to have to micromanage that, but right now, I do believe that Rebellion have defended quite well.
20 seconds though, Mirko. It's going to take 20 seconds for the rest of the members to pop up. We see that the minions are already marching here in that mid side, and it seems like Bigetron, they want to end.
Yeah, Dyren trying to save the team, goes in for the knockout strike, unable to find Marky, but finally, the turret will help him to do exactly that. Mini waves coming in from the bottom lane and the top side. Sway low, respawning, and BTR will back off. Rebellion Zion live to see another day.
Well, it's not a very pleasant day though for Rebellion. They are still stuck in the base and there's no real secure location for their carries to farm up. Fearless has been able to find a lot more resources by abusing the mobility of the Fanny, but everyone else on the team, they are struggling, but they're leaving the base right now to try and get a pick onto Sorizo.
Oh, instant replay though. We're taking a look at the instant replay as a fight almost erupts. But Arashi, let's talk about this bait by Marky.
Marky here barely survives. He has a win of nature. He uses everything. I think the Rose Gold Meteor comes in clutch to save him as well. And that baits everyone from the side of Rebellion. Going hard for Marky, but still getting countered because the AoE crowd control from Bigetron Alpha, the Falling Star Moon, the Tempest of Blades, the Empowered Chain as well. All of these tools are so good at counter-engaging when Rebellion Zion get too close.
Man, Diggy's so gross. He builds full of damage, but wait. Ooh, almost there. Still has the ultimate, so he will still be able to get away. He builds full defensive and has the Divine Glaive and still deals that much of damage. It's just a little gross. Come on, Diggy's a bit OP as a roamer in this situation.
Very, very OP, but BTR, again, there's not going to be any contest whatsoever. Dyron almost just taking that away, but Lord Slain presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. That's not going to be him running away. Swalo jumps with the Chaos Order flickering out. We're going to get taken down, but he pops the Enhanced Chain right before he falls. Fearless taken out as well. High's trying to cut away, jumps out of the Falling Star Moon as Max comes in. Mid-waves coming in, but I don't think it's enough to really go for the end just yet. Marky jumps in again, tries to look for it, has a win of nature. Ujinarko with the Circling Eagle. He goes to his death there. BTR, they have a 4-man advantage and Highs will not be able to do anything much. He finds Key, but BTR secure game number 1.
Very one-sided game there between Bigetron as well as Rebellion, as Bigetron is one step closer to getting that playoff spot there, as this is going to be the battle of 6th place. But man, the drafts, man, it all started with the drafts. It was a little bit weird that they picked up the Fanny into the Melissa, realizing that the Melissa is going to be a very difficult hero to actually take down. And the interesting thing is they already saw that and they still committed with the High and Dry emblem.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a utility build, Arashi.
That's the issue, right? He does not have any targets, and Bigetron, they were not playing alone, right? They keep sticking together and they ensure that whenever Rebellion tries to go for something, they have a response. They match the roam, they go for a trade. This is the Bigetron that we've talked about. Very calculative, understanding exactly where to go in and when to actually let go and move away from engagements. How they like to play right now though is also very good because they secure a very strong backline damage dealer in Marky on the Melissa, and afterwards, knowing that he will out-damage the majority of heroes in the game, they go for a lot of counter-engage tools, and I think it worked really well. Again and again, the Paquito, the Fanny, they go in to try and make that play, to try and dive onto that Melissa, and they get countered very hard by the Melissa's kit and also by the follow-up crowd control from the rest of the members of Bigetron Alpha.
Solid victory for BTR. Rebellion refuses to go down, but that didn't really age well. BTR securing game number 1. As you can see, this is the winning moment for BTR, and obviously the fan reactions as the game progresses. I'm glad to see that Fearless is still having a good time, even though in that game he was 0-8-2, I believe, in the final moments. Unfortunate, but that's the mentality you need to have. You need to be able to laugh at your own mistakes, learn from it.
Yeah, I'd be so tilt if I was Fearless. I went in with the steel cables, and Julian, of all people, was able to be the one to initiate my death. Like, what was going on? At some point, he was already like 3 levels, almost 4 levels behind Max as well. It was so insane to see. But cheese strats with Diggy and Julian, Bigetron win game number 1. Do you agree? Do you consider this a cheese strat?
It can be called a cheese strat, but it's more of just smart decisions here because they understand that they want to go for a front to back, and they understand that Rebellion, this is a very aggressive team, so if they can get security, they can get answers to dive, answers to burst damage, they can play very well. And even as we mentioned earlier, Marky, Rose Gold Meteor, as well as the Wind of Nature, understanding that there's both physical burst and magical burst from the side of Rebellion Zion. As we can see, Swalo, he earlier only has a Clock of Destiny and was doing a lot of damage, so once he's catching up, his damage is to be respected, and not a single person has the tools available to try and burst Marky down. Fearless, as you mentioned, transitioned a bit more towards a utility assassin, right, with the Antiquirus as well as the Athena Shield. He's, for the most part, just buying time, delaying, cutting waves as much as possible, but even if they take it to the late game, I think they were resting their hopes onto Swalo and Highs, right? Clint and Lunox can do a lot of DPS in the late game, but against an Esmeralda, against against Melissa as well, I think it's just a bit too much because even later on, Marky has the Inspire. That is a huge boost in damage that Heist does not have access to.
Remember, the problem is Rebellion Zion wanted to go for that DPS, but Bigetron Alpha had so much burst that the damage output just wasn't there. It wasn't able to be translated at all, even though we see that there should have been a lot of damage coming in from Suelo. But every time they go into those team fights, Suelo gets caught first.
Honestly, Suelo could have done enough damage to actually take down BTR. The main problem that Rebellion Zion were facing is Key on the Diggy. Because with the damage that comes from Lunox, she's very short range. Yes, she's a ranged hero, she's a ranged mage, but the range is very minimal. Key on that Diggy always brought everyone with the movement speed that the time journey provides out of that range. So Suelo becomes a non-factor, and you can see it here. Nowhere in the charge as a Lunox in sort of late game.
And don't forget, the carry and the Forgotten One are both key. That Diggy damage, we've been talking about it a lot, but it really is quite ridiculous.
It's not fair.
You can build maybe a single damage item, like a Divine Glaive, and you can top the charts in a MPL level game, especially the longer the game goes, because the damage only ramps up afterwards. So this is a strat that works really well when you have good backline, when your win condition includes range management, when you have to be able to kite away or rush towards your opponents. That is where the Diggy shines a lot. And here, I think Bigetron Alpha put it to amazing use.
Wait. Key on Diggy has higher damage than Max.
Did more damage than the entire team. So, well, right here, the MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series is Max on the link, 6-1 and 7. He was able to steal a whole lot of those neutral objectives, securing these objectives as well. He missed one retry in the beginning, but that's it. That's the only one he missed.
Yeah, and he actually won 2 Retribution battles where he is actually under-leveled. Here is one of the earlier fights we saw, and for the most part, right, Moreno, the crowd control coming in, whenever there's an aggressive team, crowd control really works against them, and the combination of Diggy and an Assassin is just so annoying because everyone gets chipped to low health, and right there, Max can just make the aggressive play. Here again is a very insane play from Marky. He just baits everyone to go in and commit, but he is safe and sound in the back line. And Bigetron, even without Marky, if you saw in that fight, they were able to do enough damage to take multiple members away, out from the side of Rebellion. Right, here was the very respectable attempt from Dyron, but unfortunately, too little too late. Eventually, the members of Rebellion Zion will get picked off, and they're just too behind to try and put up a fight against Rebellion. Of course, they all tried their best to delay, cutting waves, using their ultimates, the Circling Eagle from Vidio as well, but unfortunately, it won't be enough.
A dominant game 1 for BTR. But Eterna, you have a question.
Yeah.
What's that question?
My question is, how does Diggy have that much damage and he only needs a Divine Glaive?
Passive.
The passive. The more you hit those traps, the more the damage goes up. And there's quite a few stacks. There's a lot of...
Oh, he's been planting.
So I forgot the max stacks available, but it's a lot. So the longer the game goes, you haven't even seen maximum Diggy damage potential.
No, not yet.
This is a quick game.
Yeah, that was a quick game, but it just goes to show that if you spam your alarm bombs, you're going to get massive value. Key, if you looked at the game again, he's always just spamming, even though sometimes it may look kind of weird where he's spamming it at in the bushes. Just spamming that way, forcing the opponents to open up the map and getting the damage onto him. More damage. It builds up.
Yeah, before you know it, we saw earlier, I think we saw the Lunox walk into a alarm bomb and he lost like 1/4 of his HP. It doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a roamer, right? That's not, you know,
yeah,
1/4 of HP. How are you supposed to position in team fights when you're that low at that point?
How are you supposed to open up the map when you're behind up against that kind of Diggy, right? Because even the enemy roamer, when he tries to open up the bush, he's going to get chunked quite low. Remember, Diggy bought a Divine Glaive, so you also have that penetration. And you guys can obviously upload your excitement while watching those crazy plays unfold. The Diggy plays, and just Max being an absolutely lethal Retribution player. Upload your excitement watching MPL ID Season 10. Use the hashtag MPL Celebrations, but remember, use 10 instead of an IO. A lot of people make that mistake, Eterna, and they don't get the prizes by doing the challenge. So if you guys want to do the challenge, get prizes, hashtag MPL Celebrations, change the IO to a 10.
10.
10.
10.
Celebratons.
For MPL ID Season 10.
Celebratons.
Wow, is that why?
It is.
Wow.
Mind
just
blown.
knew.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Who can put 2 and 2 together?
No one.
2 and 2? I only know 1-1.
All right, Mirko. back to the matter at hand though. Bigetron with a great performance, but Rebellion and Zion, they have shown, again, adaptability and improvements. Bigetron caught them off guard. This is a unusual strategy, to say the least. They have a Melissa that we haven't seen a lot of, and they have a Diggy. So, you can call it, as Etienne mentioned, a cheese strat, but now Rebellion has seen it, and they have a chance to respond. This is a bit of ping pong.
That's the thing though. How will they respond? Because when they saw the Melissa pick, they responded with a Fanny pick.
Yeah, you're right. It wasn't like the Fanny was last pick.
Exactly.
It wasn't like the Melissa was last pick. I actually expected the Melissa to be last pick, right? I mentioned it when they first picked it in second phase, but yeah, it just was not picked up as a last pick, and they still went for the Fanny. They could counter it. Remember, they didn't pick their gold lane up until the final pick that they had, Rebellion. So, how?
Exactly. I think smarter calls could have been made, but right here we take a look at the game recap for both these teams, Rebellion Zion and Bigetron Alpha. Highs on the Clint was still doing damage as much as possible, but Max though, stealing all the objectives, doing a lot of damage. And honestly, with so many squishy targets, with the Diggy softening up all of the targets for you, Max just had a really good game in game number 1. And he'll be looking to replicate it because honestly, I've heard a lot of doubters say that Max, he's not mechanically sound, he's not good enough, you know, like he just does the bare minimum, but he just showed you he can make the plays happen in the right situations.
Efficiency is key, I believe, right? Especially in pro play, that's something you need. Discipline as well. This is the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders. It does show that Rebellion, they're still full of smiles, they're still confident jumping into game number 2. With Coach Chico, he's definitely going to have to think maybe 3 steps ahead this time around if they want to beat BTR in the drafts.
I think they have to actually look at the big picture as well, because on paper, right, you have a Paquito, you have a Fanny. It sounds like you're having a good time, you know, you have a good solid draft, but overall, how it plays out, especially composition versus composition, Bigetron just had a lead, an advantage in the situation. So if they need to pay a bit more attention to the bigger picture, and sometimes having a very strong hero available is not enough justification to pick it up.
What did you guys think about the Clint pick for High?
I didn't like it. Clint doesn't really do well against Melissa. In trades, technically you do, but Melissa can just... If you use your second ability to close the gap onto Melissa, Melissa's gonna eat you up.
Yep. I've been on the receiving end of that. It's not fun, especially because again, Marky was with the Inspire. So if you mess up, if you use your escape carelessly, you get all in, and that's a lot of damage you can't match, especially in the early game. So even in the laning phase, Marky was already set up for quote-unquote success.
Does the Koopa get
blocked by Go Away?
By Go Away?
It does.
So who would be the best
Beatrix.
other than I was gonna
Brody?
say other than Beatrix? That's what I was thinking. Brody. But the torn apart memory has range. No?
Yeah, you do have that range, but you are very reliant on your second ability.
But if your second ability, if you open the second ability after she pops up the Go Away, then you can't penetrate.
If she pops in to Go Away, you use your second ability, you're gonna get bounced back.
Okay.
You're gonna have to wait for that Go Away to be used up. But again,
that loses your trades.
Yeah, and if you go for all-ins without your second ability, without stunning your opponents, I think Brody loses unless obviously you're ahead. If you're ahead, you can just use your first ability, 1 basic attack, ult. You should be able to get a win.
Exactly. Maybe they should have made more use of Vidio as well. Because on the Melissa, maybe there were moments where he can be a bit more aggressive than Key on the Diggy, right? I think that's the opportunities that Rebellion Zion could probably take advantage of. We saw earlier though, a bit of a stat. The all-rounder, Key, with the second highest hero pool, we've seen him play very well, very effectively on tanky engage heroes and also on supportive, quote-unquote support heroes, like caster roamers, like the Diggy. And occasionally we've seen before the Rafaela, although that has fallen from favor as well. But that is already in the past. This is going to be game number 2 between Rebellion Zion and Bigetron Alpha.
BTR still on the red side. Rebellion on the blue. Rebellion didn't really change anything, Arashi, coming into game number 2. And we've seen this. This is a pattern that we've seen this week.
People doubling down on their game plans despite the results. I mean, you need some level of confidence to bring it out on the MPL stage. It must not be a good feeling to have your carefully crafted, thought out, methodical game plan just not work out. So maybe some of these teams they really think it's just small matters in execution that is actually getting the decisive factor. We'll have to see though, because right now for Bigetron, they banned the Beatrix again. This is a thing that we've mentioned again and again. Beatrix needs to be picked or banned, right? And finally, I think we've seen a lot of teams respect the potential for these Beatrix. I think that's it's a good sign.
Yeah, it's a very good sign. But right now, it does seem like BTR, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're going for the exact same draft, the banning phase. Yves, Beatrix, Paramis. For Rebellion, they're changing the order a bit, but if they go for the Akai here, they basically have done the same exact bans as well. Rebellion are just missing the Akai to replicate game number 1, and I don't think Rebellion want to replicate game number 1. I think BTR, they're going to be happy doing that. But Rebellion, at this point, you know what? Leave the Akai open. You can contest it. BTR are going to be the ones forced to ban it away, and maybe they might leave other heroes open, and that's exactly what they do. Whoa! They ban the Sicilian, a hero that we have seen Moreno perform on, and guess what? When Moreno popped off on the Sicilian, it was against Rebellion last time.
So a bit of old trauma, it seems like. But Bigetron will respond with the more standard Paramis, but Akai will be in the hands of Rebellion. It's a very strong jungler put in the right hands. So for Bigetron, the game plan has already shifted. It's no longer the same composition. Very good adjustment from Rebellion Zion.
And I wonder if Bigetron wants to pick up the Fanny, or are they just gonna ignore it completely?
We have seen Max play the Fanny before. Hasn't really been too successful on the Fanny. That was the actually fun fact. They lost against Geek Fam last season. The only game that Geek Fam were able to take was when Max played that Fanny. So they go for two solid heroes here, the Paquito and the Paquito and the Julian. For a second, I thought Valentino was up.
That is these are two very strong heroes that Bigetron likes to pick. Paquito and Julian. I think in the previous week, I think we also saw the same pattern. Paquito and Julian all day. But now we have a comment from Rect here. I think Marky is great. Bigetron decision to bring Philippines player is very good, and he's equal in Skylar in terms of hero pool. And of course, as we mentioned in this season, flexibility is key. As Rebellion, go for the Lunox again.
But on that note of flexibility, when we saw the stats coming in from Key with the second largest hero pool, the same cannot be said about Wijanarko. He's only been able to use the Matilda, the Rafaela, and the Ruby. So this part of Rebellion Zion is going to be something that can be read by Bigetron. Matilda once again chosen for Wijanarko, and Bigetron Alpha, they have had a lot of time to actually adjust to this. They can go for a similar strategy, honestly, with the CC coming in. They can go for the Diggy once again, that it is going to be picked up by Key. And this is looking like a similar game number 1.
It's, very similar. They have the Julian, they have the Diggy. I wanted to say it. The Diggy is going to come through because right now it's even more value than game number 1. You're up against an Akai, a person who wants to CC you down, pick you down with a heavy spin. With the Diggy, just, again, Rebellion Zion, maybe they didn't think that ahead, right? Because they were the ones that let Akai go. Why did BTR leave it open? Because they know they can counter it with the Diggy, and now it just creates such a problem. And BTR, very smart, very quick to it, instantly banning out the Esmeralda. One of the heroes that can actually be somewhat of a counter towards that Diggy, because he shreds through she negates every shield.
Dealing this shield from the time journey is also a big factor here. We are taking a look at the head-to-head though from Dairon as well as Sorizo. We've mentioned that Dairon is a lot more aggressive and he is more comfortable going for those aggressive plays, whereas Sorizo, he's a lot more stable and he enjoys being a nuisance in the lane and getting value, not by making crazy plays, but by pulling people towards his lane instead, letting his team get a lot more room to maneuver around the map.
With the Esmeralda though being banned away by Bigetron Alpha, what is going to be the choice for Rebellion to win in that lane? Because in the mid lane, it's gonna be a little bit more difficult because Lunox, sure, she does have fast clear, but without the items that she so desperately needs, it's gonna be a little bit more difficult. They do have the Matilda, however. Bigetron Alpha is going to be responding with the Claude being banned away, so Heise's hero pool has just got a lot more shallow.
It's beautiful. It's a very intelligent draft by BTR right now. They banned the Esmeralda because it's a counter towards Diggy. They ban the Claude because that's the only other hero that we've seen Rebellion play. They're trying to force the Lunox to go to the gold lane. And honestly, Just do it. Just do it. Put the Lunox in the gold lane so she reaches those power spikes faster. Because as of right now, Rebellion, they won't really have an answer. BTR can just go for the same thing. Pick up the Melissa here. Against an Akai, it works too. The go away. Remember, but they go for the Clint instead, knowing that they already have a Diggy. They don't need that go away. They just need pure damage. So, look, so much damage coming through from BTR's draft. Rebellion, they need something to answer right now. Ooh, oh, I don't know.
I love it. I think this is so spicy. Them picking up the Clint.
I think they picked up the Clint.
You did it? I'll do it too. I'll teach you.
And then you have nothing left to play.
Well, it's better now because earlier there was a threat of the Fanny. That's why the Melissa had so much value. But right now with Akai already in the picture, if they go for a Fanny afterwards, it's going to be a bit difficult. But Benedetta comes out for Rebellion Zion.
Oh,
wow.
I really hope that's going to be Benedetta in the XP lane with a Petrify, because with Electro Final Blow, you can actually Petrify everyone in that Final Blow. Rebellion pick up a gold laner. I guess this is going to be the big reveal. The Irithel comes in. I like it, you know, up against this kind of composition from BTR, you do need mobility, so picking up those two last heroes, the Benedetta and the Irithel, is a solid choice. Again, Benedetta will go to that XP lane. With this, they can actually bait out the time journeys before they go in for an all-in engage with the Akai and the Lunox. It's all into the hands of the Benedetta. Petrify or the Akai. Both of these members need to bait out that time journey.
I mean, it better work for the side of Bigetron because Repo here has a comment. In Leg 2, of course, I hope Bigetron Alpha doesn't fail because passing the playoff is our target. And this just reminds us of how important this match is for Bigetron as well as Rebellion. But Bigetron still needs to be able to make it into that playoff position. Taking it away from Rebellion is their main goal. But we can see the final pick here for Bigetron Alpha. It's going to be that Ling once again.
They're going for essentially the exact same composition with the difference of the Clint and the Melissa, right? So there'll be a less security, less dive denial, but more damage, more burst, and more AoE. In a sense, right? Compared to Melissa, the Clint passive can do a lot more, provided the fights are actually a bit linear. So we'll have to see here. There's an audience comment from Erando_Ballo. Hope you guys can go to the playoffs. Don't let us down, Alpha!
Ooh, we got a supporter for BTR, Erando_Ballo. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen. You guys need to tell us as well what you think, who you think is going to win. Because it's time to jump in as both of the drafts have been set. Hashtag BTR win or hashtag Dream Rebellion in the comment section right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready. We're going to jump into the portal that's going to open up in a bit. It's time for game number 2. Clean sweep or an equalizer. The two options available for the teams.
Rebellion, Zion, they don't want their dreams to fail them this time around. So for sure, they want to be able to force this to a third game series. But so far, with the drafts that have been placed, it does feel like Bigetron have a lot of counters once again to the composition that Rebellion Zion has, with a Diggy that is going to be able to negate the CC coming in when they go in for those neutral objectives. It can feel like Max might be able, once again, to get those retributions on point.
In the early game, we did mention that maybe a big portion of what Rebellion Zion can do is to use the Mathilda pick in a more aggressive manner. They have a strong jungler right now, and they also have a pretty solid mid laner. So if they want to go and be more aggressive and maybe put some more pressure onto Max before he gets to his power spikes, that can be a solution that Rebellion Zion can explore.
And right now, it does seem like Max is having a better time in that jungle. He's clearing way faster, able to steal a jungle camp away from Fearless, and that's going to be massive, because if he gets that level 4 first and they are actually able to pressure the Akai, it's going to be a massive problem for the Akai. Fearless already on to the gold buff. Max collecting level 4, but Fearless will reach as well to level 4 very quickly. Both teams now, they're going to play around the neutral objectives.
20 seconds though, so they do have a lot of time to set up for this right now. We can see that Rebellion Zion, they are putting their emphasis here in the top lane. Perhaps they want to go for a gank, put pressure onto Moreno, who's actually rotated towards that area. Or even the steal happening here from Highs, getting that gold buff.
That is a valuable steal for Highs. It is a gold lane, so the gold is going to be so important here And as that play happened, Rebellion and Zion, they will try and take control in the turtle pit, but Bigetron Alpha, they are ready to make a play back.
Yeah, neutral objective control is the name of the game. Rebellion able to secure it here. Turtle Slain presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Beautiful, beautiful setup for Rebellion as well with the winning lanes.
Okay, but we do have a challenge prediction here by Axe, all in favor of Bigetron Alpha in terms of that. But look at this, Fearless goes in for the pin.
And again, it does not matter because of the time journey, and now they're re-engaging onto Fearless. So Rizzo doesn't have the knockout strike, will be able to put enough damage to back Rebellion away. But again, it just shows that Rebellion, they don't have the resources necessary to actually go for an all-in, unless Dyron can jump in right as the time journey ends.
That's possible. They need to be able to bait that out. But here, Dyron already pressuring Max here. But, oh, wow. 1v1, 3v1. Dyron is actually going to be able to make it out alive, but I said that too soon, as it is going to be first blood here secured by Bigetron Alpha.
Wow. Very solid kill.
The counter engage is so good as well because there are two sprints on Moreno and Sorizo. So once it's on, once Bigetron Alpha wants to go for the counter engage, they just pop that and go for the chase. And if you can get someone knocked up, he can follow up and pull them back. It's just such a deadly combo that relies on range management, which is just so creative from Bigetron Alpha. They have the Demon Slayer onto Max still, so he is having not much of an edge because Fearless now is not on that Fanny. So both Demon Slayers, but a killing spree on Marky.
Oh, Key in the bottom side, gonna get bursted down by Sway Low, picked up by Highs. Massive, massive pick off here as Highs is gonna be able to have a much better lane. And that's super bad for BTR. Remember, Clint should be able to bully the Irithel in the early stages, unless it's an all-in. If you just keep on going for trades, Irithel won't really have time to play. And right now, with the gold buff steal, with the kill, he's gonna reach that power spike very early. But I do want to talk about this top side. Dyron is getting the damage onto Sorizo, but we mentioned the Petrify, constantly Arashi, and Eterna, but he actually brought the Execute.
A lot more aggressive of an option here for Dyron. I guess the idea is they can actually take out the Pride members before the fight even begins. But now Vidio will kind of secure the kill, but it will be Fearless making the play.
Yeah, Fearless with a heavy spin, and the Retribution comes through. Max picking up all the blades there just for fun. Again, not really necessary, but it was cool to watch. BTR losing in a neutral objective game, but they can honestly wait for those power spikes to hit. But it's going to be very risky because Highs will be scaling. He will scale better than Marky. Sway Low is going to scale better than Moreno. So if you want to play the long game, I think Rebellion are very happy to do so.
Now that's the problem. With the way that it's happening right now, we need to see Rebellion Zion be able to translate this over. How are they going to be utilizing the objective takes that they've been able to grasp right now? And right now, Bigetron Alpha, they are trying to utilize the fact that they have higher mobility with the Ling, trying to push and pressure all of these three lanes, as we're going to take a look at the items here in the 5th minute.
If you take it to the late game as well, I think it's good if Bigetron Alpha can go for the burst damage because he's Sorizo already with the Bloodlust Axe. He gets a lot of damage and good sustain. And of course, Moreno, the Genius one is all you need to have a respectable amount of damage on that Julian. But whoa, Fearless.
Way too aggressive. Gonna be forced to back away. Sorizo jumps in again, but they did bait out the time journey. So it's a small win, I guess, for Rebellion Zion. If they go for a fight in the next minute, it won't be up.
But the problem is, what are they baiting it for? The neutral objective, still 30 seconds on the clock, but I guess this is the answer.
Well, Max gonna be able to pop the Tempest of Blades, baiting Vidio all the way to the back lines as Moreno jumps in high. He's gonna get taken down as Dyron picks up a kill onto him, shutting him down, securing the gold lead as Sorizo now jumps in on towards Vidio, but Vidio is able to flicker out with Sway Low as well. Rebellion still grasping onto that gold lead. Neutral objective 3. The third one going to be up in 2 seconds.
It was a 1-for-1 trade though. Rebellion Zion goes for mid, so it is still in favor of Bigetron Alpha in that particular aspect. But Dyron as well as Sorizo caught in a 1v1. Who's going to make it out?
Sorizo has more outplay potential here. But again, they were able to bait out the time journey, but at what cost? They used the heavy spin as well. So it's a bit of an equal trade. I'm not sure if that is the right idea. Right now, Bigetron Alpha, they have the setup, they have more pressure for now, and they're going for the turtle.
Red Street battle, and it's going to be Max who wins it out. Fearless with a heavy spin, unable to do much right now, but the chaos, just so much damage on the Sway Low. But now it's going to be turned around. Marky now jumping in with the second ability, getting the damage onto Sway Low. So Rizzo is there as well. Doesn't use his abilities to go on to Sway Low just yet. Max is going to push in that bottom side. And with this, BTR have solidified their gold lead. Meanwhile, though, Cerezo's going to be careful. He actually jumped through the knockout strike, and that will seal his fate. Fearless picking a kill up.
The beauty about the Akai is that he always has a edge when it comes down to those neutral objectives, even above the Ling. But that pressure has been negated with the fact that the Diggy has that time journey. And so in this 1v1 situation, jungler versus jungler, Ling still has the advantage of being able to maneuver around the map a lot faster, being able to get those objectives, those infrastructures. And you can see now Bigetron Alpha does have a slight lead when it comes down to that map pressure.
But you really see that there's a bit of weakness on the side of Bigetron Alpha. They don't have anyone that can actually check the bushes for any potential danger. We saw that earlier. There were 4 members of Rebellion Zion for sure, but Bigetron Alpha, they have no idea what exactly is around the corner. So that is something that Rebellion Zion can exploit, especially if they can get pressure, get even, and then play it out for the neutral objectives.
But Arashi, I feel like that's the purpose of the bombs that the Diggy can put in, no? See, exactly, this is what he's trying to do, no?
Yeah, but he doesn't know exactly. If he moves a bit closer, there's a chance that they can jump on him. That is a play they can try and make, right? Engage on the, the savior of the team. That is exactly what they try and do right here. If you jump on the Diggy, Diggy cannot time journey for his team, and there was almost a good counter engage for Bigetron Alpha, but they are still playing it really well in the split push department.
They didn't chain it properly, man. No objective takes, and Max, he's on a Ling. He's going to be able to jump out for free. Again, BTR playing the macro game really well. Rebellion, I do agree, Arashi. That's the way to actually win out of the team fights. Moreno now still able to kite away, but Dyron with the execute, that's what it's for. Now jumping in as well with final blow, able to heal back up. Cerezo can't take Dyron down. Goes over the knockout strike onto Fearless. Max is there as well. Retribution picked up by Highs. No need for Retribution as Seventh Blades comes in on the Sway Low. Max trying to dish out the damage. Circling Eagle popped onto him. Cerezo is there in the back lines trying to help Marky, but no kills on the board just yet. Vidio, beautiful guiding win, getting him out to safety. Highs with the recalls as well. Rebellion equalizing.
Yeah, Rebellion is equalizing. They're catching up. Bigetron Alpha, they lost that Lord and they lost Moreno in the process. So what initially was a gold lead for Bigetron Alpha has been diminished and even taken back here in this ping pong battle between that economy. But we can now see that the Lord is already marching in the top side. And Bigetron Alpha, they're looking to try and at least get their own buff here.
Max will be able to secure the orange buff, but the Lord is still under great protection. Fearless comes in to try and make something happen, but Bigetron for the most part will be able to clear the Lord, losing a few turrets in the process. That is dangerous considering the win conditions for Rebellion Zion, but whoa! Just like that, Cerezo gets taken out.
That's the damage that Sway Low provides, and that's the kill pressure that the Execute has as well. So far, the Execute has been working pretty well for Dyron. He's been able to actually get the kills onto important members constantly.
3-1-1 also in terms of KDA, so he's been able to establish a really good gold lead, but now we can take a look at the items here in the 10th minute.
Malefic Aurora already built for Marky, so uncharacteristically, I expected a bit more defensive builds coming in because this seems to be how he likes to itemize, but you can see that Highs has a lot more advantage. He is ahead in the gold department. Berserker's Fury and Scarlet Phantom will allow him to do a lot more DPS if the fight just becomes a huge slugfest. Rebellion Zion, they have the advantage of having a big tank in the form of the Akai in the front line, and they can abuse that because they have better DPS compared to a Clint as well. So Bigetron Alpha, they need to try and find the more instantaneous battles, because they can use Moreno as a source of burst damage, as a bit of an assassin, because we've seen that he is able to one-shot Highs given the right circumstances.
We need to talk about the scaling too. Remember what I said in the early game. Irithel scales better than Clint, and Ludon scales better than the Julian. Key though, forced to pop that time journey. Oh, that's a very expensive resource. But if you take a look at the gold, they're not equal, Arashi. Highs isn't getting equal amounts of gold to, compared to Marky. He's actually getting more, but wait, Max. He's in that bottom side. He's trying to go for the split push. He will be able to secure that base turret. Massive value for BTR as they look to collect in that top side. Mark dealing the damage out. Chorizo still able to escape. Sway low, getting out with the guy in win, but Max jumps in with a pinch poise. Tempest of Blades now popped in by Max to get out a 1-for-0. Beautiful macro gameplay, but reverse time actually brought Dyron back. Receives a little bit more damage, but Bigetron back off. That was chained perfectly into the Lord. My goodness.
Wow. A bit of an Aura Fire cosplay there as well by Max in that bottom side. But you're right, the chain is perfect. We can see now Fearless wants to do something about this, but it doesn't seem like he can so far. Dyron is actually going to be the one to get a lot amount of damage, but luckily not caught off just yet.
This is what he said about Dyron. He's on an aggressive hero with kill pressure. This man can provide, man. He's been going in and out of Bigetron Alpha's composition, and he is able to be relatively secure, only getting picked off once. He was able to pressure Bigetron Alpha away, and now Rebellion Zion, they're the ones with the Lord control, but their members are not in place yet.
Look at the setup as well. Bottom side has been pushed up. That is going to slowly push into BTR's side. So Rebellion, they have the Lord in their hands. They do not need to force it. So Rizzo is forcing a play. Circling Eagle popped in. Retreat battle highs again. And that's going to be the backside targeted by Dyron as he jumps in onto Marky, securing a double kill. Jumping onto the other members. He's surviving Dyron, making the plays happen. Getting out to the Scythe as well. BTR taken down in the team fight. Rebellion looking to equalize in the game.
That was huge, right? Because even before that Lord setup, they knew that Bigetron Alpha was going to be able to set up first. Dyron was able to get the members from the side of Bigetron Alpha low and therefore take away the initial pressure that they had. Rebellion Zion now going very, very aggressive into this as it might be a one straight push. The siege to end and finish this in a 1-to-1.
They can take it patiently. That's going to be the electric final blow. Max going to get caught there, but he's going to be able to bring Wijanarko back in. They're going to go on to Wijanarko, picking up a kill, but the Lord comes in. They're all targeting the base, and they will equalize. Game number 2 secured. We're getting a game 3.
Wow, what a performance, man. That is crazy from Rebellion. They just found their rhythm. They knew how to actually bait out Bigetron's time journey by making use of their control, using the vision to their advantage. And just like that, they go for the decisive play. And honestly, how good is Dyron on that Benedetta, man?
Oh, he's so good. He's always been good on those playmaking heroes. Again, it fits his style of play. Going for the duels in the XP lane. He needs to put himself on, well, Coach Chico maybe needs to put him on those playmaking heroes. Benedetta, Paquito. Khalid, you're absolutely right. He carries the team, and I don't doubt that he's going to be the MVP in this series, or in this game right now.
Wow, honestly.
Amazing matchup here. Gonna force a game number 3, and this puts Bigetron in an even more precarious situation. Are you shaking?
They're shaking.
They're shaking. Mirko's not shaking?
No.
Okay.
Mirko's calm and calculated, man. But as we said earlier, minute changes here. It wasn't a huge revamp. For the most part, the composition looks quite the same. It's just a matter of the difference in DPS coming in between the Melissa compared to the Iritel. It's a matter of having an assassin instead of an Akai in the front line. And it's those small changes that makes or breaks your composition. Right there, I dare say if Marky was on the Melissa, maybe they would have had an easier time. Because in the end, even though the assassin was not in the form of a jungler, it was in the EXP lane as Dyron. My god.
Yeah. I do agree with that, actually. Maybe the Melissa could have worked out. That's why I think, again, they should have left the gold lane as a last pick, right? We all know Marky has a deep hero pool. They can actually utilize that hero pool by going for it as the last pick. This, though, I think Dyron's Benedetta makes the red zone hotter.
I mean, he has to execute as well. And it's a battle spell we haven't seen actually be too popular, right, for a long time. And I dare say, a lot of the members of Bigetron, they were just not ready. They were confused, like, okay, how did I get picked up? Oh, execute. Who takes execute anymore? We haven't seen it for the past 4 weeks even, I think. That's insane. Soon, we will take a look at the item builds, though. And let's just see, what can we glean here? What exactly are the choices?
I have a question, Arashi. Dyron was healing a bit too much. Did they not have a dominance ice? Were they greedy this game? If it's only the Paquito, then it's a problem. No more Reno. Chorizo has it. And you see, Key doesn't have it. That's why Dairon was able to survive in that final fight. If they had a Dominance Ice, Dairon would have been taken down, 100%. No Dominance Ice, except for the Paquito.
Exactly. Lack of a Dominance Ice is a big problem as well. I think he was pressured to build the Athenas just because early on, when we were talking about Key getting picked off, we saw Suelo make that play. So Suelo having some damage, making sure that he targets Key, also pressures Key to get some magical defense, and that is what delayed the Dominance Ice, and that is what allows Dairon to actually have a lot of success in the backline. So everything ties in together right here. And if you look at the, for the rest of the team, they were kind of behind here. For the most part, Rebellion Zion is able to actually get a lot better of resources. And with the more solid front line, they have Fearless, they have Vijanarco, and Dairon technically is also very, very tanky. So now it's flipped. Rebellion Zion has the better front to back. They have more DPS coming in from Irithel and Suelo, even going into the late game. So Bigetron Alpha were the ones trying to make a play, trying to get in the back line. That's why we saw when they were able to go for the split push using Max. When Max was able to get behind them, that is where they fall apart. So it's very interesting how the compositions actually flipped around.
It's completely flipped. You're absolutely right. It's just tough, right? Because again, Rebellion Zion and Bigetron Alpha, it's not a high kill game at all. But whoa, when do we ever see this? XP laner with the most GPM.
What? That is ridiculous. I mean, it almost never happens, but I think in this game, considering that Dairon was also pressuring the side lanes, he was also going in for a lot of kills, and pressure overall, he is one of the main tools used to match that split push. And I think that allows him to collect a lot of resources. And you can see he was one of the members on Rebellion Zion with a full inventory slot. And that probably contributes to how tanky, how survivable he was going into the full team of Bigetron Alpha. Marky as Clint actually did the most damage, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. I think damage-wise, Clint can match to Melissa, but utility-wise, that is what they needed, and that is what they just lack in that fight. So the MVP for this game is going to be none other than Dairon. 5-1-1, only one death despite playing that aggressively. That is insane. Let's take a look at some of the moments that made or break his performance in this game. You can see early on he gets taken out, but it doesn't matter. In the early stages, Bigetron still has a lot more pressure. They set a lot more control, but after a while, after the power spikes come in, after the Lunox and the Irithel from the side of Rebellion Zion catches up in damage potential, that is where they start getting more opportunities to try and match. And of course, Dairon just non-stop making plays with the shielding coming in from Vijanarco as well. It's just so annoying. And then afterwards, that's just it. Rebellion Zion wait for the right moment, and if they don't get punished, they can get full control. They can force Bigetron Alpha into fights in the Lord that they do not want to be part of. And afterwards, it's all about positioning. It's all about making sure that Max doesn't get to do his job as an assassin, and they will be able to take that game in a very dominant fashion.
Against all odds, once again, in Game 2. Well, in Game 1, we had mixed predictions, right? Al and Papulong went actually for Rebellion Zion, but for Game 2, every one of the talents predicted BTR. So, they definitely came against all odds. They were able to win it against all odds. Again, it's because of Dairon. Dairon on the Benedetta that we questioned early on. Execute? Why not Petrify? That's why. He's able to get the kills, able to sustain back up. And all that is because of, like you mentioned, X Factor. They didn't expect it.
Yep. And what was going on with the retribution with the Lords? They were all taken by highs.
Again, it's
just secured more objectives than the junglers.
Which is hilarious in a way, because I guess there's just a lot of pressure. Considering that both junglers have the Demon Slayer, it makes it a bit more close, a bit more intense.
Yeah.
And
especially because they can't focus only on the objectives, right? They have to focus on whether or not the engage is coming.
True.
This is important for both these teams. I think that is where Irithel, that's just hitting, outputting a steady stream of DPS, somehow gets the last bit of health from the Lord when the Retribution doesn't take it out.
And Heise has found another comfort hero of his on his comfortable secret lab, because when you're playing those comfort heroes, you can't feel comfortable when you don't sit on a secret lab. Sure, you can play the hero, but if you're sitting on a stool,
it's not comfortable.
Come on, man. Go get yourself, treat yourself, and invest in comfort with Secret Lab. The official gaming chair partner of MPL Season 10. The Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 chair is designed to let everyone sit in incredible comfort. Look at the designs as well. They have a lot of designs. My favorite one is the, well, it hasn't been released, but M4. Probably gonna make one. I'm pre.
That's your favorite one?
Yeah, that's my favorite one.
His
I haven't even seen
favorite.
it, but I can imagine it. It's gonna be amazing.
You know what's gonna be amazing?
What?
I want to see who's gonna make it in this next game because it's back to a best of one.
And it's the battle for 6th place, ladies and gentlemen. With that, it's been Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi. We're gonna take a short break before we head on to the decider.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the decider. From a best of 3, it is 1-1. We're back to a best of 1. The coaches, the players need to reset. But on the English desk, it's still with me. You guys are still with me, Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi.
It is me. Well,
it is you.
We saw great adjustments from
Hello,
Rebellion
Rashi.
Zion, and I was quite confused, right?
Yeah.
How did the situation, how did the turntables happen so fast? We saw that Bigetron were the ones that were content just keeping distance, and Rebellion were the ones that have to try and catch them. But in the second game, it was the exact opposite. Well, of course, aside from Dyron just being a complete nuisance. And we talked about this a bit during the break, and I think it is down to that Irrital pick, man. In game number 1, it was a Clint. He needs to get somewhat closer, but the Irrital, he can just follow up with the mobility. And so, I think that's just a lot more DPS and a lot more mobility that they can use to just kite back and forth. So, they are content keeping the distance.
Fun fact though, Vidio here, there, and everywhere. Number 1, highest kill participation, 81%. That's massive. Well, he has been very active on the map, and he has been playing those kind of heroes. Eterna, Rafaela, Mathilda, Ruby.
Yep. And the difference is from game number 1, he couldn't have had that much of an impact because of perhaps the go away that came in for the Melissa, right? So even if he wanted to go in, bring everyone in with a guiding wind, it was disrupted with Melissa's ultimate. But in the second game, because they opted for the Clint instead, that was negated. He was able to roam around the map, enable his team with the greatest disengage as well as the engage. And with the additional mobility that Irithel has, like Arashi mentioned before, as well as someone like the Benedetta, who had really great setup before those Lord fights and all those other setups, it was very difficult for Bigetron, despite them having, I would say, a better comp.
I think that's so the case, man. I mean, it's just like situationally, these compositions can succeed depending on the situation at hand. And I think in the early game, Bigetron still had some potential. They were still able to have a lot of control with the traps, with the crowd control. But overall, especially when it comes to those Lord fights, I think Rebellion Zion's composition is a lot better.
You can also see that Brandini has an achievement, right? Coach TNC Pro Team MPL PH Season 9, and he was able to bring TNC to the 3rd place in MPL PH. Now, without Coach Ren, does seem like the team isn't doing really well. They're 8th place in MPL PH Season 10. So it does feel like, you know, Brandini has had a massive impact on that team based on drafts, based on playstyle. And right now, we haven't really seen that BTR just yet. That crazy, super strong BTR. We're still waiting for that, but there's something I do want to talk about. BTR plays in a very template way. Every single game, they do the same thing. They always rotate towards the gold lane every single time. They never go and gank towards Chorizo, even when he has a winning lane. Benedetta Paquito should be able to win the trades in the early stages, but no one capitalized on that. And that gave Dyron the opportunity to do what he did. He carried the game, took it to his own hands, and he was able to win. But here, in game 1, Rebellion lost on the blue side. BTR lost in game 2 on the red side. Both of the teams still opting to stay, doubling down, and we're entering the drafts for game number 3.
So both teams are staying with their own team colors, actually. Interesting. Is that the idea behind this decision? Maybe not, because Julian and Diggy has just been banned from Rebellion. So Bigetron, they will have to revamp their strategy. That is 2 core components not available to them.
Whoa, Diggy and Julian taken away.
Respect.
This respect, but also opening up very important picks as well. So this is gonna get interesting. Are we gonna finally see the Faramis perhaps come to life here in game number 3 between Rebellion as well as Bigetron? If Bigetron want to go for the same approach, they are going to be banning out the Beatrix, but no, the Faramis is going to be the choice first.
Ooh. You gotta be careful, Arashi. Yep. Beatrix, I think I'd rather go up against a Valentina than a Beatrix, right? There's counterplay against a Valentina. Against a Beatrix, we saw it yesterday when Skylar picked it up in game number 1. He was 0-2 or 0-3, I believe, and he was still a massive threat.
Well, out of nowhere, boom, triple kill from Skylar. So it just shows the power of that hero and how much impact the Beatrix can have even though she's behind. So for now, for Rebellion and Bigetron, Valentina, Akai, all these options are on the table. If Bigetron felt like the Akai from Fearless was a bit too much, they can ban it out as well. We'll have to see though. Rebellion might put them in a tough spot, picking between an Akai and a Beatrix. Oh no, actually, picking between a Beatrix and a Valentina perhaps.
Okay, but now the 1-1 has also been left open.
Yeah. Ooh, it's big trouble for BTR, or it could be good for them. Leave all those 3 heroes open. Trade it. That's the only thing I can see right now. Because if you go for the Beatrix ban, 1-1 Valentina. Actually, that works. Ban Beatrix, let Rebellion play the 1-1, pick up the Valentina, and that's exactly what they do. Valentina can copy the crossbow attack, and you can use it without popping any of the weakness points. You instantly pop that crossbow attack. We've seen it from Lemon.
Interesting. Well, Rebellion, they just go for the 1-1 as predicted, so this will be going in the hands of Heis. We did mention that he has quite the shallow hero pool, so securing a good gold laner, a meta gold laner for him will be great for Rebellion Zion, but Bigetron Alpha, this is where their answer matters a lot. Paquito along with the Valentina makes a lot of sense, but if they want to go with something different, we have to see.
I think that's going to be the case though, Arashi. The Paquito and the Valentina is going to be the choice here, and unfortunately, the Diggy has been banned away, so there isn't much of a quote-unquote counter unless they want to pick up someone like the Phobius, but they've picked up the Paquito first, so it's kind of hard because we saw the Phobius as well as that 1-1 go in the same lane and it didn't amount to much. We do have a comment here by Sorizo though. Trained by Brandini, we have a lot of surprises to come out, so perhaps this might be the game for them to pull it out.
Right now, there's no Fanny ban, so Fanny is available if any one of these teams want to try and offer that option. We'll have to see though. The Ruby already picked in, hinting that Rebellion, they want a more passive situation because they are up against a Paquito and a Valentina. These are short-range, close-range heroes that Ruby can absolutely punish with that I'm offended. And of course, the Matilda, so this will be a side lane Ruby. Maybe.
XP lane Ruby is the only one I can think of, right? Like, can't really be flexed.
It used to be in the gold lane, but that's way back.
But
Exactly.
it's just not possible here because they already have a 1-1.
True, that too.
Dyron is going to play the Ruby, I believe, and Matilda's going to go to Vidio. Signature pick. BTR, are they going to go? They can't go for the Diggy now, right? Because Diggy has been banned out by Rebellion very intelligently because they wanted to pick up a 1-1. Now,
Franco?
I kind of feel like high ground would be so beneficial for Bigetron right now because the range game for Rebellion is very short. 1-1, Matilda and Ruby, right? But Lolita is the option they go for. Counter engage with that Numenon Blast can deter the engage coming in from Rebellion.
They can go for a Farsa or a Sicilian, but later on. They do not need to force it right now. It's 2 heroes that we've seen, especially the Farsa, we haven't seen at all in Season 10. But here you go. While we're talking about the mages, BTR and Rebellion mid laner coming in, we're taking a look at their statistics.
Suelo and Moreno here, both having a lot of impact, but Suelo seems to be the member that's standing out a lot more. He is a lot more dynamic, whereas Moreno, it seems like he is content doing what is necessary. But that it also seems like the identity of Bigetron, right? We don't have to do anything too crazy. We play calm, calculated, and we get the job done.
We'll see.
Right now, Bigetron Alpha, they're not limiting the high ground, they're limiting Lunox. So do you think perhaps Bigetron Alpha, they want to bring up someone a little bit more tanky so far? Because what we see on screen, Lolita as well as the Paquito. Are we going to see someone like the Baxia perhaps in that jungle position?
Oh, for BTR?
Yeah.
Well, we have seen that they can actually perform really well because Bigetron speed is one of their main weapons. Their rotation speed is the stuff of legends. We've been mentioning it again and again. So if they are able to out-rotate Rebellion, they can get a lot of ganks off on the mid lane, on the side lanes as well. 1-1, as you mentioned, requires a good early game, a good laning phase to actually be a threat in the late game. So Bigetron has that option to explore if they really want to, but they would require, again, something strong in the back lines. If you have a lot of tanky members, you need to have a lot of damage to back it up.
And look at the bans, Arashi. Irithel, respect. A 1-1 counter, BTR. Whoa! Wait, so they don't expect the Ruby to be in the XP lane with that ban. Or, well, technically Benedetta can be played as well by Fearless. We have seen that before in the jungle. Marky, though, has a comment. The teams here in Indonesia are very aggressive in contrast to Philippines, where they're very disciplined. So aggression means more team fights. Maybe in the Philippines, we don't see as many team fights, more objective takes. But here you go, BTR. This time I do think... Oh, wait a minute. Why I even say the Farsa and the Sicilian? They already have a Valentina.
You're right. Actually, that's pretty funny. The Claw will be the pick, so it is an all-out dive composition though, and Rebellion. The fact that they have a Mathilda as well as a Ruby is quite scary to me, but if Bigetron can get rolling, they can make sure that the damage will be too much for anyone on the side of Rebellion to deal with anyways. So, but if they do that, they are banking on a lot of things going very well their way in the early game, especially with a roamer like Lolita. I feel like that will be a bit too difficult to achieve.
Okay, but here, Rebellion have opted to go with the Cho as well as the Xavier. So you're right, they went in for a long range, but it wasn't the Farsa nor the Yves, who has already been banned. It's going to be the Xavier. So a lot of pressure there from the backside of the side of Rebellion Zion. And they also opt for the Cho and most probably Cho jungle. So very interesting. We do have a comment though by BTR Starless. This match is proof that whoever has the strongest mentality will win.
Let's see. BTR need to secure their final pick to round up their draft. Is it going to be a jungler or an XP lane? I think picking up something like a Uranus would be very, very good for this team. They need someone to actually be a nuisance. Oh,
there you go. Right on call, Mirko. The front line, the nuisance. The Mana can tank up the whole crossbow of Tang. If he gets ahead enough, Sorizo will be playing the Uranus. And knowing Sorizo, with how he likes to play, Uranus is such a good fit because he likes to pull attention towards himself. And in the Uranus, he can cut multiple waves as well. We saw that Bigetron, they were able to maximize the split push gameplay earlier. Now, they have a chance to try and do it kind of using that Uranus.
Rebellion Zion has really strong backline though, and they're really hitching their bets on the fact that the Paquito can either go for a flank or Claude can go in with the Blazing Duet. But even so, it needs to be properly timed, realizing that Rebellion has the Ruby in their midst.
Let's get ready for the decider, ladies and gentlemen. Back to a best of one. Both of these teams need the victory to solidify their spot in the playoffs. Coming into the land of dawn, Bigetron Alpha versus Rebellion Zion.
We'll see what happens here. We can already see rotations coming in from Rebellion. They do have really good wave clear, especially realizing that they do have the Matilda as well. But when it comes down to this boxing matchup in the jungle, how is it gonna fare, Rashi?
Martial arts tournament, I think Paquito is a lot stronger when it comes to 1v1 and dueling, but of course the Cho is a whole different situation here. He has a lot more utility and he has better ganks, I think.
And you know, I said the Uranus during the draft. Why I didn't say the Esmeralda is because Esmeralda actually gets countered by... Well, not countered, but it's a good matchup for the 1-1, right? So, we'll see here. If you have a Uranus, you are actually able to tank up that crossbow attack, as long as the 1-1 obviously doesn't snowball.
Right, 1-1 snowballing will be a huge issue here. They have some solutions in key using the Lolita to block in the balls coming in from the crossbow of Tang, or even the initial skills being shut out from the rest of the team as well.
Whoa!
But, whoa! This is interesting. This is very interesting.
Oh, I like this. Town prediction by Axe. It's divided. The Indonesian desk and the English desk completely divided, 50-50. I like it. And look, I don't know if this is literally a coincidence. The red side, and remember Bigetron Alpha is on the red side and they're on the blue side. It's pretty funny. It's pretty cool.
It's thematic.
Wow. I mean, again, that wasn't planned, but that was fun.
It was fun, but Marky not having a fun time here as Wijanarko is constantly a thorn in his side because Key is focused more on the mid side. Bigetron Alpha want to guarantee the rotations, guarantee that Moreno has success here, but it's going to be very difficult for the gold lane indeed. But Sorizo gets the gold buff.
Yeah, Sorizo is actually able to take that gold buff away from Fearless. So he was trying to rotate towards that bottom side. It didn't work out, and now they're going to change their focus onto this next turtle. We do see that Key is going to be able to withstand the damage coming in from Wijanarko, but for how long? Bigetron Alpha have the setup so far, but look at the way Sorizo is just able to zone Fearless away.
Yeah, this is what the Uranus was picked for, and that's exactly what Sorizo is able to do. Zoning away the members with his presence here as just such a sustainable member. As Max deals out of damage onto the Turtle, they've won the setup game, and they will be able to claim the first neutral objective. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Right now, though, they're trading the objectives for the side lane presence, and honestly, late game, Marky will be one of the core damage dealers for their team. So we have seen this before, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. It's a bit of a gamble. Max, though, going for the high and dry in order to ensure that he can 1v1 Fearless if they ever cross paths in the jungle. And of course, for Sorizo and Marky, getting those items will be the main focus, so Everest will be the emblem of choice.
Wait, sorry, I was completely like confused there. I thought that Moreno went in for that fighter build, but no, it turns out it's still the mystery shop. They do want to be able to get those items as soon as possible. Whoa. But there you go, first blood into the hands of Rebellion Zion, and that, my friends, is the beauty of the ultimate coming in from that Savior.
Way too aggressive by Max. It was a good invade early on, but now Numna Blast coming in. Highs. Wow. Didn't even look like he got CC. Perfectly timed second ability there to get out of the CC. 2 more weakness points on both Key and Marky. But Key pops at that shield, bringing some pressure over for Marky to pick up a lot of gold. And this is not good for Highs. If Marky actually finishes that DHS fast, Highs is going to get bullied.
Right now for Rebellion, though, they have a great setup combo. Anyone with a small bit of crowd control can be comboed with the Immobilize coming in from Suelo, and that might be what is going to happen right here.
Chain CC, Fearless kicking him, and instantly, oh my god, Moreno still able to jump away. He has the way the Dragon will be able to use it onto Dyron, and he outplays the situation, bringing Dyron back. Sorizo in the midst, Ji Kundo popped in onto 2 members. Fearless taken low under the turret. Numina Blast popped in with a flicker as well. Wijanarko still able to get out. Dyron also doing the same thing. 1 for 0 in that entire clash.
1-0 trade there because of the outplay that Moreno could have. And I'm wondering, did Suelo miss his ultimate onto Moreno? He should have been able to get chunked down, but no. Now, with the space that Bigetron Alpha has been able to take, they are going to be able to get that objective in that turtle.
Something knocked Moreno's just slightly a bit sideways.
Right?
It might be the circling eagle. Again, it happened so quick, I'm not quite sure at this point, but he got shifted sideways, and that allowed the Dawning Light to miss him, and that allows him to actually make that outplay. The whole sequence could have absolutely been avoided. But now, you take a look at the items, and Marky already with the DHS can do a lot of damage, but Max with the Hunter Strike, he is looking for blood. In contrast, though, Fearless going for that full tank utility build. That will be the difference between these two teams.
And take a look at the Paquito, right? With the high and dry, you can expect to see the Hunter Strike built into a BOD or a Malefic Roar early on. And that's exactly what he's doing. It's more of an assassin playstyle for this Paquito. You're going to see him occupying a whole lot of these bushes. So Rebellion needs to be very proactive on the checks and the openings of the map as Sorizo doing Sorizo things. This is what he does. This is what he does on the Uranus. He just clears out 2 waves, cutting it and getting pressure for that top side play. That's happening right now. Key gonna get jumped on, and that's gonna be Highs popping every single weakness point, but the shield comes in, and the Blazing Duet instantly wiping everyone out. Highs taken out. Triple kill by Moreno. The child prodigy, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. 3,000 gold lead for BTR.
Just like that, 3 members get taken down, and Sorizo was #1 for that setup. Being able to utilize both of those lanes is allowing Rebellion Zion to not be able to actually put all their manpower in that particular fight, and Bigetron Alpha just won it then and there. They do have the pressure once again here on all of those 3 lanes. Top is pushing. You can see the infrastructure here in the mid side also falling down as Bigetron Alpha looking to solidify their gold advantage now at 4,000.
And Arashi, Marky, Golden Staff.
I was about to say, he has the Golden Staff and the DHS at only about 7 minutes. That is very, very fast. And now, Rebellion Zion, they have to be very much respectful of that dive presence from Marky.
It's going to be too much to handle right now. Moreno is going to be caught in the Mystic Field. Numina Blasto, and there you go. The Blazing Duet with the Golden Staff. And now it's Sorizo who goes wild on the back line. No answer whatsoever. Highs deleted out of the Land of Dawn. 4 for 0, and it didn't even feel tough to do that. BTR!
An additional 2,000 gold for Bigetron now
God.
with 6,000 in their arsenal. They are going to be able to push this mid turret, and that was insane. The Dawning Light doesn't even do much damage as well, so perhaps the power spike has not hit. Are they that far behind?
Right now, 7k gold advantage for Bigetron Alpha. Max with the Malefic Roar. This man wants to make sure whoever is his target gets beat up completely. He has a lot of damage right here, and a lot of people question how aggressive Max can be on the fighters, the assassins, but he is performing really well today in particular. Killer instinct is absolutely still there.
Theoretically, Bigetron Alpha should be countered by Rebellion Zion because of that Ruby. I mean, even if they want to go very aggressive, like perhaps Max goes in for the backline, they should be able to be at least inhibited slightly in terms of that aggression with the I'm Offended that should prop up. But at this rate, because of how far behind they are, it's a lot difficult, especially with the damage as well coming in from Marky, who's able to zone even Dyron away at this stage.
Right now, Bigetron has 3 sprints, right? That is also one of the factors that ensures that Rebellion Zion doesn't have time to react to how fast the dive comes in. So before you know it, they're already all the way behind, and Dyron, he can't teleport. He can't just show up where the fight's happening, you know? So Bigetron Alpha, again, speed. They're using speed as their main weapon, and it's working out perfectly against Rebellion Zion.
Speaking about the Ruby again, I agree with you to a certain extent where Rebellion with the Ruby, they should be able to actually counter that low-range composition that Bigetron has. But the thing is, that's only if it's a 5v5 team fight where Rebellion and Bigetron Alpha are at have the same odds, right? If they're 5v5, they have the same positioning, but it's never the case. Bigetron Alpha always take the fights with better setup. They always take the fight at the choke points where they excel. And that's the reason Rebellion really haven't been able to utilize the drafts properly with that Ruby not really playing optimally.
That Ruby really doesn't have a lot of options here. Dyron, we talked about how he can make a lot of things happen, provided that he is on an aggressive hero. He has the Haas Claws and the Dominance Eye, so a lot of sustainability. But at this point, when the rest of your team just gets beat up and gets bursted down, that sustainability isn't going to do too much for the team. We can look at Swalo as well. We talked about the lack of damage coming in from him. He only has the Clock of Destiny. Lightning Transient just now completed at about 10 minutes. It's quite late, and for the highs as well, only 2 items. So Bigetron Alpha, they have the item advantage, and Rebellion Zion are the ones trying to find a shutdown, something to try and get back into the game.
To be honest, I would have expected more dominance ISOs from the side of Rebellion Zion. We see that Wijanarko has only been able to get that anti-Kiras, but Bigetron Alpha, they're going in for the end game.
Oh, Dyron used his I'm Offended preemptively, and now Marky has free reign to just go on to that Blazing Duet. They do not go for it just yet, though. Bottom side is pushing up. BTR will look to try to take every single base turret before they actually go for the end. Staying disciplined is the key for BTR. Dyron again with I'm Offended, connecting on the 2 members as Fearless jumps in with the Wave of the Dragon, bringing Key back on towards the members of Rebellion. Zion is giving the crossbow tank, dealing no damage onto Sorizo. Dawning Light coming in as Max jumps in as well. Marky dealing damage as Max jumps in with a knockout strike, but is not able to take anyone down. Mystic Field catching 2, but Sorizo and Marky both are able to get out. 2 base turrets taken out. But again, discipline is the key. Rebellion found that little hole that Bigetron Alpha made, that mistake. They capitalized and they punished.
But still, Bigetron Alpha, despite that being an error on their behalf, 10,000 gold lead. That's a lot of gold. How are they going to catch up at this stage?
They had to take Moreno out, man. Moreno is the man with a lot of gold. And instant replay by the Samsung Galaxy A-Series. We saw that Dyron was the main initiator, and it's followed up by Fearless. And afterwards, we saw Marky trying his best with the Blazing Duet in the back line, but Wind of Nature, as well as the other members like Dyron, like Fearless being way too tanky, he eventually gets pressured away from everyone. He needs a lot more damage to be a threat to the tanks. The squishies are already getting taken out.
They're so lucky that the Dawning Light wasn't up for them to use in that last second, or Bigetron Alpha could have been wiped out. We see the damage dealt here by Axe. It is still Moreno as well as Marky there in the top of the charts, but followed very closely behind Swalo. So Swalo is starting to deal out the damage. The more the game progresses, the more damage he's going to output, as well as the ability for him to just spam that ultimate, that Dawning Light, to create more space for Rebellion Zion when it comes down to those long-range stunts.
seems like Sorizo is going to stick with the team and try and be a pressure from the sides, being a threat of like flanking and dive, coming in from behind the rest of the side of Rebellion Zion, and it's working out kind of. I thought he was going to be pressuring the other side, but right there, Bigetron pull the trigger, they take Fearless out, no retribution on the table, they go for the conceal play.
Yeah, because Rizzo is in the back lines. Marky popped that Blazing Duet, but they will just back off for the Enhanced Lord. Again, that was just a beautiful play by Moreno. He took that I'm offended. He didn't even let Rebellion Zion see that he took that I'm offended, so they were caught off guard. Fearless tried to open up the map. That I'm offended caught him, and Moreno again. Oh, Dyron! Map hacks for sure this time. Moreno gonna be brought back, and that's a kill. Shut down onto the 1-1. Wow. That game sense. Dyron, beautiful I'm offended.
That is crazy. We talked we said that is the exact thing that Rebellion Zion need to do. Take out the Moreno on the Valentina, and that is exactly what they have accomplished. Shut down, and for the to make things worse, onto highs on that 1-1 as well. Not good for Bigetron, but they have the Lord to work around here with. Moreno won't be up for 10 seconds, and I think that will be way more than enough time for Rebellion Zion to be able to clear out the Lord, get a man advantage in this fight.
1-man advantage now. 4v5. BTR trying to siege down the turret up top. Able to take it down as they go for the base. Dyron with the I'm offended, bringing Key back with the base. Way the dragon as well, but that's just a roamer. Look at the Blazing Duet, able to deal so much damage as he popped the Wind of Nature as well. Onto the back line, super out blast by Key! Oh my goodness! They wreak havoc! Max wants the damage, but Marky takes it away from him. Key! Oh my goodness, that was beautiful!
That is insane, man! 3-man Numenon blast from Key in the final seconds when it looks like Rebellion Zion was about to actually save the game! My god, what was that?
Wow, what a amazing, impeccable play there by Key. And we've got to highlight though, Rebellion Zion wasted 3 ultimates on the roamer.
Yeah, that's what I said while I was doing the play-by-play.
All 3.
Is it worth it to really use that when, again, Blazing Duet, Numenon Blast, you can't cancel that if you use everything on Key. Well, technically you can, because if Key was taken down there, yeah, but he had the immortality, he survived.
Man, that was just such a amazing play by Bigetron. A few mistakes though by Rebellion, don't you think, Arashi?
Right, targeting. The thing is, it's just very difficult, right? The way Bigetron Alpha was positioning, they weren't gonna overstep, so Rebellion, they were forced to try and find whatever they can find, which is why Dyron, I think twice or 3 times in a row in the base defense, he was only able to catch off the I'm offended onto tankier members, not Moreno, and also not Marky. But that's all you have to do, and Repo!
Oh man, Repo! He's doing the bull thing in Majiggy.
The Mad Bull.
The Mad Bull. Starless though, he's beating him up. He's like, no! I just said GG! Stop! Oh, what a game, what a game. Well, I guess, our prediction was right, guys.
Should we take a look at the Indo-caster just a bit? Oh.
Well, I wonder how they're feeling. It was the first time we
just got schooled.
It was the first time we had a complete opposite prediction, right?
Yeah.
Everyone on the Indonesian desk and everyone on the English desk with different opinions. And we come out on top. 1-0 for the English desk, guys. Let's go.
I wonder.
BTR not really in the best positions right now. I don't know if that.
I mean, second win. Okay.
Third win.
Third win. Sorry, 1 is the deciding number.
Man, I can't believe Marky stole Savage. But yeah, Max could have taken the title, Arashi. First Savage of Season 10. Marky's like, nope.
Man, I'm still speechless. That play came out of nowhere. It seems like it was close. It can go either way. But once that Numenon Blast got channeled up, you already know what's going to happen. And then the flicker to make sure it lands just right. It's like, wow, how does Key keep finding moments like this when every other roamer, right? They have not been able to get so many highlight plays because everyone has been so much better, so much more careful. Key somehow finds a way.
I mean, people put Key as one of the best roamers in MPL ID right now.
So good.
Remember the Atlas play?
That too, exactly.
That 1 HP
I don't know,
Atlas
man.
play, right?
The Fatal Links out of nowhere.
Yeah.
More solid, the robots stay away from the red zone. That's the red robots. You would think they want to go for the red zone, but no.
nope.
No. They want to stay clear of that red zone. We're going to head it over to Clara Mongstar with the interview.
Udah Clara Mongstar di belakang udah bersiap untuk ngobrol-ngobrol dengan salah satu player yang begitu memukau dari Bigetron Alpha. Kemenangan 2-1 inilah dia, Moreno. Hai. Hai, dia nge-lag gitu ya. Tapi Moreno, congratulations. 2-1 gimana match kalian tadi Moreno?
Ya seru sih lawan Rebellion.
Bagian mana yang paling seru?
Bukan masalah bagiannya, tapi kan karena kita sama-sama peringkat bawah, jadi seru aja sih.
Oh begitu ya?
Yeah.
Gimana rasanya ketika kamu masuk MPL lalu dari peringkat ke bawah nih, memulai leg kedua dari peringkat rada-rada ngeri-ngeri sedep ya?
Ya rada sedih sih, kena mental dikit lah.
Tapi udah bisa diatasi?
Ya
progres?
Ya progres.
Progres ya, karena memang perjalanan itu kalian banyak banget melakukan perombakan. Dan dari segi player, coach, analis juga kan bisa dibilang baru-baru juga kan.
Yeah.
Gimana, susah gak sih untuk beradaptasi di season ini? Season lalu kamu di MDL, season sekarang di MPL gitu.
Lumayan, awal-awal sih lumayan susah ya adaptasinya. Tapi mulai kesini ya mulai dapet chemistry lah sama satu tim.
Wow, chemistry itu penting banget. Caranya dapat chemistry gimana sih?
Paling tidur bareng, mandi bareng.
Oke. Memang itu adalah kuncinya ya, hidup bersama, harmonis, melakukan segalanya bareng. Dan untuk kedepannya berarti sudah bisa dibilang lebih mulus lah ya untuk tim Bigetron.
Ya semoga lebih mulus lah.
Oh.
Pasti lebih mulus lah.
Amin untuk Bigetron. Ripo itu lagi kerasukan kayaknya ya.
Iya.
Kerasukan banteng jadi banteng. Ya memang begitu ya. Tapi seru banget dari Bigetron. Kamu sendiri di laning phase. Kita ngeliat bahwa kamu berkembang pesat banget Moreno. Kelihatan dari performamu. Apa sih yang menyebabkan bisa kamu berkembang secepat ini?
Ya yang udah senior di tim bilang ke saya pede aja sih buat ngelawan mid laner yang lebih senior.
Yang penting pede aja ya?
Ya pede aja.
Yang senior lain pun ngebantuin kamu. Tapi kalau boleh dibahas dari senior mid laner mungkin yang udah kamu lawan. Siapa sih yang paling berat Moreno buat kamu lawan?
Yang paling berat sih menurut saya Vesager sama Lemon sih.
Oke, Vesager dan Lemon. Itu dari segi apanya Moreno?
Dari segi yang ngepok damage midnya, jadi saya lebih sekarat duluan biasanya gitu.
Oke.
Jadi nggak bisa rotasi gitu.
Oke, ini menarik sih. Soalnya mid laner kan tugasnya juga berat banget ya. Harus bisa rotasi cepat. Dan Moreno, untuk leg yang kedua, apa harapanmu buat timmu yang sekarang sih?
Ya, semoga kita bisa match ini bisa menang semua sih.
Bisa menang semua?
Bisa menang semua.
Ada nggak tim yang pengen banget kamu rematchin lagi nih, yang kamu nantikan matchnya?
Kemarin sih RRQ tapi kalah.
Ya, ada lagi nggak?
Mungkin EVOS ya, pengen ngalahin EVOS juga sih.
Oke, pengen ngalahin EVOS dan ini bakal jadi menarik juga. Bigetron sudah 2 match di leg yang kedua, selanjutnya masih akan panjang dan posisi mereka masih dalam zona yang tidak nyaman. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih buat para Bigetroopers atau keluargamu mungkin yang ada di Bekasi ya?
Ya buat Bigetroopers, kalau buat Bigetroopers ya dukung aja apapun line up-nya. Ya semoga kita bisa ngasih yang terbaik, terus jangan banyak ngujat-ngujat pemain sendiri. Karena kan ngaruh juga ya ke mental kalau kalian banyak-banyak ngujat. Buat keluarga, ya doain aku terus aja, semoga aku bisa ngasih yang terbaik buat tim ini.
Amin. Dan semoga juga kalian ya positif, harus mendukung para timnya. Jangan toksik-toksik dan kita dukung terus semua tim yang ada di MPL. Dan kita akan membahas game yang ketiga dari para caster. Langsung silakan.
Thank you so much for the interview, Mongstar and Moreno. Wow, what a game. 14 minutes, 14 kills for BTR. What? 0 turrets. Wow, that was
dominant, man.
That was dominant.
No Lord, no Turtle either. Bigetron completely took control. I think, again, the speed, man. Ruben and Zion, they tried to match the rotations and the aggression in all different lanes. But when you have a Savior, a Ruby, and a Cho, and a Matilda, right? For the most part, only Cho is the one that's particularly mobile. For the side of Bigetron Alpha, everyone else has the ability to dash away, to dash over walls, and also use sprints to make sure that they can get that catch the late game. And I think the picks, as you mentioned, Mirko, the Uranus pick from Soriza was absolutely critical. Look at his items, man. He has all the physical defense he needs to wither out that crossbow of Tang, and he has the Oracle as well for good measure, just to make sure that he is just that much more annoying to deal with. Max, though, we said he plays a lot more passive, but in this game, knowing his win conditions, knowing that it is his duty to beat up any backline member of Rebellion Zion out of position, he goes in for the full damage build, maybe itemizing for one last defensive item, but for the most part, he is out for blood. And Marky, he is still respecting the potential for a counterplay. He is itemizing for some magic resistance, it seems. That will be to deal with Swalo later on. Of course, the longer the game goes, the more that long-range Dominating Light will do a lot of damage and be a complete nuisance to deal with. Unfortunately, I think if the game went a bit longer, maybe Rebellion Zion can match a bit of the damage. And so far, Bigetron Alpha did not let that happen at all. Rich Guy and the carry is going to be Marky on that Claude, which is very impressive. But the damage tower, it's actually 0.
Wow.
0, Mirko.
Game 1 of Geek Fam versus Alter Ego was that way too, right?
0.
So we got 2 games with 0 damage to towers. The teams are really starting to get that rhythm going, man.
The adaptation, I think, is one of the main factors here.
And the main key for BTR
Marquee
is
and
Marquee
key.
and Key.
2 keys.
2 keys right here, right?
Literal action.
3 keys. Marquee, most
Marquee.
GPM, damage dealt, and Key, most assist.
Right. I mean, it seems like a lot of teams, they're just better at now taking control of the game and making sure they don't leave any opportunities. Even Bigetron, when Rebellion Zion were able to actually get some kills back, it's not the shutdowns. Eventually it was. Moreno did get picked off, but at that point, it's too little too late. The MVP for game number 3 by the Samsung Galaxy A series,
No doubt.
it's Key, man. The Key himself.
The Key himself. I like it, man. 0, 2, and 13. Take a look at the itemization. He learned Arashi from game 1. No dominance ice. Oh, my bad. My bad. I'll go for it here. All right, you happy, casters? There you go.
There we go. This is going to be the MVP highlights. You can see, for the most part, Key, even though I still mentioned that with Lolita, might be too difficult to find aggressive plays, but Bigetron, they make it work, man. They use Key to stifle any real aggression coming in from the side of Rebellion. And once that is over, that is where the Numeron Blast comes in again and again. Here, it didn't work out, but doesn't really matter. He is able to push Rebellion backwards, and when they're on the back foot, with 3 sprints on the side of Bigetron Alpha, they can more than easily catch up to the members running away. And here, you can see that Marky, he's struggling a bit with to try and do enough damage to burst through everyone else, but the vision gain, the rotations, Bigetron is very smart with it. Here, Moreno gets taken out, so credit to Rebellion. But afterwards, this play, man, right here, slam, boom.
That's so
satisfying. My God, what else can you say about it? Wow.
But you know, Marky, if he didn't take the kill, he would be 0-0-12. So, you know what? It's fine. 1-0-12, right? Because
I don't know for the side.
Because he was 1-0 with the kill, he's 1-0-11. If he didn't get the kill, he would be 0-0-12. That's not a good, you know, you as a marksman.
Playing as a team, though.
No, I like it, Marky.
No.
Because if you've been on a team with someone, you want to take their Savage. So go ahead, we're gonna listen in to that Savage deal here on the highlights by TikTok.
Mar! Jangan kap, kesini Mar, kesini Mar. Nunggu, lunok. No kuning. Yeah! Nice! Why? Lemar ki. Buangkat. Careful. Nice. Mati ko. I cover you, Marky. I cover you. Second. Nice one. Fight. Buangkat. Gokil. Mati ko deh. Jangan. Gua ikat tuh. Dulu. Ayo ulti. Mar, lihat darah lu, Mar. Itu, ratain aja, naik. I second. No sprint, Gor. No sprint.
Tommy, thank you. Cuman patay.
Bye, bro. End kan. Gak ada combo dia. Naik.
Mati, naik.
Tenang. Asli itu sakit.
Selalu. Ini digging gak ada flicker ya. Nice. Gerebet. 5 detik, ulur 5 detik. Oh, selalu. Tarik keluar ya. Gua balik. Flicker.
Oke, aman.
Lihat lotnya. Nice. Gua dapet lagi ya.
Landingnya.
Nice, coy. Mid. Banyak. Nice. Di bangkai. Wah. Fokusin.
Sabar, fokusin.
Nice.
Go.
Ini.
Ini.
Lihat gua ya.
Easy.
Gold ini. Lihat gua. Tapi ini bisa to kick me. Second. Mati. Nice, bro. Mati. Mati dia nih. Besar, nice.
You can fight. Double T.
Percaya, I have pecah open stock. I have immortal, guys. Nice. Go. Simi ya. Nice. Sepek.
Oh no, we didn't get to hear it. We didn't get to hear the Savage Steel reaction. I wonder, were they all like, oh, come on? Or were they all like laughing at Max?
I'd probably be laughing.
Yeah, I'd be laughing. If I was Marky, I'd be laughing too.
I mean, it's hilarious. The bilingual communication from Bigetron, though, how good is that?
Oh,
They're mixing up English and a bit of Indonesian, and they're getting the best of both worlds, man.
Yeah.
It sounds so good. It sounds haphazard and chaotic, but it's good.
It is good, yeah, because again, it's all about that important information, right?
Yes.
The important information is sent to Marky in English when Marky needs to hear it, and the others, they communicate in Indo. So it's good, but I also watched the mic check on BTR's channel. There was one moment where like he wanted to tell him something. And he didn't know the English word, so he's just like, oh, never mind, whatever. So let's take a look at the keys to success, though. If you guys want to check that out, obviously, you can. BTR mic check with Marky. Here you go. Key to success, literally 0, 2, and 13.
Well, it all began with the dynamic movement from Bigetron. The speed, man, we talk about it. Speed kills. And Bigetron, they were able to be faster in setting up, faster in rotating, and also faster in the fights as well. So the speed, first and foremost, puts them on the back foot, and afterwards, when they're in damage control, Bigetron was able to be a bit more crafty with the vision game, with the pick-off potential. We saw even in the last fight, Moreno stealing the Ammo Bandit and using that as a pick-off tool. So the pick-off gameplay is just too good from Bigetron Alpha, and that is what they do when they are ahead. So Bigetron Rebellion, they just were, I don't know, they tried their best, but they got picked up again and again. That was two things from Bigetron that actually gave them the best, the best results for this match.
I agree, because in the times that they were clumped up 5v5, it felt like Rebellion Zion were able to turn it around. Except for that last fight before that Numnon Blast, where they completely just went all in, 3 ultimates used on the Roamer of all people. I think that was a big mistake.
Not value.
Perhaps Rebellion still could have stayed relevant in that game.
Absolutely, not value. You put it best, Arashi, but what is value is you guys right now can complete your Mobile Legends account with a 40,000 cashback IDR. Check bleep.li/thehabatmine right now to go and get yourself that cashback, or scan the QR code. That's pretty easy too. Scan the QR code over down below. Arashi, it's below you. There you go. Arashi got it. Game-MPL10.
Yeah. Why choose easy when you can do hard?
That's an interesting motto.
Just use the voucher code and manually put it in, because
on your Samsung phone.
Why do it easy when you can do it hard?
Look at how many cameras you have on the Samsung, right?
How many?
Might as well just go for the QR code scan.
You're right.
Exactly. Put it on a t-shirt, guys.
No, but if you try harder in something, if the process is more difficult, once you get something in return, it's more satisfying.
More rewarding. Work smart, not hard, ladies and gentlemen. That's my advice to you guys. For Eterna,
Eterna is saying hard work pays off.
Hard work pays off. I'm
Bigetron.
if there's an easy way to get the same result,
Bigetron doesn't want
I'm not
easy
saying
way.
you guys should cheat, all right? Like cheating your tests, but
what happened to trust the process, Mirko?
Hard work. There you go. I'll move over to Eterna's point. But ladies and gentlemen, speaking of hard work, the teams that will collide in our final match today are RRQ Hoshi and ONIC Esports. They've definitely done the work, hard and smart, for this matchup in preparation.
The Royal Derby?
The Royal Derby is next. Again, every Saturday I'm like, dude, second match is done. It's over. Wait.
Nope.
It's been so crazy. I always expect the second match to be done. But no, it's third. We still have another one. And it's the ultimate payoff for all of the setup right now. The Royal Derby. And it is high stakes because ONIC Esports with a win, they get to first place. RRQ need to get that top 3. Ladies and gentlemen, please wait, because me, Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi will take a break before that one.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto Legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli beli hihi. Beli beli pasti ori. Pasti ori. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti bos, pasti beli. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti bos, pasti beli.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kairunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ofar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi bestie dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli beli hihi. Beli 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 beli. Beli beli pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
tinggal selfie tabungan jadi.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain. Mungkin gitu.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya Ipos.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli beli hihi. Beli 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 beli. Beli beli pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti bos, pasti beli.
Beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti bos, pasti beli.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari super fans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ovar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli beli hihi. Beli 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 beli. Beli beli pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Saya Anggi, kerjaan saya baru-baru ini jadi driver Grab.
Mas Anggi ya? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Mas.
Saya super fans dari ONIC Esports.
Saya Hafiz Kerunanda, kegiatan sehari-hari aku sekarang hanya mahasiswa aktif dan juga salah satu bagian dari superfans RRQ.
Halo, nama gue dan dia Ofar. Gue umur 21 tahun, pekerjaan gue wirausaha. Dan gue juga super fansnya EVOS.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Kepada sang legenda, nikmatmu sungguh tiada tara. Berjuang menjaga cita rasa hingga menjadi besti dengan api. Apalagi yang bisa kami lakukan selain menuruti perut yang bergejolak ingin menyantap? Inilah wujud terima kasih kami bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris. Koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Move on ke Head & Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli 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 pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. We all this.
Live from MPL Arena, MPL Season 10 presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsors, Axe, Head and Shoulders, and Super App partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Royal Derby. The King of Kings taking on the King of the Skies, RRQ Hoshi versus ONIC Esports. On the desk once again to accompany you through this epic journey, the epic match. It's Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi.
Wow. This is going to be an intense match, Mirko. And I'm just so excited to see what will unfold here today, as it is going to be the Royal Derby once again.
Coming into this matchup, we know that in terms of mechanics, in terms of just their plays and their individual performances, they've been on par, Rashi. They need a little bit of an advantage, and that comes from the best headset in the world, JBL Quantum, with a special offer to give you guys back at home. Now, you can get the JBL Quantum 50 only for 275,000 IDR from its original 400,000 IDR price. All you need to do is scan the QR code down below, Arashi. With great sound, you guys will be able to survive in the game because guess what? You can hear the slightest sound of your opponent swaying grass from any direction.
Everything is going to be really important because you can hear Esmeralda in the bush, you can hear her dance, you can even hear Kufra charging, perhaps. But once again, let's just get straight into the lineup here, as it is going to be the main 5 with Clay, not Lemon, for the side of RRQ Hoshi. And on the flip side, it's gonna be Drian as well as Keyboy stepping forward against RRQ Hoshi.
That is a natural situation here. Usually we see Drian paired in with Samo, but now that's not the case. It's the best of both worlds. Aggressive roamer in the form of Keyboy, and also Drian. It plays a lot more calculatively with those high ground heroes. So ONIC, they're going for a mixed approach here, and we have talked again and again about the importance of flexibility. This team is definitely one of the top contenders for the most flexible team.
Let's see. In terms of the roster, they are the most flexible team. I think they're the only team that has been rotating their rosters like this, swapping their duos. It was Keyboy, Drian in the start, Sans, Samo. Then they moved it, Sans, Keyboy, Drian, Samo. And now we're seeing that original lineup, Keyboy, Drian. This is the lineup that brought them a whole lot of success in Season 8.
You're right, and this lineup is going to be a little bit more safer than the aggressive other combo that we're usually accustomed to. Drian is going to be able to use those high ground heroes in that mid lane position, as well as Keyboy going in for those aggressive plays. So very good balance in these two, as all of these members are going to be walking through the tunnel cam here by Head and Shoulders.
ONIC Esports leading the pack in the tunnel cam with Boots, but the main man making the calls is CW, macro heavy gold laner. It's a different style of gold lane whenever CW plays it. He just knows exactly what to do in every single scenario. When to go in, when to go out, going in for the farm, going in for the risky plays, and that's why he's able to have such a crazy, diverse, unique hero pool. He plays the Natan, the Klon, the Wanwan, but his hero, his remarkable hero, is the Beatrix. Picked it up 7 times, still at an 85% win rate. He's also very efficient when it comes to farming. With that macro knowledge that he has on the game, he's able to capture 737. With the average damage also being pretty high, 52,619. They respect the fruit meta coming in from RRQ, but unfortunately, Lemon, Banana not playing today, so they're up against a different beast. But welcome to the stage, ONIC Esports.
ONIC Esports, the king of the skies, looking at the past history, the way that they've been playing ONIC Esports, they are in form, which is a little bit different to RRQ Hoshi. We've seen them waver a bit in the past few weeks here in MPL ID Season 10, but man, ONIC Esports, they have the flexibility, they have the macro, the micro mechanics. So what I can say is that draft is going to be even more imperative than ever.
Considering how macro heavy they play and how often they take games to the extreme late game, this team seems to be a lot more mature than the rest of the teams, considering that, again, they just know what to do at every single moment. It seems like they've been through it all. But obviously they are up against RRQ, no pushover themselves, having great, vast amount of experience as well, and they have shown that they can also adapt and adjust very, very rapidly. And so this will be a a big test for ONIC Esports.
Now that's the thing. How are they going to be adapting? They do have an additional RRQ Arcadia as well. So let's see what he's been able to pull up against ONIC Esports as they are going through the tunnel cam here by the Head and Shoulders.
We have CW on ONIC. We also have the Kingdom's Hope, Albert. Beautiful name that captures the essence of Albert. In all the crazy victories they have gotten in this season so far, the one especially against ONIC Esports, it's Albert who's been making the plays happen, securing the crucial objectives and getting the crucial kills down onto the members. Again, right here, he's able to distract for so long. So right now, it does feel like he's not only a killer in that jungle, but he can also play a utility hero. His most remarkable hero is the Lancelot with a 646 GPM. You can tell that in terms of farm, he's not as efficient as he was, but that's because he plays a lot of those utility junglers nowadays with a 2.7 average kill. He's just saying it simply here, don't be too aggressive towards ONIC Esports. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the defending Season 9 champions, RRQ Hoshi.
Our Kings of Kings here are making their way on stage, trying to prove the haters that RRQ Hoshi, it's not the downfall of them. This is just the beginning. This is where they adapt, because when they lose, they learn. And that is what makes RRQ Hoshi even more menacing.
That is absolutely what makes RRQ so scary. We said it last time we saw them on stage. They were known as the Comeback Kings, and they can turn over the game in a split second if you give them the opportunity to do so. So, what they have to do right now is try and make sure that ONIC can't get a smooth game and pull ONIC into their gameplay instead, because RRQ, they are masters of using momentum, of using tempo against their opponents.
The recurring theme of today's matches is how high the stakes are. Bigetron as well as Geek Fam, they were fighting for that 6th place position, but here RRQ as well as ONIC, they're fighting for their lives here in order to get that upper bracket spot like they did last season. So now we're gonna take a look at the team head-to-head here by Head and Shoulders.
Wow, the stats, man, for ONIC Esports. 83% first objective rate, that is ridiculous. Shows again the control, the composure of ONIC Esports, having more kills and assists as well. But for RRQ Hoshi, more deaths doesn't mean that they're not that they are below. It means they're more willing to trade members here, and that may or may not backfire against them. They have the higher first lord rate and first total rate as well. It just seems like sometimes their over aggressiveness does come to bite them in the back. But you can see from the past match history, RRQ Hoshi, they have been having a very positive record. Can they replicate history in today's match?
ONIC Esports only able to win once against RRQ Hoshi here, Rashi. This is looking kind of scary now for ONIC, but we're going to take a look now at the keys to victory here by Axe.
Don't let ONIC take objective easily. Beatrix can be the key. Anticipate Keyboy's pick-off gameplay and get Skylar to farm easily. The gold lane is so important right now. If they can get Beatrix, if they can enable Skylar and deny Keyboy the opportunities to try and shut him down, they can leverage that to take more objectives and get more control. With more control comes more opportunities, and that is how they can actually force ONIC Esports against the wall and try and get those pickoffs, those big team fights that they always rely on to take the game. Here's the victory by Axe for ONIC Esports though. Contest Skylar's Beatrix, optimize Boots' playmaking potential, respect Vince Franco, and beware of RRQ's side lane flanks. Boots has been amazing. He is looking more and more like that menace we saw in Season 8. We see that Vince Franco as well is still razor sharp. You cannot let that ban go without a particular plan to deal with it, because he will take the game by storm. The side lanes though, that is where the members of RRQ Hoshi, they shine. They are so dominant in the lane, and they will take that advantage and transfer it all over the map.
With strong side laners though, you do need to be drafted a good lane as well. You need to be drafted a winning lane. That's so important in this current meta. The drafts have dictated the games in a lot of these series, and it's the same for both RRQ and ONIC. For ONIC Esports, I think their drafts have been more consistent and more stellar than RRQ in the grander scheme of things in the entire season so far. RRQ, there have been a whole lot of misses in terms of that draft, but man, the audience prediction by TikTok, 82% for RRQ Hoshi, only 18% for ONIC Esports. I expected it to be much closer than that.
You're right, you're right. I mean, for the past few seasons that we've seen, ONIC Esports have actually been able to establish a really strong fan base, but it seems like RRQ Hoshi, man, the support is definitely there. They have the confidence here from the fans, and I'm curious, how will this pan out? Because history-wise, ONIC Esports is a huge question mark, but the way that we've seen them both perform so far, ONIC Esports still has the better form.
Well, it's time to see whether or not that form will continue here in the first draft of the series. RRQ Hoshi on the blue side, ONIC Esports on the red. Faramis and Valentina banned out instantly.
Oof. Those are two very strong heroes, but we saw that a lot of priority is on the gold lane. So the Beatrix, I think we expect it to show up here, most likely from the side of ONIC, unless they have a plan to let go that Beatrix and then build up a composition that can go up against it and shut down that Beatrix, maybe with range, maybe with dive. They banned the 1-1 instead of the Beatrix. RRQ and ONIC, 2 more bans. Will ONIC use 2 of their ban slots for gold laners?
This is what makes this matchup even more scarier than what we've seen today. Both teams have so many heroes that need to be respected, and it confuses you a little bit. How are you going to utilize that, and who are you going to prioritize? Because Franco is still on the table for RRQ Hoshi, but so is Beatrix. But on the flip side, from the side of ONIC, we can also see that both of those heroes can be utilized to that same potential that RRQ Hoshi can do. So now it's all a chess game. How are they going to go for this?
That's the thing. Right now, if you're RRQ Hoshi, it does seem like, yeah, they go for the Masha ban. So that's a ban towards one of the counters for Beatrix. So they're already trying to emphasize that pick. Maybe trying to force ONIC to ban it away, to leave up that Franco. But if I was ONIC right now, I'd think, you know what? Let's leave both Franco and Beatrix open. Keyboy can play that Franco. And Vin, if it's up for grabs, it's most probably going to be picked up. It is his most comfortable hero, and we all know how well Vin does when he does pick his signature hero.
We'll have to see if that is the risk that ONIC is willing to take, because of course letting go the Beatrix in the hands of Skylar, it is in the win conditions for both these teams. Making sure that Skylar does not get his hands on that hero, that will be ONIC, respecting the potential. But now RRQ, they have the say in the first pick for the game. It will be the Akai for
Albert.
Albert, most likely, yes.
Yeah, so they picked up the Akai now, a really good jungler. ONIC Esports are going to respond with the Paquito as well as the Claw pick early. So one, denying that away from RRQ Hoshi, knowing that Skylar's heroes are starting to get limited. And when we've seen the way that RRQ Hoshi have played, and as soon as Skylar gets shut down, it's a little difficult for RRQ Hoshi. It doesn't seem like they have a fun time as well. So ONIC Esports, really good draft so far, but they are going to respond with the Esmeralda and the Franco.
The template when it comes to R7 and Vin, both of those heroes, well, all three right here are comfort picks and signature picks, but it's also the same for ONIC Esports. Not for the Claude, but the Paquito. Boots on the Paquito, absolutely lethal. And what this Franco does is it stops any kind of assassin from ONIC Esports. Sure, you can still play it, but you're going to be very, very vulnerable to that bloody hunt. Especially heroes like the Ling, Lancelot. These two heroes might just be banned out technically with the Franco pick.
It is a big counter, the suppression is just a bit too much. And on top of that, you do have the heavy spin from most likely Kyrie as well later on the Akai. So ONIC, if they want to go for a Diggy, we have seen this work out earlier, but Kadita is their weapon of choice. That will be in the hands of Keyboy. That is a scary preposition.
Fun fact, this Kadita in Season 10, I believe is still sitting at a 100% win rate. So Kadita has been one of those shadow strikers, right? A hero that you don't expect to be prio, but it's quite prio if you look at the win rate. Here though, Aldo, the man who's drafting for ONIC, the man who just literally picked up that Kadita for his team, has a comment. Preparation against RRQ, nothing special. We're just gonna do the best against everyone. If Lemon plays or not, we will just still be cautious. So they have prepared maybe a few drafts beforehand when it comes down to their opponents. This time they're up against Yves? No, they're up against Clay. If I think of Clay, I think of Yves because he always plays that hero.
Exactly. On the other side of the pawn though is Drian on the Valentina as the signature hero pick. And these seem to be quite similar in a way. We did say that Drian is the more composed mid laner for the side of ONIC Esports. And you can say the same thing about Clay. So this will be a clash of similar styles. So far though, ONIC Esports already having a gold laner, they have banned out the Popo and Koopa, which has performed essentially as a mini Beatrix in the tower destruction department. So RRQ Hoshi, they ban out the Balman, making sure that they have the advantage when it comes to those tanky, neutral objective securing junglers.
Man, they're shutting down Skylar really bad here. Okay, so the Claude picked up, Beatrix 1-1, and the Popol taken away. That leaves, what, Carry, Clint for Skylar to pick up. He's forced on these heroes that we haven't seen him get too much success on. I guess he does still have the Brody as an option, but the Kagura ban is going to come through for ONIC Esports. And this is quite interesting because it doesn't seem like it's in line with
Clay.
You're
right. Usually we don't see those kind of heroes when we're talking about Clay. We usually see the high ground, the ranged heroes come to play for Clay. The Yves, the Xaviers,
Farsa.
even just the safe heroes like Farsa, Lilia, but RRQ, knowing that ONIC Esports has a pretty good jungler on their team, they go for the Balman and the Ling. 2 target bans towards ONIC Esports. Another fun fact though, Rashi, most of the games where RRQ lost has been because Skylar hasn't gone to farm, hasn't gone the play time here. Who was that?
That was someone with a jersey that says Kyrie on it, with a Kyrie signature, so I think it's a bit of a flex from the fan base of ONIC Esports. But now, again, they have a solid composition, they have a great pickoff potential, and they're looking to replicate the similar dive composition we saw in the previous game. Of course, there are several answers against it, so they will go for the Grok. Good engage, while able to cut off the escape routes for RRQ Hoshi, and of course, being able to scout for information for the Kadira sounds pretty solid.
I mean, back to Skylar, they're forcing Skylar to choose someone like the Clint, who I believe is going to be so susceptible to the kill pressure that ONIC already has. The Kadira can instantly go into that backline, burst him down, take him out of the equation, and make him a non-factor. What can RRQ do at this point? Is Brody safer?
I wonder what exactly they're gonna go for. Brody, in a way, is safer, but honestly, against a Kadira and a Grok, it's gonna be very difficult for you to do that. Melissa sounds very, very good. They go for the Sicilian though, first of all. That's interesting. That's a very late game, and they go for the Iritel instead, opting for essentially more damage and more mobility compared to the Melissa.
Yeah. Let's see. All right, RRQ picking up that Iritel, the Sicilian as well. So adding a little bit more mobility to that composition, and as well as just that range, the poke that they are lacking. I wanted to say that early on. RRQ, they have a lot of engage potential, but they are really lacking that range. It does answer my question, my doubts earlier, but ONIC Esports now to close it off. They pick up a Julian in the jungle for ONIC Esports. Boots on the Paquito. He's played it 9 times, and out of that 9 times, he's won 7. So, one of his comfort heroes as well. But with the bow, both of the drafts set in stone. Eterna, Arashi. What are your thoughts?
I mean, ONIC right now, they're going for that double roamer type of strat once again. This is what we usually see them come to, that they usually bring into their games. But Grok is going to be played by Drian, I think.
Yeah, Grok. Oh, wait, what?
Yeah.
Is it really?
We'll see, but that's what it
You're right,
like.
you're right, you're absolutely right. Now that I'm thinking about it again, Drian has played Grok mid. He has never played Kadita mid. So, it's most probably going to be that. Obviously, Keyboy as well. There you go, that confirms that Keyboy is on the Kadita. A very unique draft. Perhaps a cheesy kind of draft here for that mid control, Rashi and Eterna. Let the battle begin. Ladies and gentlemen, the Royal Derby begins now. In game number 1, unfortunately, we are going to go to a pause.
Calm down a little bit.
So let's calm down, everybody.
We were just about to hype it up, man.
Yeah.
Well, we have to wait right now because, again, you have to make sure that everything runs smoothly. This is a very important match. As we mentioned earlier, the stakes are absolutely high for the last match of the day. What was that about? I was about to say, all right, for the side of RRQ Hoshi, they have a lot of very good heroes, very good comfort picks, but they have 3 late game heroes, and I am concerned about how well it's going to happen. But the crowd seems to be very, very confident in their team's performance.
Arashi, look who took Kabuki's title. CW is the new Gold Digger. with 725 GPM per game. That's the average. Arashi, I wanted to respond to what you were saying, but I simply could not hear you. Eterna, I can hear you now because the crowd has calmed down a bit, but you can tell the atmosphere here in the MPL arena for this Royal Derby match is just insane. Full house today. I think the viewers at home as well, they're as hyped, if not even more hyped than everybody here. Even the casters, we're all pumped up for this matchup.
I even took a little minute to look behind me and just absorb the energy that we're feeling. This is one of the beauties when it comes down to these big matches. The Royal Derby, time and time again, does not disappoint in terms of atmosphere, in terms of gameplay. So we're going to expect crazy things from happening. And even from the drafts right now, it's insane. We've never seen Skylar this season pick up the Irithel. So it's also a debut that's happening.
We have.
These heroes. Oh, we have. Against Bigetron yesterday?
Not yesterday against Bigetron. Yesterday he picked up the Beatrix 2 games in a row. It was, I believe...
Was that Skylar or was that Lemon?
No, it was Skylar. It was Skylar on the Irithel. I remember because there was one moment where he walked past an opponent with 1 HP. I think it was Aura, yeah, against Aura, when Aura was able to actually 2-0 RRQ. So back at it again, ladies and gentlemen, coming into the land of Dawn, ONIC Esports versus RRQ Hoshi for the Royal Derby.
I was saying earlier, RRQ Hoshi has very good picks, very good comfort heroes on their side, but 3 of those heroes are late game heroes, and ONIC Esports, they are going for that double roam strategy, so they are going to be very proactive in ensuring that RRQ Hoshi gets shut down. And against a Kadita, against a Grok, I wonder how well can Vin actually pressure.
Well, right now, it doesn't seem like Vin is able to pressure as much as Keyboy. Flicker already burnt up by Vin, and Keyboy did not use that Petrify, so he won in that trade.
And remember, Drian in the mid side is going to be able to clear rather fast. I mean, Clay really needs his items.
Whoa, what?
It's all going to depend on that. But wow, Talon's prediction here by Axe, all for the yellow Porcupine.
Wow, that is surprising. But as I mentioned, by all means, RRQ Hoshi, they can absolutely pull it off. They just have to make sure that the early game is very perfect from Vin and Albert because they are the only ones that the team can rely on for now. In the mid game to late game, they're going to have a lot of potential. The question is, will ONIC let the game go that far?
That's the problem. RRQ Hoshi, they just need to be a little bit more patient when it comes down to it because Clay's not going to stop scaling, and with the choice of emblem that he's also opted for, he's going to scale a bit more fast, but here we go in the mid side.
2 knockups just like that, securing first blood, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Kill Pressure is the name of the game for ONIC Esports. Paquito, Brock, Julian, Claude, and even Kadita. It's just full kill pressure. RRQ, they need to take these prolonged fights, but like you mentioned, Arashi, that burst comes in handy very much in the early stage. Now Alberto jumping in. Whoa! Boom. Way too aggressive. Walled off by Drian. He used the dash to come close, and it's not looking good for RRQ. Tyree picking up the first turtle of the game.
They might have to...
Wow. Yeah, Albert gets bursted down here. It was incredible to see. And even in the top side, while all that was happening, we see Skylar having a really hard time going against CW now that he has already obtained that Blazing Duet. So when it comes down to it, so far, CW has not yet been able to be shut down. So they're winning all their lanes on an esports with a 1,000 gold lead.
Kyrie didn't go for the Demon Slayer either, so Albert has an advantage in securing the actual objective, but as far as getting control over it, ONIC Esports have an overwhelming advantage. RRQ might not make the mistakes that will cost them the game, but ONIC Esports are going to try their hardest to force them into those hard situations, into those tough decisions, and maybe RRQ will be forced to just trade, man, because Albert's getting bursted down.
Kill pressure once again coming through. That burst is just dealing so much onto Albert. It's a good draft by ONIC Esports right now for that early game control, but they need to stay on it right now, all right? If they let go just a little bit and RRQ are able to equalize that gold lead, ONIC Esports might be in some trouble because then RRQ can actually stall the game.
You're right, RRQ Hoshi, they just need to play the opposite side of the map, I feel. Whenever they see a neutral objective happen, they should know that ONIC Esports are going to be on that as soon as possible. They want to take the early game, and that's where they're going. So RRQ Hoshi, when those things happen, they can go for the trades. They can go in for the top side, perhaps pressure CW, now that he's been quite free to farm there in the top side.
The issue later on will be that in ONIC Esports, Keyboy on the Kadita, that is a very scary situation for RRQ Hoshi, considering they have 2 late game squishy backline members, and Skylar gets jumped on.
Oh, but Keyboy's there to help him out. Heavy spin though by Albert, pinning Kyrie down. CW jumps into the backside, dealing a lot of damage. And Dreon comes in with a wild charge. 4-0 out of nowhere. What the heck was that?
Super aggressive by ONIC Esports, kind of unexpected with the way that Dreon and Keyboy are playing. I thought that this would be more balanced, but no. ONIC Esports, they're going full aggressive, picking off Skylar already 0-1-0 with a 3,000 gold lead. R7 here seems to be opening up the vision of the map, but he might get bursted down with the way the damage is ensuing.
ONIC Esports, this is exactly how they need to be playing the game. They have the sense of urgency. They know in the late game, Cecilian and Iritel, with the coverage coming in from the Franco, Esmeralda, and from the Akai as well, that is way too much for them to deal with. So they take advantage of the early game, and now they are forcing RRQ Hoshi into fights. They are going for dives. They are doing whatever they can to ensure that RRQ Hoshi stays down.
Wow. How do you counter a Franco? Well, if you don't let him get hooks at all, I guess that's Franco, kind of useless.
0 hooks so far, and the dual action from Dreon and Keyboy is just so effective right now.
Just like Axe, I guess they're using Axe. That is the Axe effect that you guys can also obtain for yourselves as ONIC Esports pushing up the tempo once again, taking a structure there in the top side. As with this gold lead, Arashi, what have they been able to get?
Boots with a Bloodlust Axe against such weak opponents, weak heroes in the early game, that is very, very dangerous. He can out-sustain and survive from a lot of sticky situations. Keyboy, already with the penetration from the boots, as well as a Clock of Destiny, he is attempting to scale into a very scary carry in the late game, and he goes in again.
Oh, nice Breath of the Ocean, and instantly the collapse comes in, even under the turret, as Albert is going to be taken down as well. CW going to be chain CC'd, but still able to find a kill. Kyrie goes mad into that back line, almost finding Skylar. R7 finally rotating to the mid lane as Boots is going to be able to punch him back. ONIC Esports, this aggression is absolutely breathtaking, but in the midst of it all, R7 in a 2v1 might still be able to win this away. Goes in onto Boots, still chasing him down. I don't think Boots will be slain here. He has the cooldowns back up for his abilities. Both teams just disengage.
Although that team fight was able to favor ONIC Esports more with 3-2 traded back, RRQ Hoshi, they've started to learn about the team fight situation. They used Vin to try and inhibit CW from going too crazy with the Blazing Duet, and in the end, he was taken down. So they're starting to adapt now, and that's going to start being an issue if ONIC Esports don't close this off as soon as possible. They're able to take this turtle here by the Samsung Galaxy A series, but up until now, RRQ Hoshi, they're playing the safe game, the waiting game.
They need to be playing that safe game indeed. It's not ideal for Vin to be playing defensively, but at this point, he is forced to do so. At any moment, Keyboy can just come back in with the engage yet again, and with the follow-up, it's just way too much for them to deal with for now. Once they can get scaling, once they get some power spikes, they can attempt to orchestrate a comeback. We have seen this before, but now R7 is the main target.
Has a sprint, is able to dodge away. Ooh, fancy feed, but you cannot escape from the basic attacks. Boots comes in with a jab, finishing him off. And ONIC Esports, it's a complete shutout for now. 6,000 gold lead, not letting Sicilian, even Irithel farm in the early stage. Kyrie picks up a very early winner, Truncheon, so pay attention to Kyrie in these team fights because he might be going for those deep engages.
That is what Julian can do, especially if he is building tank usually. But of course, with the Truncheon, Kyrie, knowing that there will be too much damage for RRQ to stay in place, he can attempt to go for a massive bait essentially by going in with a squishy build. Maybe RRQ Hoshi will be baited to try and trade back that kill and get punished instead. But Keyboy, yet again, same story.
Oh my god, Boots is able to find a kill, but Keyboy now is going to be traded back as Kyrie comes in with enhanced chain. Keyboy able to get all of his HP back. Albert caught in the midst of it all. Blazing Duet to melt him down as ONIC Esports pick up a 2-0. Kyrie jumps in with the enhanced chain. That's the aggression that the winner Truncheon enables from Kyrie's itemization.
Man, that was so unfortunate for RRQ Hoshi. At least they could have gotten a trade, but instead they were baited out and Albert was the one to go down. And in response to that, ONIC Esports quick to take all the jungles away from RRQ Hoshi, even taking away that orange buff as well.
Man, the pickoff potential from the Kadira, just being able to engage whenever you want so rapidly and then get out with that regeneration. That is so annoying, man. Imagine being RRQ Hoshi, pouring all your damage into Keyboy, and then he gets out because of that passive. This is why when it comes down to pickoff battles between two teams, the Kadita is such an effective weapon.
Take a look at Keyboy, Arashi. Right as you talk about pickoff, it's all set up by this man right here. He is literally everywhere on the map. Wherever RRQ looks, wherever RRQ thinks is safe, he's there. 0, 0, and 12 out of 13 kills. He has 12 kill participation.
Already an Athena shield in the side of Vin. He is making sure that he cannot get bursted down. But with the assistance of Kyrie, I think that still is enough damage to burst through the Franco. Right now, they just need to catch up and, I don't know, survive, because later on they will have a chance to come back. But, you know, it's looking very difficult right now.
10,000, 11,000 gold lead here, Rashi and Mirko, and that Lord is going to be marching there in that bottom side. It does seem like Clay is starting to reach a power spike, but I don't know if it's going to be enough or fast enough.
They already baited out the dash from Albert's kit, and now ONIC Esports will have free reign to do a lot in that mid lane. Top side pushing in still. Lord going to be taken down, but with that first Lord, it's incredible value.
Ooh.
Franco, Vin, almost getting that crucial hook. One hook can change the course of the game here. Conceal was used, and again, they aren't really able to find anything right after that. ONIC Esports are just looking for that bottom side, and Hashade finding CW is going to get picked off. Again, ONIC Esports looking for the base, getting the second base turret. Absolute demolition from the side of ONIC, as Enhanced once again connects onto Albert, but ONIC stay disciplined, they back off.
They are stuck just waiting for a miracle hook from Vin, man. As you mentioned, this is the value that Franco brings in the late game. One hook can change the course of the game completely. But at this point, ONIC Esports, they're so neat with it. They're making sure that nobody is in the front line. Nobody important that needs to be picked off by RRQ Hoshi is in the front lines. So it's just so difficult, and Vin isn't having any opportunities.
Oh my god, they actually go on to Vin. CW able to outplay Vin. 1 for 0 already, losing to Franco here as the mini-waves will keep on pushing through. Kyrie jumping on the R7 with Enhanced Chain as well. They completely just burst him down, taking the final base turret. Imagine this. Enhanced Chain once again. Albert jumps in with a heavy spin, coming on to Kyrie, pinning him down, but a Winter Truncheon will not be popped. There you go, he comes in as Boots is able to zone the other members away. Kyrie finds the immortality. They are able to clear out the waves. My goodness! Complete destruction. Absolute domination in game 1.
That was so clean. Such clean gameplay from ONIC Esports. They barely made any mistakes. Super textbook. And this is what I meant. ONIC Esports, they are truly in form right now. The last time they played, it was a similar story, as their draft was amazing. They knew their winning conditions. They executed it perfectly. And RRQ Hoshi, with more of a late game comp, they weren't able at all to try and buy time for those power spikes to finally hit.
More of a late game comp seems to be an understatement, man. 3 heroes scaling towards the late game, no burst damage in the early game, and no crowd control. I can barely hear myself with how the crowd is celebrating. But honestly, you gotta respect ONIC, man. You cannot expect to survive the early game without crowd control and without any of your own early game power spikes.
You let the Akai slip, you let it go. A signature pick for Albert. Esmeralda, another one. Franco, another one. It does not matter. ONIC Esports didn't even pick up their signature picks. It was insane. Grok, Kadira in the mid lane with Drian. That's what he brings to the table. A whole lot of just craziness. And RRQ were not able to handle that much crazy in the game. Is this a new combo that can be Prio? Grok and Kadira.
I feel like it's the same situation. It's the double roamer meta essentially, right? Having one person being able to clear the lane, one person able to gank around. It's solid, it's strong, but it's especially strong and particularly potent when you put it up against a late game composition. They have all the tools available to constantly pick your team apart. They can constantly orchestrate dives with the tanky members as well. And ONIC Esports, they show that in the right hands, there is no opportunity at all for RRQ Hoshi to orchestrate any kind of strategy to start a comeback.
Full crowd control, ONIC closer to the top. And when I think about it, you're right. 4 members from the side of ONIC Esports has crowd control on top of the Purify that the Kadita brought. And so RRQ Hoshi, they weren't able to make any movements or rotations on the map. And it's a little difficult because the CC that they had from the side of RRQ Hoshi, they had the Akai, but the Akai was instantly bursted down. They have the Franco, but it's not an AoE type of CC. And at the end, 11 minutes and 50 seconds is all it took for ONIC Esports to win that one-sided game.
The scoreline says it all, 18-2. But I do want to talk a little bit, when we're talking about the item build is, take a look at Kairi Arashi. He got that winner truncheon pretty early into the game. Very early because they ended at 11 minutes. And then he sold it for that immortality last second. It showed why he got that winner truncheon is because he respected Albert's pick potential. He was 1 HP, he was able to win her, and then he was able to buy that immortality last second.
Exactly, that's what threw a wrench in the plans of RRQ Hoshi for that defense. I think the main threat wasn't even Kairi. There are other, I don't know, if you can pick Kairi off, the rest of the team also has a lot of damage. CW is almost full item, almost has full items, and even has a Malefic Roar, so a very aggressive item build with less of a care for his survivability. He is susceptible to magic damage, but he has the steel like plates as well as the Wind of Nature, so they just plan on going all the way in that early game potential. And there's no answer, man. All RRQ has to rely on is the hook coming in from Vin, but we already mentioned it. If you rely only on one single source of engage, it becomes very predictable, and ONIC were able to dodge away from every single hook. I don't think a single one even landed.
I'm getting deja vu from these statistics though, Arashi.
0 damage to tower,
Wow.
0 turtle, 0 lord, 0 turret. What a complete shutout, man. That is insane.
Well, yeah, I mean, again...
This is RRQ, bro.
This is RRQ. Well, you know, this is the RRQ that hasn't looked in form, but yesterday they were able to take a victory 2-0 against BTR. Doesn't matter to ONIC Esports, though. ONIC Esports just took them down like it was nothing. Slicing through cake.
Slicing through cake. It just made it look so easy. This is RRQ, and they were attempting several attempts to try and come back, but Keyboy, I think, is a well-deserved MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series. He provided vision, he provided crowd control, he provided burst, he outplayed the damage, survived with the regen from Kadita. Absolutely broken, by the way. It's so annoying to deal with. And now, we'll take a look at some of the highlights for the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series. And always since the early game, he was one of the main enablers, always setting up the knockup for additional knockouts with the empowered chain as well. And despite the defensive itemization coming in from the rest of the members of RRQ Hoshi, just wasn't enough, man. And there you go. Even if Drian falls here, it's all within their plans. If you can take 4 members out of the game, deny them from farming, deny them from scaling later into the game, it's just too much damage and too much of a goal difference. It's more than 1 key goal difference per minute even. And Skylar here barely makes it out, but at that point, it doesn't even matter. R7 tries his best to try and buy time, but you can see that from the movements of RRQ Hoshi, they're just too afraid to make any plays happen because at this point, they've been picked up way too much. They have no idea where ONIC could possibly be waiting. And just like that, ONIC Esports slowly but surely chip away at the base, take the pickoffs that are available, and nobody is tanky enough to actually withstand any damage. And of course, that outplay with the itemization coming in from Kairi just sealed the deal afterward.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but ONIC Esports, how they were able to shut out RRQ, they made Vin on Franco useless. Vin, Franco, useless, those are 3 words that I've never had to use together in one sentence, but it does feel that way. No hooks landed. The mobility from ONIC Esports' draft, the dive, and just Keyboys, everyone played their roles perfectly in that game.
I have to agree with you. And even on an international level, MSC, Franco is always banned when people go against RRQ Hoshi. So that's how much of a reputation he has, and the fact that it was nothing is huge. And I do agree with you. Keyboy is such an aggressive roamer, and it just clicked in my head how much Kadita complements that style. He's able to go in, put the kill pressure, but is also able to get out. So there's no punishment in
You know
there
what's
if he
special?
goes
Way too
more
valiant.
aggressive.
You know what's special
What
though,
is special?
about the Kadita is
What
that
is
they
it?
saved it. They did not show it in the first leg at all. They saved it to this moment where it's crucial, just like how you guys can save your money for later on, for when it is crucial with Livin' by Mandiri. To get special promos, keep an eye on MPL ID Season 10 to get the latest information for all you Livin' by Mandiri users. Save it for the rainy days. It's
rainy
raining
days.
right now, yeah. The bad days.
Well, having an ace up your sleeve for the times where things get tough, that is a very good strategy. But we have to actually talk about the win condition, right? The keys to victory we highlighted before the game began. RRQ, they had to have strong side lanes to make plays off. And in that game, that didn't happen. The side lanes were really, really weak. The mid lane was also a weak scaling hero. And Vin, even with the most insane hook, who is supposed to follow up? Because even the jungler was an Akai. Wait, hang on. Am I getting mixed up? It wasn't
No,
Akai,
no,
right?
yeah,
it was.
you're right.
It wasn't
You're right.
Akai.
It was a signature
It
pick.
sounds weird to say it because it's two tanks. Who is exactly supposed to provide the damage required for that pick of potential?
Even the Esmeralda was bursted down. Take a look at the impact players though, right here. For ONIC Esports, even though the MVP was Kadita, this man right here, Kyrie, he was just a solid player, getting a whole lot of those retributions, obviously following up and even sometimes being the main engager in the team fights with his enhanced chain. For RRQ, it was Irithel, it was Skylar. He was the most consistent member coming in that game.
I really want to highlight Drian though, right? Because
oh yeah.
like the last time ONIC Esports played that double roamer combo, Drian was on the Cho, and it didn't come to too much fruition. But when he was on the Grok with the AoE CC and the pinning ability that he could have and deal on the game, the way that he rotates behind and go in for the flanks was huge as well. Like at times, 4 members were taken down instantly from the side of RRQ Hoshi.
Exactly. Crowd control immunity allows him to be a bit more aggressive in his quest for more information. And if he finds an opportunity, he can engage first with the wild charge. And that's the other issue when you're going up against this composition from ONIC Esports. They have 3 main ways to engage a team fight. Which one do you prepare for? Do you prepare for the empowered chains? Do you prepare for the wild charge? Or do you prepare for Kiboy just coming out of nowhere? The options and the feints that ONIC has to offer against RRQ is just way too much without any kind of solid answer by picks, by skills from RRQ Hoshi. They need to revamp their strategy because if they are too greedy for the late game, they might just replicate the same kind of success.
Yeah, momentum is definitely in the favor of ONIC Esports, especially with the game that they just won against RRQ Hoshi. And looking at their match history, they've won 3 times in a row. But interestingly enough, the last time that they met RRQ Hoshi, they actually lost. So adaptation here from ONIC.
They lost after winning the first game dominantly. So again, this is something that RRQ has come back from. ONIC Esports with Coach Aldo, RRQ Hoshi with Coach Fiel. So there is already a change. First time they met, it was Coach Achil, who was the coach, feeding in information to RRQ Hoshi with the amazing JBL Quantum Series headphones. Coach Aldo, though, as well. Last time it was Coach Mars. So there has been changes in the coaching staff. There has been changes in the roster. Because last time, if I am remembering correctly, it was Sans who was playing.
Sans was playing, and he is the one more well-known for playing aggressively. But in this game, considering that the mid laner isn't exactly going for the crazy highlight plays, the high mechanical plays, I think Drian fits better because he has a lot more composure. He is a man with more experience. So he's able to spot opportunities a lot more effectively, I guess. So that is probably why ONIC Esports opt to go with Drian for this particular strategy. The KDA jungler, though, second highest kill death assist ratio, 6.95.
With that game, I think it boosted it up even more. So I think right now he might be #1. He was 4-0-9 last game, so definitely a boost. Highest KDA ratio as a jungler in MPL ID Season 10. Remember, the jungle isn't
the main
as it
carry.
used to. It isn't as it used to. So Kyrie having that high of a KDA is pretty bonkers. It's pretty galing.
It's pretty galing. What does galing mean?
That's what he said to me when I played jungle. I actually carried Kyrie.
When
M3, you can watch, I'm not joking. But Arashi.
Depends on how you interpret it. That could be a positive or
needs to
negative
wake
thing.
up.
But soon we will go into the drafting phase. And you have to wonder exactly Can RRQ Hoshi adjust to this? And if they do, will ONIC Esports have yet another unforeseen strategy that they can just pull out of the hat? Because so far, we didn't expect a lot of these picks coming in from ONIC Esports.
I don't know.
Can I highlight something real quick?
Sure.
You're right. The last time ONIC and RRQ went against one another, ONIC won that first game because they shut down Skylar.
Boom, bang,
Forced
bada, bing.
him on the Popol and Koopa that he was not comfortable with. So in the second game, though, RRQ Hoshi managed to secure a hero that Skylar was comfortable on. So we'll see if that is going to be the same approach by RRQ Hoshi here in the second game as we're going straight into the drafting phase between ONIC and RRQ Hoshi.
So far, it does seem like just a very similar draft so far, right? 1-1 fair miss, but this time it's RQ. Oh, they've swapped, that's why. See, RQ, they went for the fair miss ban that they went for in game number 1, but now they're the ones who were forced to ban out the 1-1. ONIC Esports, it's clear that they do not want to pick up the B-Tricks. They want to pick up something else in the first pick. That's why they banned it out.
Exactly, I was about to mention, they have the chance to pick up the B-Tricks, but they decide that, okay, it's fine. We don't need the B-Tricks. Maybe they have yet another secret strategy for us, but they banned it out, ensuring that RRQ, they deny that away from Skylar. That is still in the keys to success for ONIC Esports, making sure that Skylar does not get the chance to show off his mechanics, his insane game sense.
Franco's been taken out here, guys. So RRQ Hoshi, who are they going to prioritize? Fanny is still an option for both ONIC as well as RRQ Hoshi to pick up. And this is insane because Franco's already been banned, the main counter. So if the Fanny does get let go, it could be in favor of ONIC because they can pick it up unless RRQ Hoshi ban it here. But that will also leave open the Akai. There you go. Kadita is the choice of ban here for RRQ Hoshi.
No way.
Fanny?
Fanny is open. I mean, last time... Yeah, it is Fanny. Yeah.
All right.
No, we don't even need to question. We don't even need to answer that. Kyrie answers it for us, picking up the Fanny. History lesson though, last time Kyrie played the Fanny was against Alter Ego, and Alter Ego were able to actually win in that game. So currently Fanny, on the hands of Kyrie, is still sitting at a 0% win rate. But we have seen that the win rate of Fanny has risen in the last 2 weeks.
A lot of players are having more success playing with the Fanny, and I think it's not just the players mastering the Fanny more, it's also the teammates being more aware of how to actually support the Fanny and supplement that playstyle. So for ONIC Esports to pick it up, we've seen the synergy they had in the first game. Everyone goes in without hesitation, they're able to get success, and no one seems to be miscommunicating. But for RRQ, they go for the Paquito, they go for the Akai, so two very tanky members. The heavy spin can potentially counter this Fanny. We'll just have to see though. 2 more picks in the first phase for ONIC Esports.
Diggy?
Claude Esmeralda, also 2 heroes that come to mind. Maybe even a Popol and Koopa, honestly, at this point. It is left open. If you want to really bully RRQ, I think going for the same route is going to be great, right? Not letting Skylar onto his signature and comfort picks is going to be a massive win condition for ONIC. But here we go, Season 10 rankings. Average GPM, it's CW who's at the top.
That is insane. Because we talked about this man being so good in macro sense, so good in micro sense, but his performance as mechanically and in the farming department is also very solid. He goes for the Popol and Koopa and the Esmeralda here. So if ONIC starts getting the ball rolling early, those towers are falling down quick, man.
Claude.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants it to be banned.
No. Bad option.
He might go for the Brody though.
Oh,
that's also...
Yeah. If you go for the Claude, up against Popols and Fanny, Brody is a more solid option, and that's why I think they pick the Popol. They want them to go for the Claude. You're right.
Well, if they pick the Brody, the Brody will be able to stun the Fanny on the way in. So maybe RRQ is hoping to accomplish that if possible.
We'll see. A few seconds left on the clock, but
Whoa.
RRQ Hoshi has actually opted to bring out the Yves. So this leaves the opportunity for ONIC Esports to start banning Skylar's heroes away. Even utilizing both, perhaps, if ONIC don't want to ban someone like... No, they can do it. They can do it, because the Paquito and the Akai have been secured.
I mean, the Yves pick is just very, very interesting, man, because he's up against a Fanny, which is already dangerous. He's up against a Papa and Koopa that can stop the real-world manipulation, and they're up against the Esmeralda that can jump on him and just take the shield away and push you away by threatening to take you out. So we have a bit of a head-to-head here between Boots and R7. It does seem like, for the most part, right now, R7 is ahead when it comes to those solo plays. But for Boots, he seems to be able to find the right amount of balance between being very aggressive on his own and also enabling his team. R7, he does have a lot higher highs, but also a lot lower lows though.
Man, this is getting scary, but actually, ONIC Esports have started to limit
the counters.
The Ruby is going to be the choice, but sure, okay, so they do have the high ground coming in from the Yves, but Akai as well as Paquito can also be countered by the Ruby, so I thought that ONIC Esports wanted to pick that up for themselves. The Grok is going to be the choice of ban here from the side of RRQ Hoshi, so ONIC still has the option to pick up the Diggy if they want to be able to control those neutral objectives against the Akai's heavy spin. ONIC with the last ban. Brody
is a possibility. Honestly, for RRQ, I think that ONIC Esports right now looks like they're setting up for a very heavy dive composition. So I would want a bit more answers, right? A bit more counter-engage in AoE. Compared to the Yves, I thought Lilia would make a bit more sense, right? It's safer, it has a lot more DPS potential, especially when the opponents are just rushing towards you. We do have a bit of history for Drian though in his career.
Champion of MPL ID Season 8, runner-up of MPL ID Season 9, top pool heroes all season, 58 unique heroes. Obviously, if you want to add on to the list, he was also the MPL ID Season 3 champion, MSC 2019 champion.
The last Kage as well. But on the flip side, we see on the screen is R7, and he actually has a comment. Now we are back on track, and of course we do the evaluation. A lot of changes in the inside and as well as out of the game. So it didn't look too good in game number 1. They do still have the opportunity here in game number 2. Of course, as the last ban coming in from ONIC Esports is going to be the Kufra, so they're actually allowing Skylar to pick up one of his comfort heroes.
They go with the Claude. Comfort pick for RRQ, but like we mentioned, Arashi, he's not going to have a fun time in that gold lane. Up against a Popo and Koopa that can poke you down, siege the turrets, force you out of the turret range, and again, that Fanny that can just enhance the killing pressure that Popo and Koopa already brings.
RRQ, they seem to ban the dual roamer strategy, but right now, they're not looking that strong in the early game either. They have the Paquito to work with, but the Yves is, at this point, against such an aggressive composition, he might be a liability, another target to be bursted down. Lilia and Cho, that is crowd control, that is pick-up potential, and a load of DPS. This is a very good balanced composition from ONIC Esports. RRQ, they need something strong, something solid that can just deter ONIC Esports from engaging too freely.
Roamer.
Lolita
up against this, you're only really blocking Popo and Koopa.
Right.
It might not be worth it, but it might also be worth it just based on a Numenon Blast. I think a solid choice. Oh, I don't know.
It's difficult.
It's very difficult.
Is it too risky?
Yeah, I was thinking about the Atlas too, but there's just a whole lot of... Well, firstly, they can just use the battle spells, Purify, to counter it. Secondly, they're pretty mobile and they won't really clump up together as a team here. Oh, I'm really struggling to find a hero. There you go, Hilda. They go for the Hilda. A counter that we've seen towards the assassin in the jungle, but usually it's towards the weaker junglers in that jungle, the weaker assassins in the jungle, the ones that can't really clear out the jungle fast.
Like Ling.
Ling without the Demon Slayer, Lancelot, so on, Haya especially.
Okay, so how do we feel?
Oh, how do I feel? I think right now, I'm still going for ONIC Esports. But for the side of Naldi just now, I think he was also going for ONIC Esports. Rashi?
I gotta say, ONIC Esports,
based on draft,
they look a lot more solid, man. RRQ again can't upset our expectations, can usurp the situation, but I think if things just go and play out, ONIC Esports has an innate advantage with this composition.
An amazing draft for both of the teams, but Only one can come out as the victors. Will it be an equalizer by the defending Season 9 champions, or will ONIC clean sweep RRQ? Welcome to the second game of the Royal Derby.
Man, stakes are getting even higher here as RRQ Hoshi, 1 life left here to be able to secure those points to get into that upper bracket slot of the playoffs. So now we can see Albert as well as Kyrie both on different heroes. Kyrie on the Fanny as well as the Akai. But when it comes down to it, if they go head-to-head on these objectives, the Akai wins, no?
The Akai has a bit more opportunity to just like CC lock Kyrie and get the advantage. We've seen that being a pattern. Right now though, in the mid lane, Drian is on that Lilia, and we've mentioned that Drian likes playing a bit more calm and composed, so this might, he might be playing it differently compared to Sans' Lilia that we've come to expect. As you mentioned, Eterna, in the objective game, I think that is where RRQ will try and get the advantage, especially with the world manipulation they can use to punish ONIC Esports for overextending.
Yeah, this is what the Hilda can do though. Now Keyboy jumps in with the Jikundo, able to knock him up. Vin has the sprint, will be able to get out. Just distracting Kyrie a little bit, but Kyrie, he can heal with the Festival of Blood. Town prediction by Axe though, again, based on the draft, all the talents here, both in the Indonesian broadcast and the English broadcast, have opted for ONIC Esports.
I mean, it's tough, They do have equally good drafts. It's just, the issue is the damage as well as the aggressivity that ONIC Esports can bring might be a little bit turning in their favor, just a little bit. Especially you can see 3 of the members from ONIC Esports have also opted to bring that sprint. So even if Clay opened up that real-world manipulation, they do have the chance to maneuver through the CC that it potentially can have.
Oh, Boots doesn't have the sprint up top. He's still able to dish out the damage onto R7, who now gets level 4. Goes in for a jab, a knockout strike actually, but Drian is able to dodge away from that one. Drian is going to be able to help Boots shove the wave to create pressure for the turtle. That's already been started by Albert, but Keyboy is here as well. Heavy spin is ready, but it's going to be Keyboy who jumps in with the way to dragon. Albert still able to take the turtle onto his own hands with a heavy spin, even getting Drian, securing first blood. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Meanwhile, Kyrie doesn't have the retribution. He's going to keep it zoned away. Vin picks up a kill onto him, and they're going to steal the purple buff away. Early game not looking good for ONIC Esports.
I was about to say that ONIC Esports, they have a lot more crowd control, and that was one of the main issues in the previous game. But in this game, RRQ Hoshi making good use of their crowd control source in the form of Albert. They get the turtle due to the aggressive play coming in from Vin, not by crowd control, but by pure damage, just pressuring Kyrie away from it. And of course, they get that heavy spin pin onto Drian as well. So far, not going according to plan for ONIC Esports. Looking at the emblems, the mid laners want to get their items as fast as possible. It will swing the tides, especially in those big team fights. But for the most part, Kyrie will be playing with that fighter emblem, so he'll be not going for the 1v1s for the most part. He will be a bit more utility than usual.
Oh, Kyrie not having a good time here. Vin might actually be able to get the kill again. Kyrie 1 HP CW as well. Gonna get taken down in the bottom side. Albert popping the heavy spin, now invading Kyrie's jungle, trying to take away that orange buff from ONIC Esports. RQ already built up a 1.2 thousand gold lead, but Keyboy is looking for compensation. Doesn't really find it right now. Keyboy with the way the Dragon Flicker is able to find the damage onto Clay. Kyrie comes in to pick up the kill. Real world manipulation was cancelled instantly. Kyrie gets it finally on the board on Esports.
I honestly still would have preferred Keyboy on the Diggy. It seems like so for the moment that the heavy spin coming in from Albert has been one of the main factors as to why RRQ Hoshi have been winning these trades on the board. Now sitting with 1,000 to their name, Vin, as well as Albert and R7 going very aggressive into that jungle.
Kyrie's not going to be able to get this one. Albert Retribution taking the purple buff away as Turtle spawns though. ONIC Esports have the Retribution advantage and they'll go straight for the Turtle. RRQ knows this. They won't even contest. They know the purple buff right now is more expensive than the Turtle, more valuable because it takes away from Kyrie's killing pressure and map pressure.
So far, RRQ Hoshi, they're making good use of the pressure for sure. And they're abusing the fact that Vin is on a fighter and Albert is on a fighter as well. We talked earlier about not having enough damage in the early game, but when Vin has a bit of execute damage coming in from the kit, and when the opponent is an assassin, they have a lot more success here, but they get pinned down.
Nice way the Dragon. Keyboy very patient as to when he triggers that way the Dragon, and Skylar is going to get chunked to half HP. Oh, that was so good by Keyboy. Did you see that? He went in with the G-Kun Dome. He didn't instantly go for the way of the Dragon. He waited up to the last second so that Skylar had to use the BMI, isolating Vin.
Wow. It's great playmaking from the side of ONIC Esports. We've come to expect this, but of course, right now the game is a lot more even than the previous game. RRQ Hoshi, they have their own tools of the trade they can use to pressure ONIC Esports to do what they want. Right now, looking at the items built by both these teams, Skylar is still on the Demon Hunter Sword, so not to his maximum damage potential just yet. Same thing with R7. He is still on the way for his first big power spike, and that will swing the tides in that side lane matchup. The 1v1 will be important.
Yves being picked up instead of the Sicilian has done wonders for RRQ Hoshi, that they're able to maneuver around the map rather well, but here it is. Skylar caught in a 2v1 situation.
Oh, he's able to outplay.
Still able to get out.
Never mind, CW picks up the kill, still able to dash away, actually dodging from everything right now as he looks for a kill onto Clay. 3 members had to move over to the bottom side, and that creates space for them to now jump onto R7. Knockout strike onto 3 members, buying the time. Kyrie able to get out. He took that litho as well, but the purple buff was stolen away. Little by little, RRQ losing their gold lead.
1-for-1 trade. As we know, CW, Popol and Koopa, it identifies as they're going full on objectives, and that's a scary thing about ONIC Esports. You leave CW alone on the Popol and Koopa, and instantly you can feel that all your infrastructures will fall down like flies. RRQ Hoshi, though, still with a slight advantage in terms of that economy, but not that map pressure, is going to make them fall a little bit behind when it comes to the setup on the Turtle.
Digital objective control. Albert is 2 levels ahead of Kyrie. They need to be careful here when they go for it. Vin's going to be targeted instantly, just melted down by Kyrie and CW. That's the meltdown. Retribution battle comes in. Albert with a heavy spin. And the retry comes in. R7 is able to zone Keyboy away. Turtle Lane presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. That's the final turtle of the game.
That really felt like Albert was asserting his dominance. In the last second, he used the heavy spin to zone Kyrie away. And unfortunately, Keyboy wasn't able to use that Way of Dragon onto Albert with the way that R7 was zoning him away. So now RRQ Hoshi, once again, very aggressive plays here. They are going to be putting a lot of damage onto Drian, but Kyrie this time around is going to be able to secure his own buff.
Well, fortunately for Kyrie, that is the case, and he will still be able to actually look for opportunities, but it's very limited. The only targets he has are Skylar and Clay, and at this point, they are still pretty secure. They are protected by the rest of RRQ Hoshi. Early on, though, the fact that ONIC Esports has the Popol and Koopa, they are able to use that turret pressure to actually pull members from RRQ Hoshi and ruin their rotations. They are making RRQ Hoshi the team who has the gold lead, who has the momentum, move according to their will.
Right now, RRQ Hoshi already clearing the waves up top. They are trying to deny the pressure that CW can have in terms of that utility and, of course, siege onto the infrastructures. They are going to be putting pressure, though, as the rotation from ONIC Esports are centering towards that top side.
Boots opening up the map, getting hit by the knockout strike, instantly bursted down by Vin as well. But CW is here, bind him Koopa onto Vin. Keyboy goes over the way of the Dragon, not going to be able to pop that up just yet. Clay targeted down, Drian dealing the damage, but Clay has the sprint. Meanwhile, up top, Kyrie picking up the kill. Albert in the midst of it all, going on to Keyboy right now. Still has the heavy spin, will be able to use it, but the Shunpu was perfectly timed by Keyboy. Kyrie jumping into that back line, Drian dealing the damage onto R7. Again, it's just a 1-for-1. Skylar with a BMI, coming back with the Blazing Duet. Not able to take Drian down. Meanwhile, CW, it's always like that. Meanwhile, CW, up top, down below, mid lane, is taking something.
Just like that, RRQ pressure for the purple buff, but ONIC Esports will be there to shoo him away. They are playing the macro game so well right now. And Drian, he barely survived using the regen to survive the last few takes of damage from Skylar. Both teams are duking it out. And at this rate, it's going to go to the late game. And I can't help but feel that in the late game, Drian as well as Boots, they're going to be able to do a lot more damage. They're going to be able to wreak a lot more havoc in the backline for RRQ Hoshi.
You're right. And that's something that RRQ Hoshi really need to take into consideration. They need to be able to push up the tempo, realizing that Skylar is on the god with the Avarice emblem. So the damage is not going to scale as well in towards that late game. But so far, RRQ Hoshi trying to bait out, I feel, ONIC Esports right now.
He gets to that power spike faster though, and you can see they're melting down the Lord. Albert picking it up, heavy spin popped in to zone Keyboy away. But CW, meanwhile, like I said, it's always CW doing something on the other side of the map. Kyrie trying to look for something. Boots jumps in with a falling star moon, able to dish out the damage onto Skylar.
CW?
Kyrie jumps in, but CW in the top side will be taken down. A little bit too greedy. He was looking for that base turret, but it did make RRQ rotate up top. Now with this, Kyrie needs to be careful. Cable management on point to get out, but it's still RRQ with the Lord.
I think they know at the stage that if they want to go for those contests, it's going to be a little bit too hard. So they're taking a page out of the Aura book, I feel, using CW to look for those split pushes and look for a backdoor type of treatment. As RRQ Hoshi now 1,000 gold only has a lead, but the Lord is on the way here in the bottom side.
It's funny you would mention the backdoor meta, essentially, because CW was initially one of the first people to actually do those backdoors with the Popo and Koopa. If you can't get the B-Tricks, that's the next best thing.
That's what happens. Kyrie forced the play onto the purple buff. He wanted to go for the steal, but Albert, he knew it with RRQ. They had control over it. Now level 14, yeah, for Albert. 2 levels ahead of Kyrie. The Lord was cleared away, though. Now, that's my question towards you. Was it worth it trading the purple buff for the Lord for RRQ Hoshi?
I don't think.
Ooh, wait a minute though. A real world inflation locking them in place. Keyboy caught in a bad situation, still able to dash out with a jump boot, but Skylar jumps in with the blazing duet, dealing the damage right now, but it's gonna be stunned up right here. R7 and Albert picking up the kill as they jump between the tier 2 and the base turret to pick that up. RRQ pushing their lead to a 3.5k. Kyrie in the bottom side trying to deal damage onto R7, but he's simply too tanky. Massive value from RRQ. Never mind Arashi, it wasn't just traded for the purple buff. It was traded for the tier 2 as well.
Looking at the items right now for Kyrie, Malefic Roar as well as Heptaseas. And there's not a lot of burst damage available. He tried to go up against R7 earlier, but he was way too tanky with the Dominance Eyes already secured. So his targets are going to be more and more limited. Whereas for RRQ Hoshi, if they move as a single unit, Clay is going to have a lot more impact in the game the longer the game goes on. The range from the real-world manipulation is going to be so important, and Clay knows he's going to be targeted. He has an Immortal built in as a third item.
Wow.
That's
very
respect.
early on. This respect is pretty insane from ONIC Esports, but with a 3,000 gold lead, I do think RRQ still scales better here, and I don't know. Do they scale better? With the Yves and the Claude, I honestly do think RRQ have the better late game.
It's a Yves and a Claude going up against an Esmeralda and a Lilia, right? I think overall, it kind of evens out in a sense, but obviously ONIC Esports has an Assassin, which who usually doesn't scale well into the late game. So RRQ Hoshi, they have an advantage just purely because of that. Because Vin, he can essentially perform a quote-unquote assassin role, but still be a very tanky menace in the front line.
3,000 gold for RRQ Hoshi right now as they continue to progress on to this next objective, which is the Enhanced Lord. ONIC Esports, once again, they know they're not going to be able to trade it out. They won't contest, but
Captain R7. Wait, CW was able to get out of that one. Blazing Duet popped in. Skylar jumping in. CW still has to go to danger, but no, he does not. He's going to get taken down. Skylar caught low. Keyboy pinned down for Skylar to take. A disaster for ONIC Esports as RRQ got the Lord and they were able to collapse onto ONIC Esports, who were looking for that split push play, but R7 read it out.
20 seconds on the clock for CW to come back into the fray. Is it going to be enough time though? RRQ Hoshi, they're going straight for this mid base.
No heavy spin just yet. No real world manipulation and no blazing duet. There are a lot of ultimates ready for ONIC Esports though. Drian and Boots can still stall this game a bit longer. They're going for the clear as Kyrie jumps in with the cables back and forth, just buying some time, waiting for the right moment to jump in, and they will be able to defend. RRQ though, still with a 5,000 gold lead. Now it's getting really grim for ONIC Esports.
They have to try and make something happen. They do have the tools for a pickoff, but there's way too much frontline on the side of RRQ Hoshi. 3 tanks essentially are available to try and absorb the bulk of the burst damage coming in from ONIC Esports. It will be on the back of Drian to output enough AoE damage. Looking here at the damage dealt by Axe, Drian is still on the top there, along with Boots. So the longer the game goes, with how RRQ Hoshi clump together, Esmeralda and Lilia damage will be massive, but can they output enough damage to take out the front line before their backline gets taken out themselves? That is the main issue for ONIC Esports right now.
And another issue for ONIC Esports is that Kyrie hasn't gotten that purple buff for such a long time. That's halters that literally stops the momentum and the power that Fanny has. Kyrie, I think at this point, in 1v1 against anyone on the team of RRQ Hoshi, he's not really going to be able to win that out without the purple buff. So RRQ have full control of the side lanes with that.
He's able to escape though there down bottom. I think they're trying to go for that split push once again, trying to maneuver and manipulate the way that their composition drafted for. They have high mobility with the Fanny as well as that damage coming in from Popo and Koopa. That's the only thing they can do at the stage. If they want to go for a 5v5, they're going to lose out, as we see it happening over and over again.
It's been a long time since I saw a Way of the Dragon engage combo from Keyboy. He seems to be playing a lot more defensively, but Kairi sneaks a turret in the middle of all the chaos, but his purple buff will be pressured yet again. He will be pushing on the other side though. Macro gameplay from ONIC Esports avoiding the unfavorable fight.
And it's the only trade that ONIC Esports can really take at that point, right? You can't really contest the purple buff. He tried it, didn't really work out for him. So he went for a sneak into that mid lane turret. He was able to get it, but now, without the purple buff, Lord is going to spawn. An enhanced Lord in the 16th minute is definitely no joke. It scales with time, and ONIC Esports will not really have the resources necessary to control this one.
R7's not going to be able to come into this.
R7's going to get caught. This is going to be a massive blunder if he gets taken down before the Lord is taken down. R7 buys the immortality in time, buying a little bit more time for CW to take, but look at this. Kairi with the retribution. He comes in. Is it going to be possible? No. The miracle play does not come through. It's a 1-for-1 though. 1-for-2 because the Lord was taken away by RRQ. RRQ now 5,000 gold lead. They might be able to look for the end, I believe, if they are able to manage the waves properly.
They have to make sure that Drian gets taken out. He is the main wave clear tool, the main DPS source for ONIC Esports in this late game. It's only 17 minutes, but it's pretty late considering the two teams that are battling it out right now. They are managing the waves really, really well right here, making sure that the Lord comes in last but not least.
That was beautiful though by R7. He swapped one of his items for immortality right before he died so that he could waste a little bit more time for ONIC Esports so that they cannot go to save Kairi. But now, as you can see, perfectly placed moves there from Drian in the mid lane, instantly clearing that out, and that's the power Lilia has in the game. 17 minutes in, RRQ might start to get frustrated, not able to end the game.
But it's weird, right? Because they do have the high ground, they do have the options as well as that CC to look for something. Sure, the Hilda isn't as dynamic, but here we go, real world manipulation.
Yeah, Albert is going to be in the front there. Bynum Koopa popped in. Albert looking for the play. Heavy spin, going to be able to bring Drian back all the way, pinning him down. But Boots is doing amazing right there. He's able to jump onto the other members. Kairi coming in, taking the kill onto R7. Albert's immortality popping in. Drian picking up the kill as well. Skylar and Clay forced to run away. And like I said, RRQ, we've seen them in this situation so many times. They're always able to get that lead. They almost are able to end the game. They don't. They stay too long, overextending. ONIC Esports are able to capitalize and punish.
Only a 3.4k goal difference left right now between these two teams. And the longer the game goes, the more the early game execution won't matter. It will come down to the actual macro play, the tactics, strategy, and execution. Because ONIC Esports, they are absolutely catching up right now. And RRQ Hoshi, they need to start being worried.
Uh-oh, if they get picked off one by one like this, it's not going to be good. Keyboy is here. He has the Way of the Dragon. He's going to jump in right there. Still having the Way of the Dragon. Immortality popped in for Finn. Laser Duet coming in. CW cannot run away. He's going to get taken down. And again, ONIC Esports, Keyboy still able to bounce. R7 jumps in, going for the damage as Keyboy's going to get pinned by the heavy spin once again. Keyboy getting out. It's a 2-for-1. Still in favor of ONIC. Wow.
RRQ Hoshi, their gold lead is diminishing right now. Kairi already picking up that Immortal as well, and he's going to do a little bit of a revenge story here, taking away Albert's buff this time around. So, you know, in the early stages, Albert, you were able to take my buff. Now it's time for me to get yours. ONIC Esports now with the map control as those minions are pushing there in the bottom side, even taking away of infrastructure that RRQ Hoshi has.
They might be able to set up for the next Lord right here. It will depend on what they do right now. Kairi will be able to have a purple buff ready for the next fight. If he can jump onto Clay and pressure him away, that will be very, very critical in deciding who gets control over the Lord area. In this late stage of the game, it looks like RRQ Hoshi, they have to be worried about the CC and damage coming from CW, but also Drian, because he is the one doing this AoE burst damage that's just taking everybody out.
And now with the purple buff, Kairi can actually put pressure onto the side lanes without risking his life, right? He's very mobile. Unless 4 members from RRQ go towards Kyrie, they're not gonna really be able to take him down. Look at Popo though. CW. Look at the movement coming in from ONIC Esports. They're going in onto the Lord while simultaneously going it. This might be a mistake, but Kyrie is able to get out. CW caught in the midst of it all. Has the sprint. Meanwhile, the Lord was taken low, and man, that was beautiful by ONIC Esports. Retribution again. Beautiful.
Wow.
Absolutely stunning. ONIC Esports, the macro geniuses. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps. That was astonishing.
That could have ended really badly. That was a huge risk. If ONIC Esports weren't able to implement or execute that to perfection, they would have lost the game, Mirko. If CW was taken down, that would have been RRQ's game to win. But now, ONIC Esports have been able to bait Albert out, bait RRQ Hoshi out to the top side, take the neutral objective in that Lord, knowing that if it goes 5v5, they wouldn't be able to get it out. And this is just insane
400
right now.
IQ.
400 IQ, man. They pull RRQ Hoshi away with the potential for Kyrie and CW to pull off a backdoor. The backdoor threat right now is more real than ever, especially the longer the game goes. No team would want to lose the game in that fashion. Now with the waves pushing in, ONIC Esports is setting up. They have the tower demolitions expert in the Popo and Koopa. They will try and get massive value. RRQ Hoshi, they are the ones on the back foot. They do have the real world manipulation though. They won't go down without a fight.
Let's see, Vin already getting targeted here by Kyrie. Needs to be careful. He takes a chunk out of Vin's HP. No immortality ready will mean that Vin will have to walk back all the way. Meanwhile, the Evolved Lord charges down to bottom to top side, taking the turret down. Base turret number 1 taken down. R7 already dealing damage onto Keyboy, but Boots is so tanky. He's going to be able to take so much damage and even maybe able to actually zone RRQ members away. He's charging that Falling Star Moon off. I don't think he's going to go for it. Evolved Lord cleared out for RRQ for now. R7 trying to deal a lot of damage onto the mini waves. Real world inflation popped in, but Keyboy comes in, bringing Clay back. Still, amazing peel coming in from Albert with a heavy spin. Finn gets taken very low. Skylar jumps in with Blazing Duet, but might be taken down. Kyrie comes in to take the kill. Clay now trying to defend right here. R7 trying to buy the time. Boots again, just jumping, zoning the other members away.
My God, no members on the side of ONIC Esports have been taken down, and Skylar, of all people, was taken out of the picture. ONIC Esports have done a great job of baiting out these really important resources from the side of RRQ Hoshi, like the real world manipulation, like the Blazing Duet coming in from Skylar, as well as R7 and Albert's heavy spin. ONIC Esports, they're pushing this once again without Skylar.
No, Skylar, Kyrie in the back lines. Albert gonna get bitten by the Koopa, stunned up, immortality taken down. R7 goes in for the knockout strike, trying to peel for Albert, but Kyrie jumps in on the base, buying so much time with the cables once again. All they need to do is target the base right here. CW going for it, immortality's popping all across the board, but CW is going for the base. It's a clutch defense, but ONIC, the macro prowess combined with the micro, perfect combination seals the deal. What a performance by ONIC Esports. Magnificent 2-0 clean sweep.
2-0 clean sweep. Mirko, Arashi, this is huge.
Goosebumps.
For the past times that RRQ Hoshi have met ONIC in the Royal Derby, it was always RRQ Hoshi who won it. Only one time did ONIC Esports take the game, but this time with Keyboy, with Drian, and no Lemon, ONIC with a 2-0 dominant gameplay here in that last phase. This was so close, and it could have been RRQ Hoshi's game.
Ladies and gentlemen at home, we are witnessing brilliant gameplay right here.
Peak Mobile Legends.
Peak Mobile Legends is an understatement. What is going on? ONIC Esports, in such a tight situation, in such a high-stakes game, they keep calm. The nerves of steel from the members of ONIC Esports. My God, they did everything right.
Need I remind you guys, ONIC were behind.
Yeah.
RRQ Hoshi were dominating that early and mid game. Arashi, please don't cry. It's okay.
We mentioned it
Getting emotional here.
Many times. ONIC, RRQ. If you get the early lead, it's very easy to, convert onto it. Playing from behind like that, you need everyone to make the right call. You need everyone to have brilliant execution just on the mechanics alone as well. Wow, ONIC Esports, incredible progress just from the first leg to the second one. Pucuk is real, the peak is real, and honestly for them, they deserve it. What a stunning performance, destroying the defending Season 9 champions like it's nothing.
The problem solving is what I wanted to, highlight and just really appreciate from ONIC Esports. Problem solving. They saw, okay, we can't contest these objectives. Albert is going to have an upper hand. We didn't draft to be able to deny that away from him. So now what? What's the next plan? What's the next step? What's our strategy? And that's what we saw from the Popol and Koopa. Revenge, mission, success. ONIC Esports, they took #1 on the standings.
You have to appreciate how decisive ONIC Esports play, man. Not a single time do you see in this very intense game did they falter, did they stand around and do nothing. At every second of the game, they are setting up, they are planning, they are scheming, and it absolutely paid off. Man, I can't believe it.
We're at disbelief here on the English desk. Again, such a beautiful performance, especially that macro play that sealed the deal for ONIC Esports.
Yep.
Fanny baiting up, but we're gonna ask them instantly with Mongstar.
Aduh, Bude kayaknya lagi kedinginan di sini. Oh pantas ada ONIC Esports. Halo Ki Boy. Dingin banget
Bude.
ya kayaknya ya di Pucuk ya.
Lumayan.
Lumayan ya. Luar biasa banget. 2-0. Kalian ngasih telur ke RRQ Hoshi. Pembalasan dendam yang luar biasa. Gimana match tadi Boy?
Seru parah.
Seru parah.
Seru.
Game 1 kayaknya kalian kayak mulus banget ya. Itu game 1 mulus banget. Kok bisa mulus semulus itu?
Gak tahu sih Bude, biasanya game 1 mulus mulu. Game-game sebelum berikutnya agak-agak beda.
Beda kenapa tuh di game kedua nyaris ya kalian nggak bisa nutup dengan 2-0?
Ya nggak tahu udah gitu.
Ada sedikit mungkin kejadian-kejadian yang tidak diinginkan lah ya. Dan Kiboy sendiri, ini kan kalian akhirnya melawan RRQ Hoshi di leg yang kedua dan kalian balas dendam loh. Ini emang kalian udah mempersiapkan dari mungkin strateginya atau dari playernya khusus buat RRQ seperti ini kah? Atau ini adalah kalian yang udah dipersiapkan untuk MPL?
Kalau dari gue sih dari season 7 lah, season 5 kan pernah main juga. Kayak dari awal-awal lah. Kalau regular season tuh kalau misalkan kalah sama tim A nih, next leg-nya nggak akan kalah lagi selamanya. Kayak harus balas dendam lah.
Wow, pembalasan dendam.
Ya selalu setiap regular season kan, kalah sama tim ini nih, next leg-nya harus menang.
Langsung
balas dendam banget lah, boleh kalah lagi.
Ada motivasi tersendiri dan sekarang terbayarkan dengan lebih sadis mungkin ya. 2-0 dan dukungan dari para Sonic pun bersorak-sorai terus-terusan. Dan apa yang setelah kamu rasain udah balas dendam nih ya, apa yang kamu rasain?
Ya puas lah sama terbayarkan lah semua usaha kerja keras semuanya lah.
Wow.
Cuma masih panjang sih, masih apalagi lah, masih ada banyak match lagi lah.
Soalnya baru week 5 kan, tapi kalian ngelihat diri kalian di Pucuk, sebenarnya kan bahaya juga kan. Semua tim akan ngelihat ke kalian, jadi sasaran utama. Khawatir, senang, gimana perasaan di Pucuk?
Khawatir sih enggak sih, soalnya udah sering kan, jadi kayak biasa aja.
Bener sih, ONIC tuh langganan Pucuk regular season loh. Dan begitu luar biasanya, sampai banyak tim yang ngomong kalian adalah tim yang solid. Solid, rahasianya solid apa sih? Apalagi kan ada player baru juga, komposisi kalian beda-beda terus. Gimana Boy?
Yang penting selalu jaga kebersamaan sih, kekeluargaan, tidur bareng juga sekamar semuanya.
Oh, udah bareng sekamar. Bentar, siapa yang paling berisik kalau tidur?
Semuanya saling hargain lah, kayak berisik.
Nggak ngorok-ngorokan gitu?
Enggak.
Wah, ini menjaga rahasia teman-temannya ya kayaknya. Dan pertanyaan terakhir nih ya, mungkin untuk Kiboy. Leg 1 udah kelar, leg 2 kalian baru aja dimulai. Ada nggak yang paling kamu nantikan lagi? Mungkin Royal Derby pasti ya, kalian udah balas dendam nih. Lalu ada apa lagi nextnya?
Kalau dari gua sih yang pasti Evo sih.
Lawan Evos?
Ya, soalnya kan kalah kan, jadi ya harus lawan lagi biar menang.
Oke, jadi adalah motivasi mengalahkan semua tim yang mengalahkan kalian di leg 1. Oke, ada pesan gak sih buat RRQ yang kalian udah balas dendamin nih 2-0?
RRQ good game lah tadi lah, seru banget. Semoga kita ketemu lagi nanti.
Semoga ketemu lagi, tapi di playoff berat ya. Kalau buat EVOS yang kamu nantikan nih, Boy.
Buat EVOS, berikan yang terbaik lah nanti. Siapin aja strategi sama jangan lupa mapnya ya.
Jangan lupa mapnya ya. Tuh, dikatain sama Kiboy jangan lupa mapnya. Kamu baik banget loh ngasih masukan. Tapi oke, thank you banget Kiboy dan juga congratulations untuk ONIC Esports, Bigetron Monster dan Kiboy. Selesai di sini kita bakal langsung lemparin kepada caster, silakan.
Wow, thank you so much for the interview, Mongstar. Back again on the English desk. For the game that went on for 23 minutes, the amazing comeback that ONIC Esports were able to display, I guess. Man, let's take a look at the items, Arashi.
I think the critical player in this game, it has to be Drian, man. He might not have stood out essentially, but the DPS he was outputting with double penetration from the Genius One and the Divine Glaive, and especially because they are 3 fighters, 3 tanky heroes on the side of RRQ Hoshi, that glowing one was ticking off, doing a lot of damage. And the slows allows them to kite back away from RRQ Hoshi, forcing them to overextend. That Lilia pick was so critical. And Drian, there are some doubts of him playing, a hero that's just so close up and personal, but he made it work, hit it perfectly. I don't know, and Boots, of course, he was being so tanky. He has, at this point, Boots has no more boots, Oracle and Enchanted Talisman only, to supplement his tankiness. And that's just the name of the game. We said it earlier. Drian can have a lot of DPS advantage. RRQ Hoshi, it's all about that range. Clay here, even with the Necklace of Durance, to ensure that the regen, the lifesteal isn't gonna be a factor. The shielding won't be a factor. But Kiboy, again and again, was able to find the opportunity to reach the back line so decisively. It's just so crazy. I don't even understand how exactly it played out. Maybe later on in the replay. But for the most part, it's that late game, man. We did say it. After ONIC caught up, it's all about execution. The goal difference will no longer matter.
Wow. Drian, highest damage dealt in that game.
Late game Lilia, most assists too.
Just super consistent with that damage. And you're right, Forgotten One as well.
We saw again and again that in the fights, especially one of the last fights, we saw that CW got targeted, got picked off. But again, when everyone's clumped up, when the fight's chaotic like that, Drian, he was also the main guy that allows ONIC Esports to clear the Lord multiple times as well. So critical.
And again, I think the setup was mostly because of CW, right? CW in the early on in the game as well, when everyone was kind of behind, when Kyrie wasn't able to get that purple buff, he was always the one who's in that top side, who's in the bottom side, finding the turrets every single time there's a fight. Because he knows that if they go for a 5v5 with RRQ having the gold lead, they're not going to be able to get that fight. They're not going to be able to win it, right? So he's always constantly putting that split push pressure into the minds of RRQ. That kept on building up for that final moment. RRQ did not rotate up top towards Kyrie up until CW moves with him. Right. With CW who moved with him, they knew, oh, they're going for something here. And that set it up for Kyrie to jump back to the Lord. Your MVP, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, the shot caller for the team as well, as a gold laner. 3, 5, and 11. In terms of KDA, not too impressive, but it's all about how you're able to utilize this kit. 93% KP, and the damage to turret, unreal.
Look at the MVP highlights for the last game of the series, and overall you do see that RRQ were the ones that has pressure in the early game. They had a lot more options to play around with, but afterwards, man, it all came down to the patience from ONIC. How they were able to pull that off, again, I still can't believe it. Against all odds, they were able to defend against so many lords, go up against more significant range, a lot more late game potential, burst damage, combos from RRQ, and come out on top. As you can see again and again, CW, he might not be the best late game carry, but he is doing a lot of work when it comes to these utility as well. The knockups, the traps, the stuns. He is doing a lot of protection for his team. And of course, whenever anyone is out of position, he is the first person to jump on that opportunity. And as Miko mentioned, being so smart in the rotations as a gold laner, that is just so impressive. In this fight, all the immortals in the world just popping off, but ONIC come out on top.
Yeah, it got so messy there in that last fight, but
everyone was dropping like flies, bro.
I mean, 3 sprints. That's what you get with 3 sprints. I think that was a really wise decision by ONIC as well. Down to the wire. They understood that the real-world manipulation could have potentially been like a game changer. And so, you know, they thought about it. The problem solving, like I said about ONIC Esports.
They were constantly able to run out from the range of the real manipulation. And I think that the second to last fight, we saw that CW and another member, they just sprinted out of there. And once they're out of the zone, they can have full freedom to just move back and forth.
We're gonna hear from the mic checks right now as we head over to the highlights by TikTok.
Kelas banget lu berdua. Gua lihat adik kakak. Kelas banget lu berdua. Mau gua nih, gua nih Albert, guys. Mati dulu. Nice. Mau lagi kak? Jangan sabar, Dek, sabar. Belakangnya gua urus kok, santai. Mati woi. Nice. Mati woi. Majuin. Bisain. Gila. Itu gua bantai banget. Kelas. Nice banget, Bud. Nice banget. Udah, Kang. Ulti. Nice. Starter. Bisa. Udah ulti dulu, Bang. No down, guys. Oke, no ulti. Balikin. Ya, guys. R7 mati. Albert mati. Gua soalnya orang, guys. Chill menang. Chill. Chill Lord dia HP guys. DBK. Bisa keluar enggak? Kayak bisa pada ke gua, we. Aman gua. Kan juga Lord, guys. Gas. Chill lah ya. Aman. Lord. Nice. Orang dulu. Kita CB. Nice boy. Gua aman. Free hit. Tower. Orang dulu ya kan, orang dulu. Bisa free. Gua ada imo. Orang dulu guys, nice. Itu dia Arab.
Absolutely amazing from the mic checks as well. The passion from the players just oozing out from the mic check. Back at it again on the English desk. Eterna, how are you feeling?
Wow, I don't really know. That was insane. I expected ONIC to be in form, but like not that level of form. You know what I mean?
It's completely unexpected, man. I mean, we're not...
Especially with their rosters that are just, swapping constantly, right? You don't expect that level of play from a roster that we haven't seen since week 2. This combo of Keyboy and Drian. The last time we saw this was in week 2, Arashi.
You would have thought this is like a playoff-worthy performance, but no, we're only in week 5, ladies and gentlemen. What is going on? Oh, what a game.
Do you think Lemon was the factor that brought RRQ Hoshi to win against ONIC last time around? I don't know, just so many questions now. More questions than answered.
But if Lemon was the key as to why they won, right now it's a different lineup that went up against. It's a different lineup to the one that went up against RRQ here. Drian and Keyboy instead of Sans and Samo, I believe, last time. But Arashi, let's talk a little bit about the keys to success, CW.
Well, they used a lot of that double roamer strategy and that crowd control to just wrench control of the game away from RRQ. They didn't let it go. It was forced away from them. And then afterwards, it's just clean macro gameplay, guys. We talk a lot about mechanics, insane sick outplays, but that is absolutely impressive on so many levels. And that shows you the power of macro gameplay, man. It got them a free Lord. It got them RRQ, a team that's all the way up there, a very skillful team, out of position, confused on what to do. The power of macro, man, that is so good.
And it had to be CW to go on top, because that would be the only worth it member from the side of ONIC Esports to take out, other than the Lilia. But they see CW alone there, and they go crazy up, and it was all just a bait.
I think it's great from ONIC to maximize every single weapon they have in their arsenal. They were on the back foot. They were still unsure what to do. They are trying their best, but they find a way. They consider everything in their arsenal and put every single bit to absolute value.
The value that you get from that team in the early stage, it just kept on growing as the game went on because of the macro play. And you guys can do the same thing, but with real money on gold. You invest it here right now, the value is going to keep going up. And obviously, you also get a chance to get skins as well, guys. You guys can get free MLBB skins while investing in gold with value that keeps on going up. All you need to do is go ahead, check out the website, ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, or you can just check out Blee's UBS Lifestyle store to get your hands on UBS Gold.
UBS Gold.
We're just posing with the card right now.
Yeah, because that's how cool it is.
It's a very cool card.
Limited edition.
Look at this one.
We have two editions. This one is the 300,000 IDR version, and this one is the 100,000 IDR version. Speaking of value though, if you're investing in gold, you need to invest as well on your phone because you're playing MLBB all day. If you're not playing MLBB, you're watching it through your smartphone. Now, I'll recommend you a good one. No, scratch that. An awesome one with the Samsung Galaxy A series phones. Now, Arashi, you're going to take it away with the specs. Tell them what you can get in this package.
8 gigabytes of RAM, 256 gigabytes of storage space, so you don't have to worry about running out ever. You have 120 refresh rate for the fast hand plays to see every single detail happening in the game on that Super AMOLED display. It's bright as day, man. And of course, no lags because it's 5G ready. What more do you need, man? That's a complete package.
And it's all very budget friendly too. 5.779 million IDR with cashbacks, with rewards. You get so much, but it's time for us to look at the standings for the end of the day. A lot of changes, I believe. Aura, this is crazy. RRQ, top position, number 1 for 2 weeks, I believe. Then Evo's Legends took it. Then Aura, and now ONIC. It's been swapping every single day. And look, Geek Fam have risen, Rebellion have fallen. Oof. Now it's BTR and Geek Fam. If Geek Fam win the next game, they're going to have better aggregate points. So they're going to push Bigetron to the red zone. Wow.
That's going to be the first time in how many seasons Bigetron not making it to the playoffs?
It will be a sad prospect for Mirko to process for sure. But we wish all these teams the best because, again, it's not about who comes out on top. It's about the competitive spirit, right? Going up against each other and figuring out, getting better together as well.
That's so wholesome, Arashi. You became so wholesome.
But wait, all right? Because again, Eterna, Arashi, we're talking about today. Tomorrow, ONIC and Aura are going to match up. So it's the battle for top again. If Aura win, then ONIC will only last a day in that top position. But if ONIC wins, they can push that reign over to the next week. So standing there for a week is definitely going to be the goal. Obviously, every single team in MPL ID Season 10 wants that upper bracket position. Safety. Do you not want safety? Do you not want to get that second opportunity once you lose? If you lose. Big question right there. But Eterna, walk us through the Season 10 MVP rankings. Hasn't changed.
It hasn't changed. Skylar's still in the first position, who overtook Sutsujin this week. I completely spaced. I didn't cast yesterday, and I thought Sutsujin was still in that first place position, but it turns out
they
Skylar
are
up
both.
there.
They're both 35, right? So technically, both of them are in first place.
That's true. But Facehugger, a mid laner, still at
Kabuki
this.
as well. 2 Aura members, 2
yeah,
RRQ
but like
members.
gold lane MVP is kind of like, okay, you know, whatever.
But you know what this shows?
Uh-huh.
For RRQ, for Aura, and for Evos, they've had standout players. Players that really just stand out and, get full attention, shine brighter than the others. For ONIC Esports, a team that's currently number 1, no one on the board right now, top 5. It means, again, it seems like they're just solid. 5 people, all of these members are able to equalize one another, and not one member shines brighter than the others. They're all shining together. Maybe that's why they're number 1.
I think that might be the case, man. We saw that being able to provide more problems for your opponents has been important. And ONIC, as we mentioned, first it's a split push, and then it's a macro play, and then it's a pickoff, and then it's a DPS. It just never ends.
Defense as well.
Exactly. And tomorrow, Aura, which has a similar reputation for being the Indonesian Hydras, right? You cut one problem off, 2 more grow from the base. So now ONIC and Aura, I think that will be a very exciting matchup. And there's
I
going to be a
can't
lot of big brain moments, man. There has to be.
We get to cast tomorrow, so
I'm a bit nervous
just,
though.
I'm just excited.
I'm watching from home.
I'm nervous a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Just a little bit?
Just a little bit?
I mean, okay, a
Top
lot.
spot,
A
spot,
lot.
come on.
I know, it's really difficult, but tomorrow we do still have 2 more matches, one of those being ONIC and Aura, and the other...
Alter Ego versus Rebellion Zion. So Rebellion Zion, they can make it even hotter in that red zone if they're able to take Alter Ego, because if they win, Alter Ego might go down. If BTR,
That's
Rebellion,
crazy.
and Geek Fam all win their next games, and if Alter Ego lose their next matches, for the first time in forever, I
In a
believe,
long
Alter Ego
time.
might actually be dropped to the red zone. But ladies and gentlemen, it's been Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi. We'll see you next time.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini.